1, 2, 3.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mid-Ohio Speed Tour. It's Sunday morning. It's absolutely beautiful here. Just a slight breeze. This is also the Permco Vintage Grand Prix, but today we have two Enduros basically starting. The International GT Sunday morning Enduro with International GT cars, then an SVRA Permco Vintage Grand Prix cars out there. But the cool thing about these Enduros is it's an hour-long race with a mandatory 5-minute pit stop. These Porsche drivers with International GT, you know, these are endurance cars, so they really kind of specialize in this. Like Todd Sloan, who wasn't out there yesterday, but he's kind of local here. He's on pole for the Enduro. So, Todd, when the green flag drops, what's the strategy?
I think just try to stay ahead, right? No, actually, you know, it's a long race, so you just got to get in there and get out there, get your rhythm. Make sure that you're using traffic to your advantage and just really enjoy racing with these guys because it's a great group of guys, a great series, and we just love coming out.
Nice. And then you've got Mark Sandrich, who this is also his home track, so it's going to be extra competitive. But Mark is somebody that you know and trust and have raced with for a long time, so it's going to be kind of fun to start side by side with him.
Absolutely. Mark is a very, very good race car driver and really great to be around. He actually sold me this car 5 years ago and really enjoyed it, and it's really nice for us both to be back in the same kind of cars and be able to go out there and go nose to tail with each other.
Nice, I love it. Well, Todd, have fun out there, this beautiful Mobile One car, but we got to talk to Mark about that. So Mark, you know I love my awkward questions. You're behind your own car. What does that do to you?
That's the last time I'm going to sell him a car, okay? Because he went faster than I did in qualifying. So, you know what? But we had a great time, and he's a good friend, and that's what this racing's all about. You know, just having, you know, just getting out there, dicing it up, and not running into each other.
Nice. I love that. I love that. That is what this is all about. And if you hang out in the International GT paddock, you'll know that this is all about fun and friendship and the camaraderie. And the guy behind all of that camaraderie who kind of makes this happen, Julie Bentley there and Ken Fangler. So Ken, come in here because I know that you know, we've always kind of dubbed some of these guys the Ohio players. Here, come over here, stand over here. So explain this International GT Enduro to everybody.
Well, as you said, we'll have a mandatory 5-minute stop. All right, it will take place by the 30-minute mark. They'll have to be in. This is a kind of a somewhat abbreviated race. We usually do 60 to 75 minutes. This is a 50-minute race planned, and they'll have a 5-minute stop. You'll see, and you'll get to George Michael Merritt behind me, and he's got Evan Slater in, who's, you know, both of them are very quick, but they will not be able to change drivers until the 25-minute mark. They'll have mandatory, and George Michael's kind of on the remedial rules program, but he's got it right and got it going. So we look forward to a fantastic, you know, as you said, it's all about fun, being safe, and this is a great morning at a beautiful facility to start out International GT in a fantastic way.
Nice. I love it. And Ken, is he your points leader, Michael Merritt? So Michael Merritt is the points leader. So he's going out there. I wouldn't consider this Michael Merritt's home track, but definitely these two cars in front of him. And then, Evan, we were talking about strategy. So you're going to come in as the co-driver. We saw that out west. You know, I know you for a long time, very accomplished driver. But do you guys have a strategy that you can broadcast?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that much of a rocket science strategy. We're basically just going to pit at the 25-minute mark. That's kind of the soonest we can. I'll get in the car and just try to, you know, make up as much ground as I can.
Nice. I love it. Well, that's Evan Slater. Then we come over here to, I'm going to say my dark horse. I've known Keith for a long time. He's sporting the Tennessee Orange, and like I said yesterday, it's the exact Pantone of Tennessee Orange because he's from Tennessee. He's raced with us and done very well in TA. He's a Formula Atlantic champion. He comes from a long line, a big family of all race car drivers, but he's out here in the Stuttgart Cup in these Cayman 4-liters that are just absolute beasts. So the reason I say my dark horse is because a lot of these Cup car drivers aren't going to expect a Cayman 4-liter to be able to keep up with them, as we've seen with Keith Grant. Then another local here, Bob Wyson from Mentor, Ohio, and he's out here, always does really well here at another person with a home track. So judging by you're not co-driving today, but how's Bob feeling so far?
We're having a good weekend so far. We had a few little brake issues. We got them all straightened out last night, so looks like we'll have a pretty good race today.
Nice. Now, what kind of wheels is he running there?
Stock Porsche wheels.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, thanks for coming out. So Bob Wyson. Then we've got Jordan Sandrich here, and actually we're going to be able to talk to Jordan because Owen Trinkler is in the car, and we're going to see Owen Trinkler flip-flop between the Sandrich's cars. So he's going to come in, then you're going to take over. Is that correct, Jordan?
You got it. Let Owen start the car, and then he'll jump out about after 15 minutes and jump into Dad's car.
Well, man, yesterday we were checking in on your race with the Carrera car. You guys had a great battle out there. Are you having fun?
I'm having a blast. Brian and I had a great battle yesterday. I got him on the first race. Second race, he got me, so we'll see what the sprint race does this afternoon. Nice. Looking forward to it.
I love it. I love it. We'll have fun out there. Now, something I want to point out, also, like I said, this is a split start, split group. SVRA cars are out there. So we've got S2000s, then Paul Stubber here, who basically does not lose in this beautiful yellow Camaro, but he is actually from Perth, Australia. Very good driver, and he loves sliding that thing around. This is the Carrera car that we were talking about. They had so much fun racing with yesterday, and Ralph pointed out, and I'd never even noticed this, but yeah, see, there's the little slot car button for the Carrera slot cars. I love that. Then more Stuttgart Cup stuff. Oh, thanks, Rob. Rob's giving me my grid sheet. Thank you. More Stuttgart Cup. The Cayman's here with Crop, and I love the red wheels, but Crop, you've been with us several times. What's your strategy when the green flag drops?
Do what I'm supposed to do and quit sliding.
Do what you're supposed to do and quit sliding. Now, that's a good strategy. Are you having fun out there?
Oh, having a blast. First time here.
Nice, nice. Well, yeah, this is a crazy technical track.
Yep.
Well, have fun out there.
Yes, thank you.
So, you said no sliding, keep it smooth. Let me make sure I'm closing this. All right, there we go. Now, let's come up here because this is going to be pretty fun, I think. Let me look and see. I think that's Bob. Is that Bob in there?
Chicago Cookie.
All right, the Cookie King of Chicago, another one of our food manufacturers here in IGT. Bob Gee, I know you come to Mid-Ohio a lot, but usually in a big block Corvette. So how is this Cayman treating you?
Oh, it's treating us fantastic. Love the car, love the group, love IGT.
Nice. And so green flag drops. What's your strategy?
Strategy is get on 641's ass right there and try to pass him on the left.
Now, I think, are you trading with Tommy? So tell us, everybody, who your co-driver is.
So co-driver today is Tommy Byrne. He'll be the number 2.
Nice. Tommy Byrne is going to be out there with the Cookie King of Chicago, Bob Gee, in this new Cayman. Beautiful car. I love having him out here. This is the 22A that we saw yesterday, and then the beautiful 30, the Stuttgart Caymans. And I tell you what, these new Cayman 4-liters, unbelievable. This is actually hemp fiber on these. They think it's stronger, lighter, more durable than carbon fiber. So you can see the hemp fibers in there with Richard Grant, Keith Grant's dad, also from Tennessee. Andrea Robertson and her husband won their class of Le Mans a few years ago in these Ford GTs. Absolutely beautiful. But hey, wait. I said Paul Stubber was in the car, but this is Paul Stubber. What's going on?
Well, that's my brother. My brother Raymond's in the car. We sort of don't have a whole refueling sort of scenario, but Ray's going to go out and do 15 minutes. He's running the Formula Ford. Ray's a small bore guy. I'm the stomper and steerer, so he's going to do 15 minutes, and then I'll do 15 minutes. We're just out there having some fun and enjoying Mid-Ohio.
And you can't get a more different car than a Formula Ford and then a Camaro as such as yours.
Yeah, I must admit, he's a little intrepid on the whole thing, but I said, Stubbs, I'm not going to let you go. You're getting in it.
I love it. I love it. We'll have fun out there. So I love it. I think he might have been watching from his motorhome and came over to help me out. So we love when when those kind of things happen. So I'm coming over here. So I've known this car for about 12 years. I've always known it as Rob Mokus' car. But let's see who's in it. Yeah, they're about to go. So, okay, Rob is in the car, but you were driving the car yesterday, is that correct?
I drove in the morning yesterday.
Okay, yeah, and so are you his son? We were trying to figure that out.
Yeah, I'm his son.
Nice, so introduce yourself real quick.
I'm Colin Mokus, so I've been doing this a couple years with him.
Nice, and then your dad was SVRA Driver of the Year a few years ago, so we're going to see a lot of that, but thank you for coming out. I have to send it back to the booth as they go out, and then I'm going to rush over there.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance Pack 100 year.
I'm not sure how this all got mixed up, but we had a big mix-up here at the start of the race, and I said that my dark horse, watch out for my dark horse, the Keith Grant, very accomplished driver, and there he is in that 4-liter Cayman. Owen Trinkler now in that 49 with Jordan Sandrich. Actually, he's in the 58, sorry about that. As they come up through the keyhole with that Porsche Consulting number 58. So Owen Trinkler, very accomplished race car driver. Used to live in my neck of the woods of Brentwood, Tennessee. But now here we see Michael Merritt coming around the outside. So now Michael Merritt, our current points leader in International GT, trying to make a move. But watch out for Keith Grant in that Tennessee Orange. Number 4 going through our Q3 madness. With the spectators already on the hill. I was on track this morning about 6:30 in the morning, and there were already spectators up there waving at me while I fixed the brake markers and things like that. They just get up there, sit in the shade, call their spot, and some of them have been here for 3-4 generations. So it's really cool to see as we see Michael Merritt really battling it out there with Owen Trinkler coming through. Look, he's right behind him. Now coming up to a very difficult section of the track, a little bit of an off-balance corner here into this carousel section where you try to carry speed, you double apex it, but the fight right now is between the 5.8 and the 8.99 and the 4.9 as Michael Merritt gets around and is now going to try to hunt down Keith Grant in the number 4 Stuttgart Cup car. So like I said there at the beginning, Ken Fengler was kind of warning me that these Stuttgart Cup 4-liters are unbelievable cars, and they may be some spoilers to some of these bigger Cup cars. Now we see Todd Sloan juke out there into the keyhole turn, and love that new wrap on Michael Merritt's car. It's just beautiful in this morning sun. Beautiful day here at Mid-Ohio. Green grass, smooth track with the new pavement. As they come down what we call the back straight, which is in no means straight, coming into the Cube 3 section.
Keith Grant being hunted down. Now Michael Merritt's car, a little bit more power. Also, Porsche intended those cars to be set up for racing, and they didn't really expect the Cayman Boxster platform to become a race car, but the last couple of years they've been pressured into making it a race car, and that's why we see them go from, I think, 3.4 to 3.6 to 3.8 to now this 4-liter. And I'm sure Brad is watching this right now, Brad Roberts, and he's going to text me what the car really is. There's certain names for these cars, but Brad Roberts knows his Porsches, and he swears by these, and he was able to get the grants a few for them to run in International GT, or they could run it in Trans Am. I know that they're members of Flat Rock, so I know that they're Flat Rock, the new sports car circuit out in Crossville, Tennessee. So I know that they're going to be running these there. But Keith Grant, like I said, he's kind of coming in as a dark horse. A lot of the drivers are unfamiliar with him, but I am definitely familiar with him, running in TA and running in Formula Atlantics with FRP, a very accomplished driver. Like I said, his dad Richard is out there as well, as he lets Michael Merritt go by. Now here's one of the Stubber brothers that we spoke to. He was in the Formula Ford yesterday, so he is not used to driving this kind of power, and he's going to let the car kind of come to him. But also from Perth, Australia, they traveled for, I think, over 30 hours to get here, but are just having such a fun time. That's the 19A with Concierge Motorsports. Andrea Robertson out in the car. Unbelievable car, that Ford GT. Love having her out here. Like I said, she and her husband won their class at Le Mans a few years ago in that very car. There's Richard Grant in that Porsche Cayman. And then Glenn Gibson Jr. in that Duran JE1. The number 47 sports racer. So that's an SVRA car, as is Andrea Robertson's Ford GT. Then you see the Richard Grant's, the Stuttgart label over the windshield as we look down on the keyhole. Get some good drone shots now of them coming through the Cube 3 Madness section. They've redone this whole section of the track and probably spent multiple millions of dollars to fill in China Beach so that it's not downhill into the wall anymore, that the kitty litter can actually slow the race cars down if they go too hot into turn 4, which is a great move from Mid-Ohio. And we see here come the leaders coming through. Now Todd Sloan hunting down Owen Trinkler. Now Todd Sloan, I believe, from the Columbus area. Just behind him is Mark Sandrich from the Medina, Ohio area. Medina being about an hour away from here. Beautiful little town with a great gazebo in the square. If you ever get a chance to visit Medina, it's a great little village here in Ohio. As they come through Madness, and I believe that's Owen Trinkler in the 5.8, or at least that's what it's saying from scoring. No, that's Mark Sandrich, so I've been calling it wrong. So Mark Sandrich is in the 5.8. And then the car just behind in the 4.9, that would be Owen Trinkler in the 4.9. So at the end of the race, the graphics will be correct because Owen's going to get out of one car and into the next. So Todd Sloan behind Mark Sandrich. Oh, here comes Owen Trinkler into pit lane a little bit early, I would say. But they have a strategy, and Owen's going to get out of that car, have some water, and then Mark Sandrich will come in maybe at about the 25-minute mark and go back out. So you can see he's moving down here with the Sandrich Foods. I want to thank Sandrich Foods and Mark Sandrich. They have a Friday night party here at Mid-Ohio. Actually, they always have a Friday night party with International GT. And Mark Sandrich provided, what I heard from the paddock, the best ribs they've ever had in their life. And being from Tennessee, that's pretty amazing. You know, Tennessee's supposed to have the best ribs ever. So here they come up. Paul with Stubber coming out in the 22A of Thomas Kirk, leading that field through the keyhole down the back straight. That is a beautiful car. We saw him yesterday in the race. Paul Stubber. Let me find his brother's name on my sheets. Ray Stubber is in the car right now. So Ray Stubber in that Group 6 SVRA Concierge Motorsports yellow Camaro. Now we get these Stuttgart Cup cars coming through. Now, something that's difficult is when you go through, we saw this at the end of the day yesterday, so there's still shade on the track in some parts of the track, which means the track temperature will be down in those areas a little bit, but also it takes a while for the eyes to adjust very well in those kinds of conditions. So that should be Crop coming through in the Stuttgart. And he was saying that this is his first time here. We've seen him throughout the season, so I was surprised to hear that on the grid walk, that this is his first time here. This is a very technical, difficult track for the first time here. So we've got Michael Merritt out front with Keith Grant, the number 4, second. Mark Sandridge is third. Todd Sloan is fourth. Bob Wyson from Mentor, Ohio, in the number 27 is fifth. Then Brian Hicks, 22. Then Bob Gee in that 527 with Tommy Burns going to be his co-driver. Then Kurt Kropp in the 641. 22A is Thomas Kirk and Ron Zitza. And then in SVRA, in 10th is Andrea Robertson in her Group 11. Then Glenn Yibiden Jr. in that Group 5 Sports 2000. Richard Grant in the Cayman 4-liter in 12th. Owen Trinkler, who's in the pits, is 13th. Jordan Sandridge about to go out there in his Sandridge Foods Porsche Consulting car. Then Paul and Ray Stubber in 14th. But look for them to move up. No offense, Paul, but, you know, coming from a Formula Ford, you've got your hands full in that Camaro, and your brother's got that dialed in. So look for that car to move up through the field. Then you've got Robert and Colin Mokas. It's great to see Rob Mokas out here in that Alfa Romeo. Haven't seen it on track yet. Then in 16th is Michael Thomas and Robert Dickey. So we've got all kinds of different cars out there. Like I said, the International GT and the endurance race with our SVRA. There goes Stubber in front of the booth, making some beautiful noises out there. And right now, the tires, the Pirelli P0 should be under the cars. The best lap time I've seen is a 126.073. Keith Grant's doing a 127.5. 127.9 for Mark Sandridge, and a 127.9 for Todd Sloan. So very close up there in that top 5. Bob Weisson's a 128.6 as they pass through. So the top 6 all in the 120s. So it's still close up front. Michael Merritt. There we go. Todd Sloan right behind Mark Sandridge. And like we said, you know, these two are really great friends. The number 25 car used to belong to the car up front of Mark Sandridge. So I asked him on grid what it feels like to be bested by your own car. And he said he won't sell another car to him by any means, but he said that jokingly. These are great competitors. And Todd Sloan coming up under Thunder Valley. Now again, even though Todd's from Columbus and Marcus from Medina, they're about equal distance on different sides of Mid-Ohio. So both of them consider this their home track. And they're coming up now on Ray Stubber in that Camaro. Keith Grant ahead of them there in that Cayman 4-liter. As they come around Mission Foods Turn 1 up into the keyhole. There is the S2000. This is the race on the track right here with Mark Sandridge, Todd Sloan. You see Bob Weisen peeking out there in the back, and they're coming down this keyhole. Now, one thing about these endurance races with, you know, you can switch out and have different co-drivers. So the person getting in your car may be a pro, like we've had Mike Skeen, Mark Miller, Pippa Mann, some really big names, Owen Trinkler, Andy Pilgrim as co-drivers. And so you have to be cognizant of who the co-drivers are, because that person may be faster or slower than what you're used to seeing in the car. And when Paul Stubber gets in that Camaro, I believe that car is going to probably pick up about 4 seconds on its pace. So the cars that have been passing it are going to be kind of curious, well, how is he passing me now? And nothing against Ray, it's just he hasn't driven that car before. He's a Formula Ford person, so usually you want a whole weekend of getting used to a car. But they just put him in it, true Australian style. Todd Sloan coming through the Summit section. We thank Summit for their support as one of our marketing partners. Right behind Sandridge. Now these two, they race very clean with each other. So they're not going to do anything, but Todd's going to do anything he can to try to get Mark to drive in his mirrors, to maybe make a mistake or go deep or too early in one of the corners. So I believe that is Sandridge now, just ahead of Mark Sandridge in his car. It was released from pit lane, but I don't know. I don't have a definitive yes or no on that. As we look at this Andrea Robertson car, this beautiful Ford GT. Love those cars when Ford re-released them. And I love that also, kind of like the new Mustangs coming out, resemble the old 60s Mustangs. And same here, kind of the same silhouette of the GT40s of the mid-60s fame. Coming through the Pumco Pumps and Motors Bridge. That is such a beautiful car. Great images here in this morning light. Coming around here through the carousel. And she must really like this track because, you know, their shop is in Road Atlanta, or it was years ago. I got to tour their shop years ago at a VDCA event. It was fantastic. Just right outside of Turn 1 at Road Atlanta. But she comes here quite a bit. So she must really like this technical track of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. As here we go, Todd Sloan still trying to get around Sandridge. There's Keith Grant just ahead of them. Love that Porsche livery Mobile 1 car. It's also a little bit of a competitive advantage because it says Mobile 1, but his number's 25, so the corner workers might call it in as a number 1 car. A little Porsche gamesmanship back in the day. Here's the 47 coming down this long straightaway. And it's a long straightaway in an S2000 if you have nobody there with you. That's Glenn Jividan Jr. or Yividan Jr. And then there is our Bob Wyson. Loves coming to Mid-Ohio, also his home track. And then Brian Hicks just behind him in the 22. Bob Wyson and Brian Hicks, they like to have fun together, stay together on track. So watch out, that's going to heat up here as we pan around Madness. Up, here comes Paul Stubber. Ray's getting out and saying, that thing is a beast. I don't see how you, he says, what thing's a beast, mate? I don't see how you draw it. But he brought it in one piece, which was his job. So nice job there. And Bob Wyson still being tracked down by Brian Hicks. And now Brian sees that lap traffic and is hoping maybe to set a pick. Bob easily around. And it looks like Glenn is aware of their existence on track. So nice job, Glenn. Come up through, you can actually see their eyes in the helmet with the sun the way it is there over the keyhole. Now when we have a big group of these S2000s, Mid-Ohio, New Jersey Motorsports Park, some of these more technical tracks, they put down some of the best S2000 racing. I love watching it. So Brian Hicks falling back a little bit on Bob Weissman. You can see the spectators up on the hill having a great time. In the off-season, we lost a good friend, great competitor, but one of the announcers that was always up there, commentators at Madness at Mid-Ohio, Rusty Bell. It was sad to hear, and it's sad to come to Mid-Ohio for the first time and hear my friend John Phippen out there, but not Rusty Bell. They worked so well together in years past, but he was a truly great person, great broadcaster here at Mid-Ohio, and a longtime friend of the series. Brian Hicks just behind Bob Weissman as they come through the Mission Food section. Juan Gonzalez has been with us many times. Juan Gonzalez and Mission Foods. Longtime competitor with International GT. I've been getting texts from friends who go through the Peterson Museum. He's got his Formula One cars on display there, an unbelievable display. So Juan Gonzalez doing so much to support motorsports of all kinds. But Ken Fengler always likes to point out the one that he races with is International GT. But he does NHRA, Mission Foods NHRA, he does the flat track, he does IMSA, HSR, IndyCar. He's got a lot of Mission Foods everywhere. So if you love motorsports, the best way to support motorsports is to support the companies that are helping out motorsports and our marketing partners like Pirelli, like Sunoco Fuels, Mission Foods. It just helps everyone out. So we see Andrea Robertson coming in, watch us in and out of the sunlight, hitting a double apex on the carousel, just hitting her marks. She's a very smooth driver. Great competitor, but look at this gap now. So Todd Sloan has lost sight of Mark Sandridge, but we just had a pass there. Keith Grant just passed his dad, Richard. I don't know if they have radio communication like Lucas and Tom Pank do, but you saw Richard get over for him. And now look at this, Sandridge coming up behind Grant, takes the inside of 4. Grant looks like he's going to give it to him. Sometimes they'll go side by side because the next corner favors the person on the outside. We'll have the inside of turn 5. But Grant sees as a faster car and lives to fight another day through the Optima section. Up around where there used to be that bridge, they took that down just a few years ago. Coming through here to enter into the shady section of Thunder Valley through the Permco Bridge. Up into one of the most difficult sections of the track, this carousel section. Calling that the Summit Racing section this weekend. Just that whole part of the track is just designed to throw the car way off balance. So Keith Grant from the Memphis, Tennessee area running the Tennessee Orange. I believe he was going through his lineage the other day with my son, who was in college at a Tennessee state school. And he was listing off, sounded like 30 or 40 of his family members who all are Tennessee volunteer alumni. Kerry Grant, his cousin, won in yesterday's SGT race with a little hint of some Tennessee orange on his car. But now here he comes up to Paul Stubber, trying to get those tires to come to him in the heat. Paul Stubber out of the pits. He's going to just kind of let the cars go by because that car needs about 2-3 laps until those tires come through, and then we're going to see Paul Stubber really tear up what he's got left of those tires. 26 minutes left in the race. I'm seeing from scoring now that Evan Slater might be in Michael Merritt's vehicle. As I see another Cayman Stuttgart Cup car coming into the pits. I believe that was, maybe that's Bob Gee. So we might see Tommy Burns out in the car. Here comes Keith Grant to serve as mandatory 5-minute pit stop. I don't believe he's going to have a co-driver. See the Tennessee checkerboard, like their end zones there on the top of his car. It's a really great wrap. But he did tell me he went through some great pains to make sure that that's the exact Pantone of Tennessee orange. So here we go. This may be our leader, Evan Slater, there in that Merritt car. Paul Stubber, all the way from Perth, Australia. His brother Ray got out of the car, and now Paul Stubber's out there running that Concierge Motorsports Camaro. But it looks, I don't know, it seems like he may be down a cylinder, or he may be wanting the tires to come to him. But that's slower than I've seen him exit the keyhole all weekend. There's our leader up front in that Michael Merritt car. I believe that's Evan Slater. Evan Slater is here coaching a lot of the drivers this weekend. Very accomplished race car driver. Was in our TA2 championship a few years ago and did very well. Somebody's in the pits. Not sure who. Michael Merritt, our points leader. So Evan Slater, he's got a lot of pressure on him. He does have to bring that car home to get the full points. And then there is, looks like, there's the Rob Mocha's car, and I think that might be his son. Oh no, he was trying to give the car room to go through and then overshot it. He was looking in his mirror just a little bit too much. Trying to be heads up, but he was able to, I think he's able to get that out of the kitty litter. I hope so. Sometimes they get too deep in there. I do see a little bit of grass on that front grille of Evan Slater's car. Oh yeah, no harm, no foul, it looks like. Michael Merritt coming through the tree section. This is a very technical track. It's a hard track to get the hang of. A lot of our drivers absolutely love it, have been coming here for 40, 50 plus years, and say they still haven't quite figured it out yet. Bob Wyson coming into Cube 3 Architecture Turn 4 in Madness. I see more spectators coming out. They like to sit up there. It's a great view. Lots of passing, overtaking, cars off balance, cars on 3 wheels. A lot happens up there. But this is one of those tracks, like we're going next weekend to Road America. One of those tracks that you can watch from 25 different vantage points, and they're all great. And the grass is that green, the skies are that blue here at Mid-Ohio. Robert Wyson went a little deep there through that Summit Carousel section. There's the Mocha's car. Like I said, maybe 2013, 2014, I believe, he was our SVRA Driver of the Year. One of the best races I've ever seen was at Rockingham years ago in SVRA. It was a 2-car race between a Porsche 914 and that car there, Rob Mocha's. They passed each other like 10 times in the one race, and they were having so much fun. I can't remember which one of them spun out, but the other one waited on them so they could keep the fun race going. And that's what this is all about. It's supposed to be fun. But it was everybody came to the fence to watch a 2-car race, which sounds ridiculous, but they were just so close to each other the whole time. It's a beautiful B sedan, Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo GTV Group 8 B sedan car. Rob and Colin Lucas. And Colin's pretty new, but he's out there looking very smooth in that B sedan. He's got Paul Stubber coming up right behind him in that Camaro A sedan. Grant serving his 5-minute pit stop. We saw Will Huxtable out there, our black flag in the orange gloves. Paul Stubber. Around Colin Mocus. Now that car looks like it's under. He's moving now. He's got Keith Grant ahead of him. It'll be neat to see how these Cayman 4-liters do against a big V8 American power of this Group 6 car. It's Concierge Motorsports. That is a Group 6 AP. But this track doesn't have a true straightaway like a track like Sebring Road America. Even the back straight, which is long, still has some turning inputs that you need to do. So that Cayman 4-liter with all the twisty bits here in the technical section and the undulation, the off-camber turns like we're seeing here, that Porsche 4-liter should stay planted to the ground. Now Bob Weisen in. That's a good sign there. I always look at body language, so they're not panicked. The car is running well. Todd Sloan with his door open, not getting out, doesn't need to refuel. No adjustments on the car. So that's always a good sign. Then you see the Ford GT. Yeah, nobody's making any big moves to fix anything. That's usually a good sign that all the cars are set up correctly. But even these mandatory 5-minute pit stops, they do change the strategy out there. Kurt Kropp in that Porsche Cayman Club Sport, another one of our 4-liters. I love the red wheels on that. And like he was saying, it's his first time at the track. So he's going to get all the seat time he can this weekend because this is a great Porsche track, great equalizer. I would call this, sometimes our tracks are horsepower tracks. I'd call this a handling track. It's a, if you had to sacrifice horsepower for handling, you'd sacrifice horsepower here. He's got Glenn right behind him in that S2. That S2, it's his job to make sure that the driver can see him. Sometimes those cars are so low, they get in the blind spots of these production-based cars. So, top 10, we've got Todd Sloan out there with Bob Weisen, but Todd Sloan is in the pit, so look for the 899 of Evan Slater to make a pass on that because they made an early pit stop. So this is all going to come to a head here with about probably 8 minutes to go. We've got 18 minutes to go right now. So looking about 10 minutes, everybody should be through their pit stops, and then we're going to see the leaderboard change. We've got Todd Sloan, Bob Weisen, Evan Slater, Owen Trinkler, and Keith Grant. That's our top 5. Andrea Robertson has really moved up through the field in her Ford GT to 6th, then Brian Hicks. Zitza in the 22A. Sandrich, Jordan Sandrich in the 49 is in 9th. And then Tommy Burns. So watch that number 527. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Burns, the absolute legend. Watch for him to move up through. And let's see if he can get into this top 5 or 6, because very accomplished drivers, Tommy Burns. So Keith Grant coming through madness. Very easy on the brakes. He's one of those drivers. He's had a lot of experience in those 900 horsepower TA cars, but also Formula Atlantic, a little bit more of a momentum car, and that's kind of the perfect combination. As you see Andrea using those Le Mans flashers to make sure that Colin knows that she's there. As she comes back out, the tires are cooled a little bit, so she's going to take it easy on this first out lap. Doing really well, like I said. Now it's getting shuffled around. She's dropping back because she's just coming out of the pits. But watch for Todd Sloan to be taken off the leaderboard as Evan Slater comes around this next lap, I believe. Yeah, so if Evan Slater can pass the start-finish line before Todd Sloan comes back out, he will be at the top of the leaderboard because they're both now scoring 19 total laps. And there's Mark Sandrich out there. Same with Bob Wyson. Bob Wyson scoring 19 laps, but he's in pit lane. I'm looking on my scoring right now to see where Mark Sandrich is. He is in 4th with 19 laps. He's running 125.3 right now. There's Tommy Burns. Evan Slater going around Tommy Burns. Tommy Burns, really first lap, I think, out there. Going to see what the car feels like, tires feel like. Mark Sandrich coming around. Ooh, and this could get interesting, people. Mark Sandrich is out there right behind Slater. And now that's actually Owen Trinkler. So we have Owen Trinkler, Tommy Burns, and Evan Slater on track at the same time, making passes. So 3 pretty big names in motorsports out there, making passes on each other, having a good time. Coming into the Q3 section of madness. So Owen Trinkler going to try to get around Evan Slater. Evan Slater probably knows that's Owen behind him. Not going to give him anything because they're racing. Same class. This is a class race right here, and this is for 1st and 2nd. Grant in the Stuttgart Cup in 3rd, but 1st in Stuttgart Cup. And then you've got Sloan, Todd Sloan, Brian Hicks, Bob Wyson, and Jordan Sandrich. Coming around Colin. Colin, very heads-up driving. It's very difficult to be in a vintage B sedan car with these modern Cup cars, Porsche Cup cars coming up behind them and having the awareness in your mirrors so you know where they are. So hats off to that. I like seeing that in these mixed group races. So coming into Mission Foods turn 1, Trinkler. Wow, these cars look very equally yoked. So this is going to be up to the driver. Owen's doing everything he can to get Evan, a younger driver, to look in his mirrors. But Evan, oh, they're coming side by side through the keyhole. Trinkler has the advantage, and what a move there. And I think Evan saw Trinkler coming, but he is trying to run the faster line, maybe try to pull an over-under. Now, Trinkler can only make one move, but Evan thinks better of it and gets behind him on the draft. He can't come out and block. So Evan has the advantage. If they can stay side by side through 4, Evan has the advantage for 5, but Trinkler able to close the gap. Evan not able to hang on to it. So this is some great racing here we have at the front with 2 pro racers in their cars. Now, Evan Slater, I want to say, he may be of legal drinking age, but I doubt it. I want to say he's 20 years old. As we're coming up through the field, and like I said in the Trans Am broadcast, that Boris said once told me, if you don't hear the mirror dink there, your right mirror on the Armco, you're not hitting the fastest line. He's like, you want to just scrape the paint off of the mirror on that red Armco there. Ooh. Evan Slater going a little bit wide over the curbing. So he's trying desperately to catch Owen Trinkler, but Owen, I think, would probably have a few hundred more laps on this track than Evan Slater. It's a very well set up car with Mark Sandrich, Owen Trinkler, Joe Vardy. They all work together on this car. The Porsche consulting car. So Evan Slater just behind in the Michael Merritt car. Just a careless whisper right behind Owen Trinkler in that George Michael car. Little bad music pun there. So here they come. Ralph Shaheen has joined us in the booth. You know, this is true to form for Ralph. He's like, you know, these Enduros, they really heat up with about 10 minutes left. So I'm going to show up with about 10 minutes left. And it has done just that, Ralph. So we've got Bob Wyson, Brian Hicks out there, Owen Trinkler, IMSA driver, you know, IMSA legend, and then Evan Slater out there in the front with Keith Grant just behind him.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a spa treatment I had to take care of this
Your
morning.
skin does look much better.
Radiant,
Yeah.
I think is the term
yeah.
you're looking for. Yeah, no, Run a little behind schedule here today.
That's all right.
I knew we were
But I
in the
will say
capable
you've
and
missed
professional-
something.
Well, yes. I always enjoy this category. There's our Salzburg ring car.
Yeah. And you know, I have seen this car for years. Never noticed that it has the slot car trigger on the car. I always thought because to me Carrera means Porsche.
Yeah.
But there is a great slot car company, Carrera, that has some unbelievable slot car tracks and cars out there if you're into that, like we are.
Yes, we are.
Because if you're into racing, it's hard to grow up.
Yes.
You're always about 13 to 15 years old, no matter
And
how
broke.
old you are.
And broke.
Yeah, yeah. Like Richard Grant, who the car's passing right there, the number 30. A few years ago, we celebrated 50 years of racing with Richard Grant. Not 50
awesome.
years old, 50 years of racing. So you know you're living well when you can celebrate 50 years of racing continuously. One pro race every year for 50 years at least, but you know they've run in the Grand Am Series, the Trans Am Series, IMSA. They've done a little bit of everything.
Means he's done a lot of things well. He's been
Yeah.
a successful businessman probably to keep funding it, and he's been a good driver to keep himself in the game.
Yeah, and Milton Grant, his brother, who also celebrated 50 years of racing, but was saying he's over 50 years of marriage. So it's hard to keep a racing career and a marriage alive and well. So that's really cool. A great family. We have 4 of the Grants here: Richard Grant, Cary Grant, Milton Grant, and Keith Grant.
That is
all out there, all in Porsches.
That is a multitasking man for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Good for him and his wife.
they have a great real estate building company out of Memphis, Tennessee. So we've got the 58 there of Owen Trinkler.
And Jordan Sandridge in the 49.
And so Owen got out of the 49 car, this car we've got on view right now, and then got into the 58. And that was the strategy all along. And then we've got Paul Stubber out there. His brother Ray was in that yellow Camaro, your favorite car here.
Yeah.
And then here's Keith Grant. So Keith and his dad Richard are on the track. Tommy Burns is in the 527 right now.
What a great story Tommy Burns is.
And what is the name of his book? Or he came out with a book.
Yes,
a
he
little while
did.
ago. Look at these
I have
three
it, and I've
Stuttgarts. Here we go.
Oh, Tommy, look out. Going a little tight in there. A lot of respect on that right there, how they're racing hard but keeping plenty of room between each other.
Yeah. Tommy Burns, obviously a great driver in Bob Gee's car. And I don't know how many laps he has in that car, but it looks like the car is coming to him. I've never seen that. I've never seen a three-way split going into 4 like that.
No.
Without any contact, that's what I mean.
Right.
Yeah, you see a lot of three-way splits going in there, and only one car makes it out of that.
Crashed and Burned is the book that Tommy wrote. Crashed and Burned. And I highly recommend it. And there's a documentary out about it as well, which is fantastic based on the book. And then Tommy was telling me recently that there's some folks talking to him about turning his life into a movie.
Oh, wow.
Which would be fantastic.
Well, if you get to know him, we have the pleasure of getting to know some of these drivers and these legends, and he is just so much fun to be around.
Oh, yeah. Quite the character.
Yeah, I got to meet him years ago at VIR at a restaurant, the Hammonds. Some of our IGT competitors where Tommy was working with the TLM team as an instructor. Oh, Mocus is off there in a safe area, so they don't have to go double yellow, so we appreciate that. Some heads-up driving from Colin Mocus. But, yeah, I got to meet him there, and then he's been in the IGT paddock for about 4 or 5 years now.
Yeah, and his stories about racing with Senna and all the stuff that he did are just incredible. A career that never really flourished to the point of where it should have. The speed was there, and Tommy will tell you, he made a lot of mistakes along the way and just didn't do things politically the right way that you sometimes have to do in the big-time paddocks.
Yeah, at that level.
At that level.
Get to the top levels, you have to be just as much as a politician
Totally.
as you do talent. And, you know, there's so many things that nowadays they might take 2 equal talents and whichever one's better looking. You know, or whichever
100%.
one knows this senator or anything like that.
Dresses a little differently. I mean,
Yeah.
it's all graded, and it's all taken into consideration, and it's all picked over. And Tommy will tell you he was a little off on a few of those things in a couple of those areas over time, and that probably cost him. But there's one thing you cannot deny, Tommy Byrne is exceptionally quick behind the wheel.
So we saw Bob Weiss in there. Here he is. Here's Tommy Byrne. Was I seeing something on the front left hanging down? But that is those new Porsche Caymans, that brownish, that's hemp. That's hemp fibers. And Porsche has figured out that that's lighter, it's more durable, it's cheaper, it's more green. And so you see in Europe, they don't allow them to wrap that section in European racing because the green initiatives over in Europe. So, you know, you wrap it with plastic, it kind of takes away the green efficiency.
Yeah.
So they're running kind of a, what you'd call a European livery to these Porsche Caymans.
Well, I love the exposed carbon fiber when you see that in a production car.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this done the right way on the right car could probably look pretty impressive as well.
And I asked the mechanics, and they looked at me like I was crazy. I can't figure out why, but I said, well, what if that part catches on fire? Do you get high off that?
Dude, that was coming.
But the canards are also hemp fiber there in the front.
Yeah, that just opens up a whole host of potential jokes.
But we were talking about, and I was asking Mark Sandrich about this. Like, so Mark Sandrich was Sandrich Foods. Bob Gee, the Cookie King of Chicago, he makes like Tate's foods. So he's like the Midwest distributor for like Tate's and like, oh man, I'm drawing a blank now, but Pop-Tarts, anything like that is made at his facility in Chicago. I think he said he has over 300 employees, was able to keep them employed through COVID. And to hear him talk about his employees, we had dinner last year. He truly loves all of his employees. He treats them like family. Mark Sandrich, same thing. His employees come down from Medina, Ohio to watch him race. I've heard nothing but good things about the Mission Foods with Juan Gonzalez, Tommy Ballister, but I don't know what it is about International GT and our food industry, but they love it.
I wonder if it has to do with the kind of cars that you can run in this category. They're a little bit more modern at times, beautiful, powerful, technologically advanced. Maybe they just push a lot of the buttons that those guys kind of gravitate towards.
And if you're an entrepreneur like that, you don't want to compete against one, you want to compete against 60.
And I know Mr. Gonzalez loves Porsche.
Yeah.
So.
But he loves his motorsports, man. I spoke about that a little bit earlier, how he's just sponsoring everything. But man, we're getting to the end of this. We've got 3.5 minutes left. Owen Trinkler out front over Evan Slater. Keith Grant, I don't know how he's doing this, but he's staying up there in the top three in that Stuttgart Cayman 4-liter. Then Todd Sloan in the number 25 and 4th, started first. Brian Hicks in the 22 is 5th. Bob Weiss in 6th. Sandrich. But see, there's Burns moving up in 9th place right now. Burns, sorry. It's Burns on our scoring.
Yeah, it's singular Byrne.
And it's spelled like David Byrne of the Talking Heads.
Right, B-Y-R-N-E.
I have to associate everything with music.
And I'm waiting.
What's that?
Well, there had to be something coming.
But I did think I should have said something about burning down the house or something like that.
Yeah, so I figured there was going to be something coming along.
Here we go. Bob Weiss looking inside. Brian Hicks at the keyhole. Brian Hicks saw him coming. They've been just going at it. I think they've passed each other 3-4 times this race.
It's a great place to make a pass. Takes a while to set it up, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, you might be starting at the carousel to make that pass.
100%.
And a lot of people say Mid-Ohio is difficult to pass, and then the other drivers say, no, it's just like the traditional track you set up to pass maybe the corner before. This one may be 4 or 5 corners before you're making a setup to pass.
And that's what makes it, quote-unquote, difficult, if you will, compared to a lot of other tracks where you can't just blow by a guy due to horsepower, or you can't just...
We're at the 2-minute warning.
Easily get inside, yep. Final 2 minutes of this one.
Here come Bob Weiss up through the field. Great shot there of the speed through Thunder Valley around Summit Racing carousel. And I think this is the closest battle on track right now for position.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's up near the front of the field.
Yeah, so Weissen should now score 6th, I think. He should be on the same lap. But there's our leader, Owen Trinkler, coming through Mission Foods turn 1 up to the keyhole.
Really like that shot, how the cars just come up over the little rise there.
You can see under the cars. So there's that Sandwich Food, Grandma Salads, Porsche Consulting, Owen Trinkler car. Gonna bring it in. Checkered flag, I believe, is coming out. I see the checkered flag in the hand of the starter. Surely there's cars out there. You shouldn't be holding it just now. Did they already wave the checkered flag? I'm not sure. I'm not hearing anything from race control, but let's see if he makes this pass. Then they haven't waved the checkered flag at the leaders, but I'm not sure why they're waving it.
Trinkler has already gone by apparently.
No, has he?
Well, he's definitely waving it.
Yeah.
He's not just out there. There goes Stubber by.
So I don't know who they waved it on, but they didn't wave it on the leader because he's still racing.
And this is still a good battle here. Hicks got around him again here.
Here we go. That should be, Trinkler takes the checkered flag. He wins the race. See where Evan Slater is. So what happened is I think the starter just didn't wave waved the checkered flag when the time ran out instead of waiting
for the right car
to come around.
That can happen. Maybe he had a spa appointment this morning too.
Yeah, maybe. So welcome back. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It looks like it's going to be a pretty day. No clouds, but the heat index
going to be high.
It's going to reach over 100 degrees. And that's right when the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series goes out on track.
Yeah. It'll be tough on the drivers today, not just in the car bin, but you spend all day sitting in it, right? When you're not in the car, you're just in the paddock. You're hanging around. You're constant. No matter what you're doing, there's just not a lot of AC available here, right?
So Andrea Robertson, the first of our SVRA. Richard Grant is going to be 11th. Andrea Robertson in that Ford GT is scored at 11th there.
Porsche grabbed the top 11 spots, was it?
Yeah, which is normal for IGT Enduro. So Mark Sandrich, Owen Trinkler wins the Enduro. And like I said on the grid walk, that these Porsche drivers, this is kind of their big race of the weekend. You know, if you're a Porsche fan, you like endurance racing. So that's going to mean a lot. Michael Merritt, Evan Slater in second, our points leader. Then Keith Grant somehow stayed with them in that Cayman 4 leader. Made a lot of these Porsche Cup guys pretty sad. Todd Sloan, 4th. Bob Wyson, 5th. Great job of Bob Wyson. Brian Hicks is 6th. Owen Trinkler and Jordan Sandrich, 7th. So Owen Trinkler, a 1st and a 7th.
By the way, I meant to tell you this morning, but the spa thing got in the way again. Denise Merritt reached out to me through Instagram. It's interesting how everybody can connect now, right? Denise and I have never, unfortunately, spoke in person, but thank you for reaching out, Denise. She mentioned that George Michael Merritt is from Mentor, Ohio. So
that is close to here. I thought he was in Florida.
Well, she says the team he races with is from Florida.
Okay.
But he apparently is from here in Mentor.
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 It's like Brisbane or Brisbane.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, but it's Mentor. Mentor on the lake.
So, Denise, thanks for reaching out. Appreciate that. And hopefully we got that all correct for you.
So, International GT, there's the winning car. There's George Michael Merritt, or Michael Merritt there. And then there's the finish. So, Evan Slater, Michael Merritt, nice job. But I love we have such little information in the booth that anytime anybody can text me or, make a comment on the YouTube page, it always helps us out.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes we don't even get grid sheets or what have you. I mean, it can be a little chaotic at times. But we try to give you the best information we can. Sometimes the sheets don't have hometowns on them. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they're wrong.
Help us out.
Yeah.
Reach out to us. Yeah, leave comments in the YouTube section.
All right. Well, F4 is next. That should be an exciting race. So make sure you stay with us right here, because when we come back to Mid-Ohio, we'll be gridded up and ready to go.
is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HT2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. Ralph Shaheen here with you, getting ready for F4. Cars have rolled off and are starting to make their way around before we get this one underway. And I'm going to be joined in the booth by Luca Day. Luca, great to have you with us. Let's get you turned on. There you go.
Yeah,
try that now.
It's great.
Good, good. And you're going to be running the Ligier JFC race later.
Yeah.
And how's that series going for you?
It's been pretty rough, but we've been working a lot on the car and just new overall. So
let's get this mic a little closer to you here so we can hear you. Go ahead and speak.
So
up.
yeah, we've been
we
working
go.
a lot on the car and personally, yeah, we're just learning the track, so it's been great.
As we get ready for this first open wheel race of the day, what's the biggest challenge with an open wheel car here at Mid-Ohio?
I would say turn 4. you definitely need some late braking. For me, I had some issues, but it's a great corner for overtaking.
Which is where we're headed to here now as the field continues on their warm-up lap. Might get a little tight going into 4 here. Especially on cold hand-cooked tires on the opening lap or two, huh?
Yeah, it was chaotic yesterday, race 1 for JFC. 3 people off track, so yeah.
Hopefully a little smoother this afternoon. Here's a look at the starting lineup. Alex Popoff, Kekai Hawanio, Cooper Shipman, who won yesterday, Caleb Campbell, Dimitri Nolan, and Clemente Huerta. 6 cars to start this one. Field forming up. Janetta's safety car is off. Green flag, and we're racing here in Mid-Ohio. F4. Pop off quickly into the lead in the 55. Even on cold tires, you got to carry a lot of speed through Mission Foods turn 1 on an opening lap.
You got to do, or it's a very, very interesting corner.
Look at Kekai Hawanio on the 29, filling up the mirrors of Popoff. Nolan tagging the back end of the field here. So Popoff in the white car jumps out to the early lead over Hawanio in that bright orange number 29. Good battle building up here for third, and this is where we're going to be on those brakes and cold tires at 4. Side by side for third, Shipman and Campbell. And it looks like it was Campbell that came out with the spot. Popoff doing everything he can to try to stretch out a lead, but Kekai's not giving him much of an opportunity. He's staying right with him. Here we come into Summit Carousel. Yes. Campbell in third, Shipman in fourth. Huerta, Clemente holds down fifth, just in front of Nolan at the back end of the field. And now we're seeing Campbell really starting to put the pressure on Kekai. So you're in Campbell's position here and you're trying to find a way around Kekai. What are you looking at?
Well, like we saw yesterday, Campbell, especially in turn 4, around the outside. But I think he should just hold it and
He's
wait.
trying that again here.
Yeah, and it works.
He's going to make it work. And he pushes Kekai wide as they come through the next corner. And I thought Shipman was going to try to stick a nose in there too, but he thought better of it.
Yeah.
There's just so much dirty air off the back of these cars, right?
It is very bad, especially at Road America when there was that oil on the track. It was super bad at the start.
Oh, problems here for Dimitri Nolan. And that could bring out a full force caution.
It's been really unlucky for him all weekend. I hope he does better.
Setting yourself up for Mission Foods turn 1. How do you do that coming down the front straightaway? What are you thinking about?
For turn 1?
Yeah.
Well,
so down towards 4 we go with Popoff up front. Nothing has changed there. Alex having a good run here so far. We're going to say just a local yellow there for Nolan. So we keep green the rest of the way around. Shipman in fourth. He's got to find a way around Howineo now. See if he can get himself up on the podium for the second time this weekend. Pop off out of Miami, Florida, the MLT Motorsports entry. Dr. Michael Thompson giving him a helping hand.
For me, this is a very interesting track because it's very tight for the passing. So turn on the straightaway to turn 4 is a really good spot, but everywhere else is super, super tight. You're going to see a lot of fighting turn 6, turn 7. So especially with Caleb and Keikai, they had a nice battle yesterday.
Watching the fight right there with Keikai Howineo in the orange 29 and Cooper Shipman coming up behind him in the yellow accented machine. He's going to swing to the inside, headed to 4. Under braking. Strong move, but Keikai goes a little bit deeper, and that's going to be just enough to barely hang on to 3rd.
Yeah, braking is really important in that corner. So whoever could brake a bit later is going to get the position.
Howineo from Tampa, Florida, that Crosslink Motorsports NE Wear Transport Pack 29. And Shipman out of Austin, Texas, in the Kiwi Motorsports entry. And there's Dimitri Nolan walking back from Fairview, Texas, and a Crosslink Motorsports entry as well. Campbell's hanging in there, but he just doesn't seem to be able to close much on Popoff. Even though he ran a tick quicker on that last lap, he's still a good second or so back behind him.
Yeah, Alex has a really good pace. So he just focuses right when the race starts. Just get as far as you can from your driver just to break that draft. And it seems like it's working really well for him.
Mid-Ohio is the most visited track in series history for F4. They've raced here every year since the inception of the series. Alex is just not putting a wheel wrong, is he?
Yeah, he's really good. He's not Road America is always good, but it seems like he's really putting on the pace.
Look at that battle for 3rd. Here he goes. Shipman looking inside, going into Mission Foods 1.
That is a very hard corner to pass. Credits to him.
Yeah, he made it look easy, didn't he?
Yeah, it really isn't easy.
That'll put Shipman back up on the podium again. They're a very strong performance yesterday.
Seems like Keikai's doing more mistakes. He made a lot yesterday, but he seems to keep 3rd. But it's got to him again.
Sometimes it's just hard to find your rhythm, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, someone passes you, you feel like you're not doing good enough, and that could kind of affect you. So
you start pushing and
yeah, making mistakes.
Headed over to the Summit Carousel.
It's a very, very tight corner. You really need to get that entry right or not. You could go slight wide and you could mess it up.
Well, Campbell's starting to chip away at it a little bit. He picked up another 10th. And he's got 21 minutes to get it done. Yeah, he's cut it down about half a second between him and Popoff now. But look at Shipman closing right back up.
That's going to be a fight for sure.
Which could be good news for Alex Popoff, the fact that Shipman and Campbell start battling over second gives him a chance to stretch that gap back out again.
Yeah, sure. But it seems like Caleb's catching up to Alex, so that's going to put him under pressure for sure.
Campbell is definitely closing. Where does it seem to you that Campbell's making up his time?
I feel like on the straight with the draft is really, really good on the straight on the way to turn 4. So he definitely uses that draft to close in a lot.
Didn't look like he got through the carousel as good as Popoff that time. Although he picked up another 10th on the lap. Well, if he keeps chipping away at it like this with 19.5 minutes to go, he's going to have plenty of time.
Oh, and Shipman closing in very, very closely.
Yep, Shipman is right there.
That draft is going to be
huge right
yeah.
here. The one who's losing touch is Keikai Hawanio.
Oh, it's been really rough for him.
Driver back and forth in that orange car. Here's Campbell looking inside, also defending on the outside as he's being attacked. Shipman pushing hard as the inside now.
Again,
that'll change again at the next corner.
Again, it's the braking. Brake later, you get the position. So.
Campbell pulls it off and hangs on. And that also allowed Hawanio to close back up.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting towards the end to see how Hawanio recovers.
So you had a busy time at the Montreal Canadian Grand Prix, didn't you?
Yeah, it was very interesting.
Tell me a little bit about all the media opportunities you had.
It was very great to get media attention. I mean it's my hometown, so it felt really great to see the amount of support I get. On how Neo closing in. He's going to get that position soon.
O'Neill's still stuck in 4th. Has definitely closed up.
And Shipman getting that draft to Caleb.
Shipman looking inside.
Is he going to pass?
Just can't get close enough. Boy, he is right up under him. Here's the carousel.
And that really helps Alex get away.
Yeah, Popoff has definitely stretched the gap back out. It was half a second last time by. Let's see where it's at now. It's got to be over a second. Yeah, 1.29.
And that fight between Caleb and Shipman is really going on right now. It's going to help Keikai come on in.
And Campbell was only picking off a 10th per lap, so he's got a lot of work to do now.
Oh,
again.
and Keikai
looking inside at the keyhole. Nope.
feel like Shipman's really going to use the late brakes to pass Caleb here.
Here we go. Setting up the attempt again. Shipman on the outside here. Campbell goes nice and deep. Makes it a lot easier this time. Shipman crosses back over. And again, comes to the inside.
Oh,
almost contact there.
And now you see Keikai closing in.
Yeah, Keikai closing back up. Well, it looks like Campbell got a little loose there, too. That's going to give Shipman a run. Headed to the carousel.
And Alex really putting on the run here.
Shipman
25.5.
inside. Trying to make that work. No, not close enough. Headed to Mission Foods, turn 1. Inside of 15.5 minutes to go.
And Alex extending that gap to 1.7 seconds now.
Keikai looking inside, gets up on the curbing here at the keyhole. Hawanio trying to put a pass together on Shipman. That's a fight for third.
And that really helps Caleb pull away.
Hawanio can't get it done and loses a couple of car lengths now. Everybody has to catch their breath, settle down, and find their rhythm again. They've got inside of 15 minutes of racing left to go. Thunder Valley.
And he went wide.
It's the first mistake we've seen out of Popoff all day. Here's Shipman.
Shipman.
Again looking inside, up on the curbing. Campbell comes back strong as he has throughout this race and fends him off. Doesn't look like anybody's in a position to make a move this time going into 4. See if he can do anything with it this time.
And you see Caleb is also catching up to Alex. I think Alex is going to get put under pressure anytime soon.
Inside of 13 minutes to go now. Yep.
Oh, and that gap to
125.8 and 125.1, a huge difference for Campbell. And he's closing within half a second. As they come down to the keyhole, he looks to the outside. Campbell, that's the long way around the keyhole for sure. Hard to make that pass, but can he get the drive? Popoff tries to push him a little wide. They almost touched going down this long straightaway. What's going to happen at 4 under braking? Side by side through 3. Still right alongside of each other. Inches apart. Hard on the brakes here. Popoff by a nose going into the corner. Shipman closing in as well. And he's trying to find a way through if these two get together. And that also keeps Hawanio in the fight. And Popoff defends the position and hangs on to the lead.
Oh, and
Shipman, good drive. Trying to get there. This time I think he's going to get it as we see Campbell go wide. And Hawanio's coming through as well.
wow, that one off track really really hurt Caleb.
One small mistake by Campbell, and all that work goes out the window. As both Shipman and Howineo get by, and we're down to 11 minutes left to go here. Just when it looked like Campbell had a great shot at the lead and potentially the win, he finds himself in fourth after a mistake.
And K-Kai with the fastest lap, a 1:26.063.
Well, that's when he needed it. Got him back into podium position.
Shipman really putting under pressure on Alex.
Howineo being tacked by Campbell now. Campbell trying to find his rhythm, get back at it.
Oh, and pass on the inside.
Nice move by Campbell as Howineo gets a little wide. Now can Campbell catch back up to Shipman? He's got 10 minutes to get it done. Shipman starting to put the pressure on Popoff. And Shipman has had a great weekend here so far.
Oh, and you see who are at the closing in with all those fights.
Popoff, we've only really seen one very minor mistake by him today, and it wasn't enough to lose a position. Here again comes Shipman, utilizing the draft, looking outside, under braking. Popoff has been very good here, and he's on the inside. Is that going to stick? Yes. New leader here in Mid-Ohio.
And all three of them are closing in.
Now, Campbell looking inside. Oh, boy. Right into the side pod there. Campbell by a nose. Can he make it stick? And all of a sudden, Alex Popoff finds himself losing 2 spots and dropping back to third. So sliding through the carousel is Popoff. Did you see that?
Yeah. Again, he's making more mistakes. It's going to cost him. Campbell with the fastest lap, too.
Shipman, who got his second pole of the season this weekend here in Mid-Ohio, is fastest in practice, fastest in qualifying. Got the win yesterday. With Popoff in second and Howineo in third. And Shipman looking to absolutely sweep the weekend here. He can get another win. Campbell's got other ideas, though. Oh, he almost goes too deep there into 4. Very easy to overrun that corner.
Very, very easy. It is. You cannot mess up that corner. And you see it cost him a lot as he's pulling back.
Oh, look at Popoff sliding.
Oh!
And Howineo went off, gathered it back up. Popoff has used up his hand cooks. His tires are gone. He was under attack the entire time for at least 2/3 of the race. And I think he has just used them up. Right now he's fighting to just get on that podium. Which a second and a third would still be a good weekend. Campbell a good car length back here in second now. Got to use that draft again.
That draft on that straight is super crazy. People just pull away super quick. And you see Alex pulling back now.
Here he comes looking inside, not close enough. Now Neo's got to be careful because Huerta has closed up. So the fight for fourth is starting to develop. But this is the best battle.
You're really going to start seeing the pressure for the last 5 minutes.
See who gets through the carousel better this time. Is anybody else starting to lose the grip in those hand-cooked tires? Pretty smooth for the top two. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
and right there is Huerta.
Closing
Huerta pushing on Jawanillo now. And Popoff just in front. So it's a three-car fight for the final spot on the podium. And
oh, Huerta.
Yeah, Huerta got around him, didn't he? Huerta completed the pass, I believe, going into Mission Foods turn number 1.
And that's an unlucky weekend for Keikai. I mean, he had that podium yesterday, but it's been going all wrong.
Here's the battle for the lead. Campbell right alongside. Shipman takes him a little wide, but Campbell comes right back inside next corner. Side by side here. Great fight for the lead. And potentially the win with 4.5 minutes to go. Campbell not done yet. Still pushing. Still pushing inside here. Look at this fight. Back to the inside as we come rumbling through Thunder Valley. Up to Summit Carousel. Shipman inside. Campbell on the outside now. Couldn't get him on that lap. Popoff still in front of Huerta and Jawanillo.
Caleb might get this draft here to pass him on the inside or outside.
Tucked in nicely here. Looking outside, that'll set him up to try to get a good run through the keyhole, tuck back up, and use that draft down the backstretch. And there he is. Right where he wants to be on the draft, correct?
Yes, that is. He's going to
look outside.
Yeah.
See if he can use him under braking. Shipman really good down there. Oh, no.
Oh, Caleb.
Big mistake. Gets into Ben's signs, one of the Cube 3 architecture signs, and Campbell has lost all of that opportunity. And with 3 minutes to go, going to be very hard, Luca, at this point.
That might just be it for Campbell. I mean, that's a huge gap for him.
And Popoff gets a little bit of life as he sees Campbell suddenly right in front of him.
Keikai closing into Huerta as well.
Popoff still fighting with traction issues on the back end of his car. Shipman with the quickest lap that time around. Campbell now 2.5 seconds back with inside of 2.5 minutes to go. That's going to be very, very, very difficult for him to make up.
He's really going to have to push super hard.
And Keikai, for the championship, really needs 4th and not 5th. So he's got to find a way around Huerta here. Here he goes, looking inside on Huerta. That's the move he needed. That gives him a couple extra points towards the championship, which will be incredibly valuable after Shipman puts together such a strong weekend here in Mid-Ohio. Just a minute. Oh, boy, look at K-Kai slide that car, and here comes Huerta right back by.
That's really going to hurt him for the championship for sure.
Inside of a minute and a half to go.
Oh, and Campbell lost that spot to
Yeah,
Powell.
I think Campbell is definitely struggling with grip. Popoff gets around for second. So if K-Kai can get going, he might actually have a shot at a podium spot on this last lap, but he's going to have to work awful hard and very quickly. Cooper Shipman going to just absolutely dominate this weekend.
Oh, and K-Kai right on the inside.
K-Kai gets through. That's fourth. Now can he do something about Campbell and sneak back up on the podium here? Shipman, Popoff, Campbell. Oh, Huerta looking inside. He's not done. And K-Kai slides it all the way in contact there. Not enough damage. Everybody keeps racing, but it's heating up in this fight for fourth. K-Kai with a mistake there. That's going to allow Huerta to sneak away, and that could be the end of it. Clock is about to run out. Checkered flag should be waiting for them. Here's Cooper Shipman. What a weekend here at Mid-Ohio for Cooper.
He's been doing super well, just extending that gap.
Gets the pole, fastest laps in practice, takes the win yesterday and takes the win here today. Popoff again with a second. Campbell miraculously survives for third. Huerta with a fine effort to fight back and take fourth. And K-Kai Hawanio can't wait to put Mid-Ohio in the rearview mirror and get on to the next race in New Jersey. It has been a frustrating weekend for him as he finishes in fifth.
That really hurt him. I mean, he got a podium yesterday, but he's been making so many mistakes just trying to fight for the lead, and that really got him.
Yep, they just started stacking up, and the frustration was just building.
He's really going to have to put a heck of a weekend on New Jersey.
That was round 8 of F4 U.S. Cooper Shipman, 4.6 seconds over Alex Popoff. Caleb Campbell on the podium. Clemente Huerta, really great run by Clemente. Started at the tail of the field, fought his way up to fifth, got in a position to challenge, and takes fourth. Strong effort there on a rough day. K-Kai Hawanio slips all the way back from leading early to the tail, finishes in fifth, and Dimitri Nolan saw him have troubles with his car pulling off early. All right, Luca, so that wraps up the day for you here with us, but you've got Ligier JFC coming up in a little bit, huh?
Yeah, that's going to be a heck of a battle.
What can we expect out of that race today?
Definitely the fight for the lead with Pablo and Gaston. I mean, Gaston still is in that championship, and he has to fight for the lead to stay in place because Pablo has been dominant with Cash, Beckham, so he really has to put on a show.
Well, that'd be a good one. That's coming up a little bit later. What time do you guys race today?
About an hour.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that one. Cooper wishes we could run the entire rest of the season right here in Mid-Ohio. He has had just a phenomenal weekend here. And as he crawls out to celebrate, we head down to Ben Sissel to talk to Mr. Dominant here this weekend, Cooper Shipman.
Well, thank you very much, Ralph. One thing I do want to point out, but while he's giving high fives, get a look at these tires. These are some used up, hand-cooked tires, as you can see. So some tire dang on that, unbelievable. But a clean sweep this weekend for Cooper. And that's got to be one of the best races I've seen, not just in F4, just seen in general. Unbelievable. But then after you got through all of that, you just kind of took off. How was the race out there for you?
Yeah, you know, it was a really strong race. I knew after that rough start that I was probably going to struggle a little bit in the dirty air behind the other cars, but, you know, I just stayed patient, tried to save the tires as much as I could, and then just waited for the right times to pass. And then as soon as I got to the front, I knew that the Kiwi Motorsports boys put a good car underneath me to where I could maintain that lead, and we came away with a win.
So you and Popoff coming into 4 on the back straight, could I have put a piece of paper between your wheels?
I'm not sure you could. It was pretty close, but luckily we kept it pretty clean, and we're both able to make it through there in one piece.
Nice. Well, Cooper Shipman, clean sweep here at a very difficult Mid-Ohio sports car course. I'll send it back to the booth.
Yeah, and Ben, here's a few of the stats on this one. So Cooper got his first career F4 U.S. win yesterday. Now he's back-to-back. I'm telling you, he loves Mid-Ohio. For Alex Popoff, this is his 5th podium of the 2025 season now here today. Keikai Hawanio had swept Road America like Shipman did here, was 3rd yesterday. That was the 6th time this season he's finished inside the top 3, but then here today finds himself in 5th. And Shipman's victory was the first win yesterday, first win for Kiwi Motorsports in F4 U.S. this season, but now they've got 2, and they join Crosslink, MLT Motorsports, and LC Racing Team as winners in 2025. Well, Luca, thanks for coming by. Best of luck in your race. We'll see that coming up a little bit later. For now, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Stay with us. We got more racing coming your way from Mid-Ohio after this.
Up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Fauci back here with you at Mid-Ohio. Ben Sissel has made his way back over. Well, your little scooter's getting in the laps today, isn't it?
Yeah, it's putting the miles in, but that's what it's for, right?
Yeah. Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B here next, Ben. So they tell me.
Yeah, one of my favorite races. We just saw Parker Willis coming over in that Group 5, Spec Racer Ford. But this is also our Group 2 Formula Ford split race. I don't like seeing open-wheel cars out there with sedans and other cars like that. Neither do they. They behaved well yesterday. Let's hope for that today. Kim Madrid was not happy at the finish yesterday. We saw her waving to cars with only one finger at the finish of yesterday. But she had it. I'll tell her, you know, I love Kim Madrid. She's one of my favorite people in the paddock. She had a bad race at Indy on Saturday.
Yeah,
she won the race on Sunday. So don't count her out here.
She can bounce back. She's not a quitter for sure. These drone shots give you an idea of just how pretty it is here at Mid-Ohio and this through the Ohio countryside. It's very interesting driving out here to the racetrack. I don't know which way you come. I flew into Columbus. It's about an hour away. It's traditionally how I get here, and just a lot of beautiful rolling hills and farmland and Amish country as you make your way out here. Always love seeing the buggies. The different styles and all of that. It's just very unique, very pretty, very peaceful out here.
Yeah.
Until they fire the engines and the racing gets going, and usually it's pretty exciting here as well.
So you've seen graphics here of our starting grid, but the pace lights are out. They're coming to take the green flag, Ralph.
Here we go. Hatley in that green machine on the outside with Strong on the inside. Strong was living up to his name yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he is a very good driver, and he gets the advantage there over Hatley, but if Hatley's not careful, he might have two more to get by him.
Kim Madrid looks like she's going to settle in about 5th. Battling with Stuber. They were side by side headed to the keyhole.
So James Steer in that 1969 Winkleman.
Second wave ready to go. We're underway. Lotus to the inside, Porsche to the outside. The 356C is just not going to get there.
Yep. Yeah, and you would kind of expect that. The Bobsey's not out there. I'm wondering where our Bobsey, Robert Baxter, SR7, who won the race yesterday, I wonder where that car is.
Yeah, he wasn't challenged at all yesterday, was he?
He had John Nash in his mirrors, but not threatening. I love that Alpha Special. Miata, your Datsun. There's the Mini Cooper. That we need to get some shots of. Camera operator at the carousel, the summit section. You're going to see him going up on 3 wheels through there in about 2 laps, every lap. So Todd Strong out to a huge lead over Bob Hatley, then David Ballantyne. Then it looks like Steer and then Stubber. Paul Quackenbush had an off yesterday that hurt his suspension. He and his wife Susie are on a pilgrimage of a vintage race every weekend. They're planning to go to Pit Race next weekend, which is a beautiful track. I'm hoping he can fix that for then. I was hoping to see him out there today, but he's not out there right now.
I have not been there yet. Been looking forward to getting there.
It's a beautiful track. Okay, here's Kim Madrid. With
Mohawk flapping in the wind.
Her Deadhead sticker. And she was telling me that actually Mickey Hart from the Grateful Dead, the drummer, one of the drummers, saw her car and came up and talked to her at, I think, Sonoma or Laguna one year.
Really?
Yeah. And I told her I would freak out if Mickey Hart walked up to me.
That's really cool.
So Steer now getting the best of Ballantyne at the keyhole. So now it's Strong, Hatley, Steer, Ballantyne, Stubber, Madrid, Tom Linton. That's our top in Formula Ford.
Oh, here's a challenge. Hatley under pressure. I was going to get through that okay. Stubber hanging on in front of Kim Madrid.
And it is hot out there. They are up to top track temperatures. It's not only hot, but it's hot here sometimes, but it's not usually this humid. It's very humid.
Yeah.
So Steer still coming through, staying near the top. Let's see, he's taking a different line into the carousel. There's Sherm Johnston. Parker Willis to the inside. She's been having a good weekend. And that's Tom Raganetti in that beautiful Alpha Special.
And when you come to a racetrack that you just feel comfortable at, feel good about, confident, boy, you can just string them together, can't you? I mean, like Cooper Shipman did earlier today. And seeing here now, Strong out front. Just feel like you have the place dialed in.
So that's Parker. Then Raganetti. And it's William Greenman in that beautiful MG Midget. Mark Pladsen in that Morgan 4.4 from 1964 going through Mission Foods.
Getting around the Miata there. Just looking at how big that Miata looks behind the Morgan.
Mm-hmm. And Morgans were pretty mid-sized.
Yeah, I mean, they're
British
not
sports
exactly
cars
the
back then.
smallest thing, are they?
It's crazy how things have changed. To think of a Datsun 510 as being a family sedan back in the day, that would never be a family sedan now. It'd be the size of a Nissan Versa. Okay, so Todd Strong up front, Ballantyne looking in. Steer getting a little loose. Uh-oh, what's happening to Todd Strong? He is losing his momentum.
Big time.
And that cost Hatley. Hatley got behind Strong, not knowing that.
It's not where he wanted to be. It's going to cost Hatley 2 spots, Strong 2 spots as well. And we have a new leader.
Ballantyne in the lead. Todd Strong going way off the line. He's having some mechanical. And then
here comes your Mini Cooper, unfortunately about to get lapped.
That's all right.
Or passed by the center. So thinking about Kim Madrid's Mohawk on her helmet there, did you ever rock the Mohawk, Ben?
I did for about a week.
A week?
Yeah.
A whole Mohawk?
Yeah, I lost a bet.
Oh, fantasy football?
No, it was before fantasy football. It was just, it was over, I think it was over the NFL playoffs.
Uh-huh. And the loser had to get a Mohawk?
Yeah.
That's rough.
It was all right, but the problem was we were flying internationally.
Ooh.
So I got the extra check.
Yeah, I bet you did.
There's Raganetti in that beautiful Alfa Romeo Special. And then the smile on that Miata. Michael Tomei, 94 Mazda Miata. So I'm getting a alert on race control that the Porsche 356, the 141, is smoking.
I bet that Morgan's a kick to drive.
Yeah. He looks smooth. Here is that 141. I'm not seeing some. Oh, yeah, just a little haze out of there.
Yeah.
So that might be these 356s, like the Beetles, a little bit of oil leaks out of the valve cover and onto the headers and creates that smoke. So he's probably not dropping smoke, but that means he's probably got just a little bit of a gasket leak. What we're looking for, oh, you saw his front wheels kind of moving up and down, but what we're looking for is that's That's not enough oil to get onto his rear wheels and spin him or spin somebody else. That's just smoking out of there.
Don't see any shine to anything. Oh, that's where it gets tight.
Oh, Ballantyne, yeah, and he's, you know, like I said, he's new to this, so he's not used to racing in these mixed groups, and that Morgan may not have even seen him there. This is where it gets hairy.
Hadley inside as well on the Morgan.
Okay, so Raganetti is saying, pass me over here, guys. So that's great for the Formula Fords because they're like, okay, he's aware of me. Now I have to follow his orders.
Yeah.
But Ballantyne out front in Formula Ford with Steer, Hatley, Stubber, Madrid, Linton, Carnop, and Sherm Johnston behind him. Looks like Todd Strong may have come into the pits with the mechanical. He was leading this race.
Hatley.
Maybe.
Got him.
It's fun to see the Formula Fords, how Todd Strong was in a vintage Ford, and then it kind of went to the club Fords. Then Bob Hatley's in the modern Ford with the inboard springs, trying to move all the weight to the center of the car. And those suspensions, without the shocks, they just look like they're just little rods holding the cars together.
Yep.
So Ballantyne up front looking really good. So that looks like not a great line there, taking that late apex, but it sets you up for these two corners that are so critical to get on this little bit of a straight in such a momentum car. And it looks like Madrid is close enough to Stubber to try to make a pass maybe into 4 if she sets this up correctly. And that's sometimes in these momentum cars, that's how far ahead you have to think.
Oh, for sure.
So before you come into turn 1, you're thinking about a possible pass at turn 4.
You're really coming out of the carousel thinking about the keyhole, aren't you?
Yeah.
Thinking if I get through here good, that sets me up for turn 1. If I run through there, all right, I got a shot at this guy when I get to the keyhole.
Now, Hatley has an aerodynamic advantage here with that more modern Swift, so he should be able to use it going into 4. It looks like he's going to try to make a pass on the outside. Ballantyne sees him.
Hatley's been really good working 4 here today.
Yeah, he's moved up a position each time just about. Uh-oh, Steer.
Oh, boy. He cooked it in there pretty good, didn't he?
These look like Pinewood Derby cars from this angle.
They do.
So Bob Hatley up front with Ballantyne, and then Steer right behind him. This is the overall 1, 2, 3. Different classes of Formula Ford, but in Formula Ford it doesn't matter. You want to win overall. Here they come, Bob Hatley from Southern California, but we've got lap traffic that they're going to be reaching probably by the keyhole of Parker Willis in that spec racer. Oh, Kim Madrid has now lost Stubber, so she was able to make a pass on Stubber, and now she's going to want to get up there with this front group. Bob Hatley wisely just making sure that Parker sees him. And they're all through. Ballantyne desperately. Ooh, Tom Linton went way loose there at the exit of Mission Foods turn 1 and barely was able to collect it. Hatley missing the exit mark there of the keyhole. And now Ballantyne might be able to suck up behind Hatley into 4, but I don't think he's close enough. Going through Q3 Madness, you can see more and more spectators getting here, lining the fences.
So, soon, since I know you and your music, as soon as you mentioned Madness at that section of the corner, my mind went immediately to Iron Maiden. Can I play with Madness?
That's a good one. Yeah, I like that. I thought you were talking about the band Madness.
Well, that one too.
James Steer is falling back from this group. He's still 3rd, and it's a long way to 4th with Kim Madrid, but Bob Hatley and Ballantyne still going at it. Bob Hatley in a 1989 Swift DB3. Okay, Valentine now, he's behind him. He's going to try to use this draft. Hatley just a little bit of a quick correction in that steering wheel with momentum cars, just that little correction. Scrubs some speed off of Hatley, and now Valentine going in side by side with Hatley. Almost was able to make it work. But on the exit, a little over under here, Ralph.
Yeah, you'll see that a lot here, right? Sometimes over under in the two corners, back to back, especially when you get down here between 4, 5, 6. You'll see it swap back and forth numerous times.
Valentine trying to outbrake him.
It's going to be hard to get Bob Hatley in turn 4 today.
But he gave him room.
He gave him room, but it's going to be hard to get around him.
Yep.
Here you stand a better chance. You can see how they crossed over over again.
Yeah, because Valentine took the faster line through there because Hatley had to take the defensive line as they come up to that Porsche that's been smoking.
Now that could come into play. Hatley squirts past. Well, that's seeing the opening and taking advantage of it right away, isn't it?
Yeah, but I tell you what, that's the second time that's happened to Steer, that he's had to back up trying to make a pass on Valentine, which he should, but sometimes we'll see drivers get impatient by their 4th or 5th time of trying that.
Yeah.
Now they've got the Mini Cooper to get around. Austin Mini of Christopher Chilson, a 62.
You say Cooper S?
Yeah. Okay, Valentine side by side again. Hatley has that aero advantage. And Kim Madrid starting to close the gap on this top 3. I think Steer's setting himself up. He got a great exit out of the keyhole. Now he needs to suck up in the draft behind Valentine. He's more side drafting now. Hatley running a great line for madness. Hatley coming over the hill. Here's that Datsun. Thomas Phelan. Tom Linton, who was able to just get past Kim Madrid at the start-finish line yesterday because of a pick and roll from the lap traffic. And now Madrid up to 4th. Started 7th in this group.
Well, that shows that grit and fight that she has, right? Frustrating day yesterday, but she's doing what she can to try to sneak up onto the podium here today.
It's going to be a long drive back for Todd Strong from leading the race to having some kind of mechanical failure to have to come out. But where'd Madrid go? We lost Madrid.
I didn't see. She hasn't crossed the line yet.
White flag next time by on car number 8.
Oh, what a shame for Kim Madrid.
Anybody see the 291 car?
There she goes, just crossing the line now. And where's she going to slot in?
Look at her body language.
Showing she's in 6th, but I thought she'd fallen further back than that.
Well, it's just with the Fords because they've lapped all the other cars.
Yeah.
Here comes Valentine. Bob Hatley taking the faster line through there.
That shows you the veteran skills of Bob Hatley. He's used multiple lines through turn 4 today, and he's used them at all the right times, right? Now he's in a bit more of a defensive mode. He takes that quicker line through there, keeps that gap going.
It's so important to hit your marks on these cars because they're so momentum based. Valentine, though, doing a great job doing everything he can to make Hatley look in his mirrors and maybe miss his mark into the next break zone. He's taking that wide entry into the carousel to set him up for a good late apex.
White flag is out for Hatley. going to be hard to rattle his cage, isn't it?
Yeah.
So which line, if you're Bob Hadley, do you take through 4 this time? Do you go through that quicker line? Do you protect the inside?
I don't
what
know.
Do you do?
It depends really on how close Ballantyne is. Like, he'll take the quicker line if he's got 3 or 4 car lengths. But if Ballantyne's coming in side by side, he's got to take the defensive or right behind him, I'd say.
Well, Ballantyne's in a good position to attack. Work the draft here.
He's been looking down the barrel of that shotgun sticking out of the back of Hatley's car, that exhaust, this whole race.
Feigns to the outside. Will he dive inside here?
He's right there.
Here he comes. Hadley's committed on the outside. Oh, boy, that's going to be tight. Oh, look out. They both go around. Who's going to come out with the lead? Neither of them.
Steer.
Steer gets it, and they're stuck in the middle of the water.
Steer has been patient this whole race. I said that he was kind of looking inside and thought better of it. So Steer, unbelievable race. That's how you do that. And Ballantyne, I thought Hatley, we were talking about the veteran Hatley, I thought he saw that coming. I thought he would have just gotten on his brakes a little bit more, but just went a little bit too deep, trying to race to the checkered flag. But it's not going to be James Steer.
Ballantyne went so deep. Hatley was on such a defensive line. He just got suckered in a little deeper than he wanted.
Ballantyne's going to finish, but he's not going to finish on the podium.
Here comes Steer to take the checkered flag. What a run. Drove a great race. Patient, smart, capitalized.
And Ray Stubber is going to have a 30-plus hour flight back to Perth, Australia, with a podium finish.
Yes, sir.
And that is why you stay in it, because anything can happen like that. You know,
Hatley just rolling across the line. Ballantyne gets 4th. Hatley gets 5th. Kim Madrid will get 6th.
I'm sure Kim Madrid's looking at Bob like, what happened, Bob? Why
How did
are
I
you
catch
back
you
here? Yeah. Roger Carnap in a Titan MK6 with a 7th place finish.
Well, that was a wild finish, Ben.
Yeah, Formula Ford very rarely disappoints, but that was crazy. That's why they call it madness. Took out some of my Cube 3 signs today.
Yeah, you lost a few.
Look at this Pac-Man hat. Oh, he's got a stuffed animal, a rabbit. Did he hear us? He like waved it right at us when they said that. Yeah, it's crazy. There's that Mini Cooper. Austin Cooper yellow. That's Christopher Chilson. I love those things.
Yeah. Hard not to like.
So I think Tom Litton is going to have to get out of getting out of his Winkleman, so he's not going to be able to join us on the podium because he's getting into the Donahue Porsche for this next group with SVRA
right.
Group 6. 6, 8, and 12. Look at this Alpha of Raganetti coming up, waving here, this red, white, and blue nose Alpha Special, 1 of 1. John Nash, the Morgan. Look at the winks from the Miata, saying hi to the fans. I like that. Up next is SVRA's Group 6, 8, and 12, the big American muscle cars. But James Steer steered his way to the top there, Ralph, and the race results. Number 1 for him, Ray Stubber, flying back to Perth, Australia. 2nd, Tom Litton, who's going to be in the next race somehow, was 3rd. David Ballantyne 4th, Bob Hatley 5th, Kim Madrid 6th, Roger Carnop 7th, Sherman Johnston 8th, John Nash 9th, Gregory Campbell 10th. Parker Willis, Tom Raganetti, William Greenman, Mark Pladsen, Michael Tomei, Thomas Phelan, Christopher Chilson, and then Todd Strong from first to last with a mechanical, unfortunately. It's going to be a long drive back home for Todd Strong.
All right, so you got your group there. I get my group next. Groups 6, 8, and 12. Big Thunder headed your way. Clear skies with the Thunders on the horizon. Stay with us. We are coming right back. Big cars, big noise coming your way from Mid-Ohio after this.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speed.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Welcome back to the Mid-Ohio Speed Tour and the Permco Vintage Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. This is our SVRA's Group 6, 8, and 12. A huge smattering of different cars here. So Group 6 is 1973 or older, big bore. Usually American muscle cars. There's a few Porsches based on the engine size in that group, or Jaguars or things like that would be Group 6. And there's several different classes even inside Group 6. Then we've got Group 8, which is more of our like B sedans, kind of medium bore production cars, like some of the smaller 911s, Datsun 510s, Alfa Romeos, Datsun 240s, 280s, things like that. And then Group 12 is more modern cars, or if you took a vintage car and overset it up outside of things that didn't happen in vintage, they go to Group 12. But it's kind of modern, either big bore production cars or medium bore production cars as 12A and 12B. But we've got some neat cars out here. Remember this car number 9? I never got to go talk to the driver of that to see what was hanging on the bottom of the car.
Well, it doesn't look like it's hanging anymore. They fixed it, whatever it was.
That's Tom Weglars.
Well, if they heard us talking about it, they saw it, or the driver felt it, but it's fixed.
So Paul Stubber, his brother, just got on the podium in the last race. Let's see if he can stay on the podium. But John DeGainer texted me last night. He said, I've got something for Stubber today.
That's a big statement.
It is. Yeah. Anthony Della Vecchia in 11th in a beautiful Chevrolet Camaro. Then we've got Tyler Brooks, David Huber in the 280. Tom Linton in his Mark Donahue Porsche. But I just heard the lights are out on the pace car. And Richard Payne out there in his Corvette. Here we go. They're coming to take the green flag, and this is your group, Ralph.
That's it. Let's crank up the volume on this one. Get that roar going. Let's feel the rumble. Such a cool group of cars. Even the Ford Capri in here. Here we go. Listen to that.
Nobody had anything for Stubber at the start there, did they?
No, they didn't. And if you don't have it for him there, it's hard to find it anywhere else.
He has taken off. John DeGainer right behind Michael Orger, and then Rick Mooney right behind him in that blue 42 with Phil Lasco, Kurt Vogt, Tom Shelton.
Orger with the lights ablaze, just trying to give Stubber something to think about.
Raganetti in that beautiful 240Z with a great paint job on it.
Full speed headed down to turn 4. See how good your brakes are.
There's that blue 42 right behind John DeGainer there. Had to get on the brakes a little bit more than Rick would have wanted to.
Yeah, he was fighting it through there, wasn't he?
Now that's put Phil Lasco right up behind him. But watch for this battle for second here between Orger, DeGainer, and Mooney. There's Bob Gee in the 696. Those two beautiful Shelby GT350s. They sound great there.
Sure do. And coming by to rattle our windows again here.
Big headlights. Phil Lasco. Then here's Bob Gee, the Cookie King of Chicago, was out there with Tommy Byrne. And now in the 696. With Kurt Vogt right behind him in that beautiful Boss 302.
Boy, those two Mustangs just look awesome, don't they?
Yeah. Richard Payne in that Corvette. And the Team Blitz Racing Capri. I do like those Capris.
They were definitely the thing in Europe, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, and Team Blitz specializes in manufacturing parts for street and race cars. The only surviving factory-built Trans Am Ford Capri is once again available to fans at Vintage Races. How cool is that?
Love it.
And I like the Trans Am series back in the day when they had Mini Coopers out there, Porsche 911s, the B sedans, the different classes. And manufacturers like Datsun put together a car, you know, they're like, well, let's go test this thing out. It was kind of a proving ground at that time for a lot of production-based sports cars.
It was definitely in the era of win on Sunday, sell on Monday, and all those manufacturers capitalized on that.
And in the 70s with the Suez oil crisis and all that stuff, they could have, when the gas shortages, they could have given up. But instead, they all made smaller cars like the Capris, like the 510s, to keep competing.
and still found ways to do performance with them.
Until Ralph Nader came in and ruined everything.
Yeah.
But they didn't. He didn't ruin Group 6. The big classic American muscle was just.
He must not have known about it, or he would
sucking the gas into these huge carburetors. Yeah. Ooh, gosh. Michael Origer almost went too deep there, but Rick Mooney. Michael Origer, Rick Mooney, and Bob Gee all with Stuart Black. And if you want car preparation, arrive and drive, great service, look to Stuart Black. I believe he's in Iowa, but he comes to a lot of these races with us. He was with us at Road America. So if you want to race one of these big Group 6 cars, look for Stuart Black. We've got Cobra Automotive, Concierge Motorsports. We've got a lot of great people.
If he's from Iowa, he's not supposed to be sports car racing. He's supposed to be running around dirt tracks with a wing on his roof.
I'm sure he's done a little bit of that too. I believe that's Skillman there.
I think it's a rite of passage in Iowa, actually.
Yeah, Bill Skillman in that Porsche 911 1973. Beautiful car. I was looking at this up close. He's with Eric Caton in the Q3 TA2 series. It's a beautiful car up close. That's Tim Bowder.
You know, that more modern Mustang coming at us right here is a great looking car. Obviously, incredible performance out of it, but that Boss 302, just all day over there.
Yeah.
All day.
Yep. But it's cool to see. You can see the lineage there.
You can.
You know, that's 55 years of
It
difference,
is.
basically. Maybe 60 years of difference.
But I'd give up the AC and the satellite radio in a heartbeat to have that Boss 302, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Even more than one of those Corvettes. That's weird coming from you.
Well, look, the Boss 302 is a rad race car.
Yeah.
It's a really impressive, good-looking machine. And that grabber blue is really a great color on that car. But if we're picking just one, I'm convinced I need a late 60s Corvette.
But obviously, they got it right. There's a 47-year difference between that Boss 302 and Tim Bowder's car behind him.
Yeah.
That should be a 302, right? The modern Mustang. Almost kind of the same. It's definitely the same kind of platform, but 47-year difference and running the same lap times.
Yeah.
So they got something right in 1970.
Boy, did they. And talk about winning on Sunday and selling on Monday.
Yep. Yeah, Parnelli Jones sold a lot of Mustangs back in those days.
Sure did.
A lot of Broncos, too.
Oh, yeah. Big Ole.
Jim
Rufus
Farley.
Parnelli Jones.
He's the current CEO, Vintage Racer, usually with us here at this event, and his Lola and his Cobra. But great racer. And, you know, racing is such in the Ford lineage. It's how Henry Ford became Henry Ford. That it's great that the person at the helm of Ford is still a very active race car driver.
Jim Farley, very, very active. Owns his own Cobra and numerous other machines. He's got a big block Cobra, too, 427.
Look
races.
at this. Tim Bowder just desperately trying to get around. But Kurt Vogt, he builds these cars. He services them. Owner of Cobra Automotive, the president of the Shelby American Club. He is a very capable driver. Here we go. Here's one of these B sedans we were talking about, the Alfa Romeo 571. That's Lee Poseidon. Poseidon's having quite the adventure out there.
I see what you did there.
Alfa Romeo GTV. And here comes the leader. Oh, and DeGainer's right behind him.
In a titanic battle.
Yes, very good. Oh, and I don't know if he saw him there. So that's going to cost DeGainer a little bit.
I can't believe he sucked me into that.
And then Rick Mooney. Orger looks like maybe his tires are going away from him a little bit.
Yeah, it could be something.
Phil Lasco waiting to pounce in that beautiful car. Phil Lasco's raced with us in the TA2 series. He's got a lot of really nice cars. So watch Stubber going down into here because he's got that Devon Evolution with that 327 right behind him of John DeGainer. So we're going to go to ice cream, John DeGainer, Lee Giannone at Road America next weekend if you want to go with us.
Oh,
because
yeah,
we got to fulfill my bet that I lost.
Tell me when.
But look at this. Now in the twisty bits, DeGainer should have a little bit of an advantage of Stubber. And Stubber's tires are probably going away from him. It is hotter than I can remember it here at Mid-Ohio. There's Raganetti in that Datsun.
That Bob Sharp livery Datsun looks so good.
Yeah, John Wiley. He's coming in.
Yep.
And here come the leaders. Uh-oh. What does DeGainer have? DeGainer he may break the streak. The only time we've seen Stubber go out of the lead of a race at the end was because of a mechanical. We've never seen him be passed outright for the lead.
No. And as we were talking about yesterday, it's not just catching Stubber and finding a way around it, but he slides that car so much that it makes it even wider than it already is. It's not easy to just roll up inside of him and get around him.
But he is making a big hole through the air.
He sure is. And DeGainer's trying to capitalize on it.
Look at his bouncing. He's set up for very soft suspension as Stubber.
Yeah, look at it under braking, dancing a little bit. He's got that 914.6 in front of him.
Yeah, they're hitting lap traffic at the worst possible place.
He's going to get around him.
Oh, and then
DeGainer gets hung up.
Yeah, that's going to cost DeGainer quite a bit. Lenahan there did everything he could, did the right thing, just kept his line. It's up to the faster overtaking car to make a safe pass. So you can't pick a worse part of the Mid-Ohio Sports Car course to hit lap traffic.
Yeah.
Skillman, that beautiful Porsche 911. I need to thank the Skillman Automotive Group out of Central Indiana. They've been housing a trailer for us for quite some time. So we appreciate that. I need to buy a truck, so I'm either going to go to Valley Automotive Group or Ray Skillman to get my truck.
There you go. Ray used to race ASA with us.
But
back in the 90s.
I have to practice what I preach. I keep saying that we as motorsports enthusiasts need to eat Mission Foods, need to get Sunoco fuel, but
absolutely,
people that are supporting motorsports like Ray Skillman sponsoring Eric Caton, that's where I need to buy my car. Okay, here we go. So, John DeGainer. Now, his only hope is that somewhere Stubber gets into lap traffic and he can make it up.
Paul's doing a really good job of picking his way through it. Every time he comes up on somebody, he seems to dispose of them rather quickly. He's not wasting a lot of time.
Now, it hasn't been unheard of. We might be speaking to Jim Farley, actually, because he'll have this on sometimes in the background, he's told me. He's very close friends with John DeGainer.
Got it.
They've worked together for years, so he may be tuning in. So if you are, Jim Farley, we miss you. Come out and race with us when you can.
Absolutely. I'm sure he's got some events circled on the calendar for the summer.
Yep. Yeah, I keep in touch with him a little bit. Love watching his racing. He's really good. Just a fun person to be around.
And a nice guy, right?
Colin Comer
really nice guy.
is going to be with us next weekend in GT1.
Who?
Colin Comer.
Oh. Long-time
motorsports columnist in a bunch of magazines, and long-time GT1 racer, but it'll be his first time I can remember him in Trans Am. Hopefully his son named Briggs will be there. Pretty neat. Okay, so now Rick Mooney's fallen back a little bit with the blue 42. Lap traffic is up. So now they're coming up to the quicker lap traffic. It's harder and harder to get past. And then this may work in DeGainer's favor because these two are in their own race. So they may not be looking in their mirrors with that Capri and the Richard Payne Corvette. We may see some fireworks here at the end. Yeah, they're going to meet Richard Payne in madness. He's going to hold up Stubber for DeGainer. So now it's coming into DeGainer's favor.
What
That's
can Stubber do
a
here?
quick car.
Right around the outside. He'll have inside line next corner. Got it done.
Now,
that's how you work through traffic.
Yep, but now DeGainer is going to have to get around Richard Payne. Alaska. This is the same as yesterday, just trying to get around. And now DeGainer's finding himself in a bad way around Richard Payne. Okay, those tires have got to be going away.
He's worked them pretty hard.
Yeah, as has DeGainer. And now Orger having a hard time with Payne. Uh-oh. Did
Good
Rick
side-by-side Corvette battle.
Where'd Rick Mooney go? The blue 42. He's off track. I didn't see him come into pit lane. There he is. Blue 42. So he may have gotten, I haven't heard any contact in my race control ear, but he might have tried to go around the outside, around that Capri, and fallen off a little bit. There he is. We do the Dick Mooney Memorial Race at Watkins Glen for his father every year. We'll be doing that in September. And September's Watkins Glen Vintage Race Fans is a vintage race event. We have Trans Am Pro going to Watkins Glen in just a few weeks. So it's back to the vintage race it was with the downtown parade, the Dick Mooney Memorial. I'm super excited about that. It's the best SVRA event of the year, I think.
I am really looking forward to that event. Not been there before. Always heard about it, read about it.
It's a great event. There's a lot of like what I'd call 4 or 5 premier vintage events. I would say that's the SVRA premier vintage event.
That's great.
Well, there's Kurt Vogt.
Any insights as to some special cars we'll be seeing that weekend?
No, but usually that's one of the weekends where it's the hardest to decide what's the most special car. So there is Anthony Della Vecchia, just out with a mechanical in that 1970 Camaro. But he's off in a place just outside of one that we don't need to put a full course caution. But look at this. We've got DeGainer coming into this corner right behind Stubber, just out of view there. And this is for the lead, and they're going to meet this lap traffic.
Whoa, Stubber is off. That could do it. DeGainer's going to get the door wide open. Oh, look at that. John DeGainer forced him into a mistake.
Wow, John DeGainer, unbelievable. He has that. If he can hold this, this will be the first time we've seen Stubber go out on his own.
And I mean, he's got a pretty healthy lead right now. Do you have any idea how much time is left?
They're coming up to the white flag here. So John DeGainer, so Stubber's got a lap and a half, but he's got dirty tires.
And traffic. Oh, man.
Let's see. DeGainer did text me. He said, I'm going to get Stubber. You've got a lap and a half here.
Yeah, he doesn't need to celebrate too soon, right? He just needs to stay calm, stay focused, get rid of these lappers, let Stubber have to deal with him. Stubber must have just run it in there so deep. That's a good move right there on the inside going through the carousel. The car was leaving. Okay, here we go.
There's Stubber.
See what the gap is.
Oh, he's there. And that car shows up in mirrors.
Oh, yeah.
That
you
bright
can't miss
yellow,
it.
yeah. Stubber, being a dirt tracker himself, did a very good job of getting through that kitty litter.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, man. He's got the muscle, and he's probably got a little bit of the red mist.
Oh, fair amount, I'm guessing.
He doesn't care about tire deg. He's flying back to Perth. Concierge can fix whatever happens. That's the attitude he's got right now.
100%. Let's take another look at it here. Yeah, you can see he's just way outside there.
Did a great job of not going deep into the gravel.
Look how he's still on the throttle, just sliding that thing through there.
Well, Edward Savajan, Concierge Motorsports, you're going to be picking some gravel out of that car for a while. Well, here they come. John DeGainer, Stubber, Michael Orger. That's your top three. And DeGainer has a big gap. I don't think he can do it.
I don't think he can either. I think he's just did that on the wrong lap to have a mistake. And with 2 laps to go, I'm really surprised he made that mistake. Here's DeGainer into the Summit Carousel for the final time. Here's Stubber. and history being made here today. John DeGaynor does it, taking the win in the Devon Evolution, and Paul Stubber will finish second.
And Michael Orger, Phil Lasco right there. But I need to read this text I got last night at somewhere around 9, 10 o'clock. This is from John DeGaynor. Paul Stubber is good, but I can beat him. He got around me, and that is on me. Yellow car challenge accepted. And he did it. He's the first one to do it this year.
He stepped up.
He's got a crew of 2. His dad is here who built that car in the early 60s. They've been developing it, I think, since 1961 or 1962, and I say they've done a very good job.
Yeah, they definitely have dialed it in.
Well, that was exciting. And even knowing Paul Stubber and the Australian attitude, he's going to say that was a great race.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that was an unassisted.
Oh,
no, that's
the
Rick
C4
Orton. Get off the line. That's
done.
oil. That's going to put a track cleanup. I hope you just go into the grass, Rick. Go into the grass right next to that Camaro.
No,
get off
we're
the
going to go all the way
line.
around. He's got to know he's got that problem, too.
There's that Bob Gee. So Bob Gee finished 5th. Nice job, Bob Gee. Ricky Bob Gee.
There you go. John DeGaynor over Paul Stubber. Take a picture of that one. Might be the only time this year that we say that. Will we get to see both of them at Road America next week?
SVRA is not at Road America.
That's right.
Next week is Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, FRP, Janetta Challenge, I believe, and maybe PSSA.
Oh, boy.
So Rick Ortman in that 26 finished 14th, but looks like he's got some engine problems as they come in here to Winner's Circle. I'm kind of excited to see what this is, and I'm hearing reports that it smells like gear oil on the front straight, so maybe it was a gear oil thing.
On the C4 Corvette?
Maybe.
Wow, what a finish. We had a preview of it yesterday and a good fight, and it all came together here today on the next to last lap, and John DeGaynor pulls it off. A great race-long battle. He gets him on the penultimate lap, forces him into a mistake, and takes the win. More action coming your way here from Mid-Ohio. Up next, and if I'm reading this, JFC Ligier Junior Formula Championship coming up after this break.
Look at these replays from the drone. You got Bowder in that Mustang 302 versus the Boss 302. The Bob Sharp car, love that car. And then that was the leaders coming in at that point. And then John DeGaynor able to get the best of them. John DeGaynor starting 3rd to 1st. Paul Stubber, look at that gap. It was Paul Stubber's race to win, for sure. And then he just went off a keyhole, a very difficult corner. Probably maybe looked in his mirror just a half a second too long, missed his mark, went deep. Maybe, there he goes, moving through there. Yeah. And then DeGaynor came through the carousel one last time. There's the gap, about 5.5 seconds. DeGaynor takes the checkered flag. There's your top 4. Then Bob E came through.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled hot, and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and Motorsport's experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find a Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at performance.com.
What does it mean to be built with some? It means you're hitting the autocross, strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speech 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look
Up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, SpeedCom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go
So I'm Drew Such, driving for Berg Racing, the number 28 car. This is my first year with the team, so it's been really great for the first 2 weekends.
My name is Harbir Das. I'm a engineering student at Georgia Tech, and this is my second year with Berg Racing, also second year in these cars. And it's been a great season so far. We had a really good one at NOLA, but yeah, happy to be here. Love working with Berg Racing. It's honestly like a kind of laid-back culture almost, but not quite laid back, but not quite like strict. Don't talk unless you're spoken to kind of vibe. It's a perfect medium, like a happy, chill vibe, I guess. And yeah, it's great. We're fast. We always know what we're gonna do with the cars. We always have a plan, and if that plan gets messed up, we always have a plan B. And everything always seems to, like, for the most part, fall our way. We were struggling with pace this morning. Well, not pace. We were struggling with some electrical problems, but we luckily got that sorted out.
So working with Berg Racing has been awesome. It's a really nice culture. So all of us are really good friends with each other, and you can tell through the weekend that everyone's very invested. Like, everyone really cares about securing good results. And so kind of fitting into that puzzle. Now that we used to have one driver, now we have two, and I'm trying to do my best to represent what all of the team has worked so hard for. Well, in my opinion, you only really need 2 cars. I think once you get into a bigger team with 4 or 5 or even 6 cars, you have the possibility of people getting lost kind of in that system. So if you have a team that's very focused on a couple of very specific things, that you can work a lot better and a lot more effectively than if you have kind of a bigger machine going on.
Well, on the track, it's all about position. Yeah, we'll battle to the death on track as long as we don't hit each other.
We just have a mutual understanding that each of us needs to maximize our own races. So we try to help each other as much as possible, but when it comes down to it, it's got to be, you got to look out for yourself as well. So I think we've done really well navigating that relationship. We've been really good friends for a while, so it's not been an issue for us. I think this is something that Berg Racing has been working up to for a while. Obviously, through the start of last year, Harbir saw a lot of progress with that team, and I tried to progress as a driver as well. So when I was able to join them, I felt like it was kind of the perfect storm. So we were just what a privilege to be like so successful right out the gate, and now we get to try and build on that at Road America. It's been a great weekend so far, and really looking forward to the rest of the season.
I think for me personally, if I try to think about it too much, it's just never gonna happen. So it's like I'll be following a car, and just I want to get the pass done as soon as possible. See the moment, see the opening, go for it, and just kind of work my way up there. I work a lot better at the front than I do in the back.
I think when you approach any race weekend, and any session really, driving a race car is a lot of management. So through a 30-minute race, there are a ton of things you'll have to manage. You'll have to manage the temperature of the brakes, temperature of the tires, and your position in the pack. Obviously, there are points where you need to go fully aggressive and try to make some moves. But I think it's really important in a racing career to never stagnate. So you always need to be growing. You always need to be progressing on to the next big thing. And if you're sitting around and not improving at all, then you're wasting time. So that's kind of the mentality I try to attack each year, each season, each day with.
I think it's kind of like a little bit of an underdog story. We have 2 cars going up against much bigger teams, and kind of just work our way up there. Like, we had a really good showing at the beginning, and now we just got to keep trying to keep that momentum. And also, as drivers, I think we both have ambitions of what we want to do. I want to try to get up as far in the F1 ladder as I can, and then probably end up back in IndyCar. So I think that, along with just stories of like of us on our own, like we're both engineering students. I'm mechanical engineering at Georgia Tech. He's motorsports engineering at Purdue, also business. And yeah, I think we have a lot of things going on at the same time.
Here we are back at Mid-Ohio, and the Ligier Junior Formula Championship has rolled out onto the track, ready for their next race here this weekend.
And what you're seeing there is not smoke. That is basically it's kitty litter, little grains of clay that they have to put down and sweep down deep into the pavement because we had lost some oil in the last race on one of our vintage cars. And anything like that with drivers, who are 14 to 16 to 17 years old, that gets into their head, and they don't want to go through that line. And all this white smoke is going to be there for the first couple laps. And he did drop oil around the whole track. So this Ligier JFC, which is Junior Formula Championship, very good racing. You can see there that Ava has stickers on her tires. So a couple of these cars are running stickers on these Hancooks for this last race.
And as we get ready to go racing here, Gaston Arazu is still the points leader with 113 after yesterday. Drew Such in the Berg Racing entry is second. Arazu for Champagne Racing, 102. So 11 markers down, and second is Such. And keep your eyes on Daniel Cara, the Cara Origin Motorsports entry. He's at 87.5, but he's having a pretty good weekend here, Ben.
Yeah. And I misspoke. They have 3 races. They are at 3:30 this afternoon, too. So tire strategies are going to come into play here.
No doubt about it. And if you're off on your game here this weekend, it can really hurt you in the points with 3 races on the docket.
Yep, so there you go. There's the first stickers tires that I've seen there. With Ava. And I almost did the commentator curse yesterday on the fan walk. I said I love the livery of her car, and I was telling her on camera that you haven't done anything wrong to hurt the livery, and her dad's like, come on now, don't say that. But she finished really well.
She hasn't missed a field goal all year, huh?
Yeah.
Here we go. We will get a standing start here. You can see all the crew members along the wall pointing to their driver. You're right here, easing them in.
Now watch out for Daniel Cara there, the yellow and white car, P2 with Phoebe Ambrosi wines. He's very aggressive at starts.
Look how shallow he has staged himself in his box there. Watching the lights. They're out. We're racing. Daniel moves right up into second place. Here he goes, challenging for the lead. Gaston Arazu has it for now.
Brazil versus Uruguay here. Daniel Cara. Oh, see how he went to the inside so quickly there. That might have been the move of the race right there.
It might very well be, as we see the 9 getting up Day. Luca Day having some issues there down in the keyhole. And Daniel did get around him.
I have never seen a move like that in this category, but brilliant move.
And a great time to do it on that opener. Boy, if you're behind as they get into that kitty litter, it is definitely going to impact your view as you try to set up for turn 4 here, such a critical corner.
The 2 JFC competitors we were hearing from earlier, Drew Such.
Oh, Arazu is by, Ben. Sorry about that,
Yeah.
but Arazu got around to take the lead back.
Drew Such and Harbier Das, who we saw in that video, are looks like 4th and 5th with a Scuderia Buell car right in between them.
And remember, Such is right there in the thick of the points chase, sitting in second, so he needs a good run, especially if Gaston Arazu here is up in the lead.
There should be Benitez there. Okay, so Arazu out front again, making that great pass. We've already seen 2 fantastic passes for the lead in the opening lap of this race.
And Such crossed the line in 8th, Ben, and he is only 11 points down on Arazu coming into the race. You see him back there in the silver car with the orange stripe up the center, the 28. So he's got a lot of work to do here. You don't want to give up that many points.
Felber in 5th and 7th. Cash in 5th. Roman Felber in 7th. Roman Felber's had some bad luck with mechanicals, so he's due for a good race here.
And it's got to be tough to see your twin brother having success and you're not.
But he was at Winter Circle to congratulate his brother. I like that.
Yep.
Now, Karat being Benitez right behind him.
Yeah, Benitez definitely putting some pressure on. And Benitez had a pretty good run yesterday, too. He was at the front of the field all day.
Look at how they're using all of the track
there. Scanning through the timing and scoring. Chelsea Pinkowski's moved up to 11th. Such still stuck in 8th.
But Daniel there in that number 10, he's under some pressure from Benitez. They're only allowed to make one move.
Oh, somebody off and sliding back on track, and fortunately goes all the way across without getting hit by oncoming traffic. Boy, that was a scary moment for that driver.
Yeah, and that happens so much here at the exit of 1 to come through.
No.
I can't see who that is. I don't see full course caution just yet. But we now have the honor of being joined by Alex Popoff here to help commentate. Alex, I'm going to take my headset off and let you have that.
There we go. Full course caution is out. Hi, Alex. Good to see you. Welcome back.
Right on time for the full course yellow.
For all the drama, yes. And you'll get a good look at it here when we get a chance to look at the replay. Still not sure who it was, but watch this. Watch the black car here. Way off. And then it's going to shoot back across the track.
Yeah, that's super easy to do turn 1. Turn 1, you're going at super high speed, and it's so easy to get a little wrong. End up going over that rumble strip and just slipping that wall.
Ben, I still can't get a good look at the number, can you?
Number 9.
Number 9, yeah. Is that Luca Day?
I think that might be Luca Day. That is Luca Day. He's going again.
Yeah. So I don't want you to worry, but Luca was in the booth earlier today for your race, and now he's had problems. There's no correlation to being in the booth and then having a problem.
I hope not.
Don't start thinking that way. I'm just trying to get that out of your head.
But I do want to talk to you. I got to talk to Cooper after that last race. But from the Keystone down to 4, I don't know if we could have put a baseball card between your 2 tires. Was it that close, or are we just seeing something different on camera?
Yeah, no, we were wheel to wheel. I mean, it was a great race. We just lacked a little bit of pace, and, you know, we got a really good start. I'm really happy with what start we got there, and, you know, managed to make a little bit of a gap at first, let them battle behind us. And, yeah, just wasn't able to hold the pace at the end. They had a better car than us this week. We struggled a lot at the beginning of the week with some issues in the car, not starting and everything. So, I mean, all in all, I think it was a great weekend. Came away with good points and closed the gap on P1 in the points a little bit.
I haven't seen the updated points, but coming into the race this morning, Kekai had the points lead, but he had a rough race, and he was only, 8 points in front of Cooper, who's now gained even more, and you were not far off. You were just about 20 points down in third. Now you've gained some more points, so yeah, rough weekend for Kekai, but much better for you and Cooper.
Well, Alex had his rough weekend at Road America.
Yeah.
He was leading the race far and away. What's the heartbreak when you're leading a race like that and then just something happens mechanically where you're out?
Man, it was terrible. I mean, especially after so much work went into the car to get on rails. I mean, we were really fast. So the team worked super hard, and Tom and the whole crew, Dalton and Zach, they worked super hard to give me a great car. And, you know, we set the record by almost a second and a half.
Wow.
We managed to pull out 8 seconds with 10 minutes to go, and we still had pace in the tank. And once it started to go, it was just really, really sad. But yeah, I mean, missing out on 50 points because we had our engine go in 2 races.
Oh wait, here's this replay. They pulled it up. Watch this. Well, no, that's not you,
that's
is it?
Shipman
no,
and
that's
Campbell
Cooper
there.
Yeah,
and
that's Shipman and Campbell.
Yeah, they were having some good racing too. We're all out there pushing hard. that's how it was the whole race.
That's crazy.
But yeah, I mean, we missed out on 50 points. Race 3, we started on pole as well, and we didn't even get to turn 4 before the engine gave up. But yeah, it was it was a little bit stressful, having some reliability issues, you know, completely out of our hands. And
yeah.
But yeah, we'll be back. Still a long way to go, and just more weekends like this where we constantly gain ground. Hopefully, we'll be on P1 for New Jersey.
How different is the racetrack today from yesterday? A little hotter even today.
Yeah, it was definitely very different. This track has been super, super degrading on tires. I think everyone really struggled with tires towards the end. Cooper, it seems like they had a great car, and Cooper drove well, and he managed to keep the car under him pretty well. He didn't struggle too much, but, I mean, you could see it even yesterday. Keikai started struggling a lot towards the end as well. I think we were all just really, you know, trying to manage the tires and everything and manage the pace so that, you know, the fall-off at the end isn't gigantic as it was yesterday.
Before you got here, Ben was educating me a little bit on your history and how you are a free diver, and I was thinking to what is involved in doing free diving, and as I watched you today especially, you were very, very smooth, made no mistakes. There was one little mistake, you dipped a wheel off over here, but for the most part throughout that entire race, incredibly smooth. And I was thinking about the focus that takes. Is that something that you perfect with your free diving? Because I got to assume there's a lot of focus in that.
100%. Yeah, I mean, it goes hand in hand. I mean, here, you let your guard down even a little bit and you make a mistake like what I did. You know, I started to relax a little bit, and that's usually when the mistakes come, not when you're pushing 10/10ths. But yeah, the concentration that it takes to be a free diver as well and racing goes really hand in hand. I think here it's, you know, there it's a little bit more because any little mistake and you might drown. Here you might just go off. But to be fast and to be a top-level racing driver, you need to have incredible concentration.
Okay, so take me through the free diving thing a little bit. If you look at me, you're going to say, well, he's going to get the first part of the dive right. He's going to sink right to the bottom fast. But how far down have you gone, and how do you control your breath management and all that?
Yeah, so the deepest I've gone is 93 feet.
It's 92 feet deeper than I'm going.
Yeah, and I can hold my breath for like 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
So 2 laps,
4 minutes.
2.5, 3 laps around Mid-Ohio.
Yeah,
Does that help you in qualifying?
Definitely the breath work helps a lot to stay calm during a race. These races aren't too long, so it's not terrible, but hopefully once I get into some endurance stuff or some longer races, like I think the FRs are a little bit longer, you know, once you go to Indy next and everything, the races are much longer. So the breath work definitely helps with that. And, you know, just the level of being calm, you're down there diving at 92 feet, you know. You have a long way to go up, and if you're not 100% concentrated, you can die. I mean, there's been a lot of cases of blackouts and stuff, and it's really dangerous. I would say almost even more dangerous than racing.
So what got you into that?
My dad. Yeah,
Dad
my dad
did it too?
always did it. Yeah, I've been doing it with him since I was little. Same thing as racing. You know, I kind of follow in my dad's footsteps and try to one-up him.
Well, he was a very successful sports car racer.
Yeah, he was. He was really good, and hopefully I can live up to his legacy there and try and get some more wins than him.
How far has Dad gone down?
I think his most is like 103 feet or so. I think he's over the 100-foot mark now.
So you're at 92.
Yeah.
What's the goal?
93.
For 93. I'm
1 foot.
At 1. What's your goal? What are you shooting for there in the free diving?
No, the free diving is more just pleasure. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah, but I know you're competitive.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. It's always
100?
to beat him and shoot the... Yeah, I want to try and hit triple digits. I think that's a good goal. And it's just, you know, it's a really nice sport, and it's all pleasure. It's not as much as this. I mean, you can go out, and I like spearfishing mostly. I do free diving, like, as a by-part of it. But it's just, like, you know, it's incredible being down there and everything. It's kind of like when you're in a race car, just fully focus on what you're doing. You completely forget about everything around you, and it's just, you know, you have one goal, right? Just as on the track, you have one goal. Hit your marks and put in a good lap and try and go and win some races.
I totally get the pleasure part of the racing side of it. I do not understand the pleasure part of free diving.
But I want to point something out. We've had a lot of guest commentators in here, but the way you said it, when I go to FR, those are longer races, but I need to be ready for when I go into Indy next or IMSA. Not if, it's the when. That's the attitude you have, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, not a lot of people know my full story, but I used to be really big in karts, and I was running really well in karts back in 2018. Maybe I wasn't even up to junior yet, but we were doing really, really well against, you know, some great drivers, Connor Zilic, James Agozi, Brent Cruz, a bunch of drivers that are now, you know, running very high level stuff. And I had an accident, stopped racing until 2022. And then I told my dad, I started working at the kart track actually, because one of my friends started karting. So I was like, you know, I'll go with you. And I, you know, saw all my other friends there, and I was like, yeah, I want to do this. And I got invited to go race in Ecuador for a kart race there. And I hadn't been in a full-size kart pretty much maybe twice in my life. And I showed up there and finished second. Wow. And I was like, okay, yeah, this is what I want to do. You know, this is really what I want to do.
They're coming to take the restart, though,
go.
so walk us through the strategy here, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, with the last 3 corners being very very tight corners, it's, you know, you really have to time the start. That's what I did on the start today for our start. You have to try and go super early so that everyone else still can't get on power. I think that's definitely the key for the restarts here. Here they go.
Green flag is waving. We're back underway here in Mid-Ohio with Gaston Arazu out front. Daniel Carra right behind there, chasing him, and Benitez. And still a ways back is Drew Such. Daniel looking outside. He's going to open that door for Benitez, has to be careful there. Side by side, down into the keyhole. And Arazu fends him off. As you've been watching Gaston Arazu this year, what do you think he's doing really well?
I think his pace has been really well. I raced against him a couple times in another series with these F4 cars, with the JFC. And he was always quite good on the pace.
Look inside, Daniel backs in. Oh, Gaston goes wide and gives up the lead. It is so easy in that corner.
Yeah, I had a moment like that
just too
too.
deep.
There, almost some contact there between Benitez and Gaston. That was close. He tried to look down the inside.
Arazu, Carra, Benitez, Das, Felber, Foye, Felber, and Such, Fatuda, and Hansen. That's your top 10. Little surprised to see Jasir so far down. He was much stronger yesterday, finds himself in 11th here today.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with Benitez and Jasir, because they had some really, really great pace. They were clear of the field by almost half a second in qualifying and all the practices, but seems like they're struggling a little bit more now with the tires. I think that's a big part of it.
We have 2 twin brothers, front and back there. Cash
contact there with Arazu and Benitez.
Benitez holds it.
Benitez pulls past.
Yep. Now Roman is 5th, and actually Roman is 7th, Cash is 5th. Twin brothers.
14
yeah, that must
years
be
of
cool.
age, right?
Yeah.
Back into the braking zone here at 4. Look at how tight. One off. Goes one of your signs, Ben.
That rejoin was a little bit close there. Jasir almost got involved there too.
Yeah.
So now the 2 Felber brothers are P5 and P6, so let's see how they manage this. Must be interesting being brothers and having to race together.
Daniel Carra up front, like I said, a crew of 3. There's Daniel, there's his dad, and then Daniel's best friend. That's all it is in a short trailer for this. So there's several different ways to come Ligier JFC Racing, because he's out front with a crew of 3, including himself, the driver.
Yeah, that's awesome. To run a program like that and be running up front is really cool, and it's so rewarding. That feeling must be great. Benitez was 4/10 faster than Carr on that last lap. Seems like he has good pace now.
And Cash Felber back there in 5th. Yesterday was his first career win in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. And Ben, he did it here at his home track.
That's amazing. He won yesterday? I thought he was 2nd, so maybe there was a ruling change.
Yeah,
okay.
Drew Such got a penalty, which dropped him down a little bit, so Felber managed to get the win.
I said it wrong earlier. So Felber, nice job. That's amazing. From Akron area, but because he's only 14, he's only been able to race here one other time. You'd think this would be his home track.
Right.
Yep.
But look at this. We're going to have a change for the lead here soon.
Yeah, the ruling was that Such caused a collision during the opening lap of the race, ruling that he was responsible for the collision, and he got a 5-second time penalty.
Yeah, I think that was with Luca Day when he got stuck over in turn 9. Seems like Benitez dropped back a little bit there, actually.
Drew was credited with a 3rd place finish.
Oh, and that's the toot off in the grass.
But able to gather it back up and get out there.
There he
Michael
goes.
Fatuta.
Irazu has good pace now, 2/10 quicker than Kara on that last lap. Benitez only 1/10 quicker than Kara. And they're right on him now heading into turn 4.
Boy, that's tight in there, isn't it?
Looking where to go.
Benitez inside.
3 wide.
Irazu on the outside. All headed to 4. And Daniel loses 2 spots, and Irazu fights his way back to the lead. That's the kind of move you got to make, though, if you want the title.
That was a great move by Irazu. Really good thinking there.
Left Ben shaking his head over here.
I am, because, yeah, that's a great move to win the race, but he's in such a tight hunt for the championship. I don't know if that was a championship-winning move, because that could have taken him out.
Yeah,
that was a high-risk
there's risk
move.
reward. I mean, you have good runoff there going into turn 5 uphill, so it's not super risky. You might lose a couple spots, but seems like it paid out for him, especially with the pace he has now. He can try and go and pull away while Benitez and Kara fight a little bit.
It looks like Roman Felber has fallen back a few positions.
And that's Beckham up right there too as well now. Seems like he has great pace.
Beckham Jasir has really had an up and down day here, hasn't he? He was struggling. Now he's fought his way back up. His runner-up finish yesterday is the best of his career in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
Here comes that pass, Ralph.
Watch this. 3 wide going into 4. And everybody gave each other plenty of room, but it was awful tight. If you made a slight mistake, they were all going off.
Yeah, that was a great move by Irazu. Good thinking there, going outside and holding the side for the next corner.
Look at Beckham. Where did Beckham dart?
I saw him far back there. He
was
11th
all the way
at
back
the restart.
in like 11th or 13th at one point.
On the restart, I know he was in 11th, and he just had a 28.4, which I believe might be the fastest lap of the race.
And you race against him on this platform with Farah?
Yeah, I've raced against him a couple times. He's, a great driver. He's getting some good opportunities now, so hopefully he can make the best of them and try and go win some races. I know he got really unlucky at Road America, but he's one of the best sim drivers I've ever raced with, to be honest. I mean, he runs with Williams Esports and stuff on the sim, and he's really good on the sim. And let's see if he can convert that sim speed now onto the real track.
Yeah, I think he's like ranked in the top 5 in iRacing or something like that. The Felber twins are both highly ranked.
Yeah, Beckham at one point I think was actually ranked #1 in the world.
Wow.
On like actual ranking, like a leaderboard, not just saying he's #1. Yeah, no, he was actually ranked #1. He's rapid on the sim.
It's funny watching this because this, these are United States Championship, like what you're in, FR, and this. But FR is the Americas, and half of the comments on our YouTube are in Spanish. It's "Vamos Irazu," or it's really neat to see. So we have a lot of Portuguese fans that tune in. We have a lot of Spanish-speaking fans, and that's a lot of fun to see. And we do have a lot of South American drivers because they just like these North American tracks so much.
Yeah, there goes
Beckham
on the
move
inside.
there, right? Getting around Felber.
There he goes.
That'll
He's up
put
into
him
P4.
up to 4th, yes.
Benitez and Kara have a good battle going on. Irazu pulled out a great lap, 27.8 that last time around. Pulled 3/10 on Benitez with a 28.1.
That's a strong performance.
But I tell you what, the car to watch, though, is Beckham coming from that far back with a somewhat new team, new car. He's doing really well. He's going to be with that top 3 here pretty soon. Maybe
yeah,
by
they're
the
doing a
keyhole.
great job.
Closing in on 7.5 minutes remaining in this, too.
Harbor Doss seemed to have an off on that last lap or something. He ran a 1:38 on that last lap. And What would happen to him? .27.9 for both Carr and Jasir now. Both 0.2 quicker than Benitez and only 0.5 tenth quicker than Irazu with a 28.0.
And the Felber brothers are back-to-back again.
And Roman's just going to be thrilled to get all the laps in.
Yeah, hopefully Felber can stay with Jasir, and Jasir can tow him up to that P2 and P3 fight and have some good action going on there.
Oh, looks like
That's
12 is on Batuta.
But I appreciate him stopping right in front of our marker there, you know,
Yeah.
so Summit could get some time. I like
Yeah.
that.
Some good publicity.
And he did it without destroying your son.
Yeah.
Max just put down a 28.9. Max Buckram seems like he's getting up to pace a little bit now. Hopefully he can make his way forward and try and pass Harbor Doss. I know he'll be working hard there, and they have a good program going. They've been working hard. I see them from across my tent working hard. They were up late last night doing some big setup changes.
Alex, we haven't spent a lot of time together, but just in this little time, I can see that you have an analytical mind. You're constantly looking at the times. You're looking at where they're going in. You know, after your huge racing career, you may have a career as a commentator.
Oh, we got a full course caution.
There we go, full course caution. Yeah, hopefully that's in the far, far future, but
after you've won all your championships.
Yeah, hopefully.
After that big Formula One career.
Yeah, right.
Is that the ultimate goal, Formula One or IndyCar or prototypes like that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've always said I'll drive a golf cart. I'll drive whatever they put me in. My first time ever racing out of a go-kart was a pro late model at New Smyrna Speedway.
Well, that's nothing like what you're doing here.
Nothing at all, yeah. Oh, is that another car or is that Fatuta?
I think that's
Fatuta, I think.
But yeah, I mean, I've always said wherever I get an opportunity and a chance to go drive, I'll be there, you know, and I'll be giving it my best and try to put in some laps. Whatever it is, prototypes, GTs, open wheel, my ambition is to drive.
Watch the left side of your screen here. Let's see right there. Getting out of sorts and then getting stuck and facing the wrong way.
And that's...
Then he got off the track.
He didn't make the turn.
So he was stuck in the middle of the racetrack and probably just trying to get out
But
of the way.
Him? Is that him now?
I think he's rolling now, yeah.
Seems like he's going, yeah.
So I'd like to brag on currently in P11, Ava Hansen. I was speaking to her in the grid walk, and her dad got mad at me for saying this because I said, I love the livery of her car, and she hasn't put a wheel wrong to mess up the livery of her car since I met her at NOLA. And her dad gave me this look like commentator's curse, but she's still out there. She finished yesterday, and the car looks amazing. There she is there.
Yeah, it is a nice livery with some chrome accents and stuff. Definitely shines out there.
And that's another team where it's her dad, and her mom.
Oh, wow. This is going to shake things up now that everyone's nice and close together. Irazu might not have that the same pace he had as before. Hopefully he didn't burn out his tires trying to pull a gap on P2 and P3.
And watch out for Daniel Carra because he has a lot of experience with this car. He's a strategist, and he may be thinking exactly what you just said there, Alex.
Safety car supposed to come in on this lap.
There's Ava. But yeah, here's that strategy. So he wants to get on the gas about now to try to slow everybody down.
Yeah, you really want to try and pack everyone up there and just time it right. And there he goes. Benitez got a good start. He's right on Irazu. P3 a little bit further back.
We've talked a lot about the airflow off the back of the bigger cars, the open wheel divisions that we run here. How about these smaller JFC
a lot of people off
boy.
and back in turn one.
Yep.
Hopefully they can make it out of there.
So a couple, I didn't see how many exactly went off, but looks like 2 of them were still rolling.
I think it was 3. One spun.
Watching the flag stand here. Somebody's still stuck.
Yeah, 2 of them are stuck.
Is that Such? That's Drew Such, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
Silver and orange?
I believe one is Josh Griffith.
Could be Fourier. Maybe even Dodds in that group back there if it's Such.
We'll go back and try to make the most of this before we go full course yellow here.
Trying to work on Cara.
And this will most likely be the end of the race with 2 minutes to
I
go.
would think, yeah. Gaston Arazu doing exactly what he needed to do here today. Just keep that points lead. He had to take a risky move, but it worked. Through the summit carousel, and there it is. The checkered flag will be waiting for him. Gaston Arazu taking the win. Benitez with a fine run to second. Third goes to Daniel Cara. Beckham Jasir with a great performance today. Gets a fourth, and the Felber brothers cash just in front of Roman. And Such was definitely one of the cars that was caught up in that mess over there, which is going to hurt him heavily in the points.
Yeah, that was a great run by Gaston. What a move around the outside in turn 4 to take the lead and then fend it off.
Again, coming into this one, Such was second in the points. Cara was third and Arazu was first. So Daniel might move around Drew Such here. All right, Alex, good luck. We'll see you soon. I know you got plenty of stuff you got to go do here today.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to go finish up packing everything up with the team and getting ready for New Jersey.
Okay, buddy. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
And there's a look at the results, as we said. Such credited apparently with 7th. Fourier, Harbir Das, I think they were all caught up in that moment over there, and Maximo Caron. See if we can figure out what happened here at turn 1. Watch to the left of your screen. Here they come. I guess it wasn't Such that got caught up in that. It looks like he might have escaped that mess. Looks like Kelsey Pinkowski was in the 20. Driver out of Rochester, New York. Was at least one of the cars involved. Celebration for Gaston Arazu as he crawls out of the car. And Ben is there ready to talk to him.
Terrible.
John,
Well, Gaston Irasu, all Uruguay. I think that was the third official win of the season provisionally. How was your race out there?
Well, hi for everyone. Yeah, it was a really good race. We can win again in this competition, so it was a good race with good battles. And with Pablo, Cara, so yeah, it's really good.
In our comment section, we have hundreds of Vamos Gaston. So speak to our Spanish-speaking fans en español, please.
Bueno, fue una buena carrera. Por suerte pudimos ganar con buenas maniobras con Pablo y Cara. Por suerte pudimos tener también buenos puntos que lamentablemente ayer por un error mío no pude asegurar otra victoria, pero bueno, vamos a la siguiente.
Well, that's awesome. I'm going to send it back to the booth because John Phippin's coming up here for Winner's Circle in just a minute. Nice job. Awesome. Great race.
Well, that'll take care of Ligier JFC, and we'll have more SVRA, Sports Car Vintage Racing Association action for you when we come back to Mid-Ohio.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States look like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here in Mid-Ohio, where the next category of cars is rolling out, and this would be Group 10 and International GT. IGT cars out front here, behind the Janetta safety car.
Mountain. There's Bakir. We didn't see him in the IGT race today, but Mustafa Bakir out there. We've got Brian Hicks, Kurt Kropp, Thomas Kirk, Jason Golan, Bob Gee, and Richard Grant. Then we go back to our Group 10 stock car. We've got Kurt Vogt, Jeff Rocco. So Kurt Vogt's in the Mark Martin car. Jeff Rocco in the Rusty Wallace car. Edward Wheatley, we'll call that the Carl Edwards car. Michael Slutz in the A.J. Foyt and Butch Miller car. Victor Korda is, I don't see him out there. Should be in a Ford Mustang. Michael Origer in a Porsche Cayman. Carlos Gann is in that Ricky Rudd Ford Thunderbird. Greg Sarf in a Dodge Charger. Brian Gehring in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. George Vidovic in that Python XX. I haven't seen that out there yet. Reed Kreider in that Kreider Racing Nissan 240 that you have a cool story about. And then Steve Beck in the Mark Martin Ford Thunderbird.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch.
Lights are out on that Ginetta pace car. Mark Sandridge and Michael Merritt had a great start this morning in this morning's IGT Enduro, so look for Merritt to try to move up right here at the start, but he's got Mark Sandridge, who has probably more laps here at Mid-Ohio than anybody else on the track.
Field coming through and forming up. Merritt with that new livery on his car. They're coming to the green, watching the flag man. Speeds pick up, there it is, we're racing. Sandridge will lead him into Mission Foods, turn number 1, but not by much.
And Keith Grant able to stay ahead of Todd Sloan in that Cayman.
Merritt starting to move around a little bit.
Look at all the gravel at the top of the keyhole. You don't want to pass on the outside.
Merritt really hugging the curbing there. Second wave is underway.
Jeff Rocco around Kurt Vogt, but Kurt Vogt's got the, man, I don't know. Who's this going to be, Ralph?
It's going to be Mark Martin on the inside, Rusty on the outside. Give it to the 2 car. Coming back is the 6, up and over the curbing, and did not get into each other.
Nope, because Kurt Vogt and Jeff Rocco work together. Kurt Vogt owns Cobra Automotive. Jeff Rocco's one of his mechanics, and neither one of them want to do any repair on these cars.
No.
But look at this, Michael Merritt ahead of Sandridge.
As we clarified earlier today, thanks to Denise, Michael Merritt from here in Ohio. How did you say this?
Mentor. Same city as Bob Weissman.
Oh, okay. The team, however, is from Florida.
That's where I thought they were in Florida.
Whoa! Off goes Merritt. Right on the front straightaway. That was a little odd, Ben. You don't usually see that.
No, George Michael Merritt with a little faith in his car. Gotta have faith.
It's 3 or 4 today.
The meds have worn out quickly today, Ralph. Sorry. But that is a great looking car. He is our points leader in International GT is Michael Merritt from Mentor. I think there's a Mentor, Ohio, and then there's a Mentor on the lake. And I think they're right next door to each other. So here we go. Todd Sloan inside.
Yep. Down at 4. Makes the pass.
You can just tell that that Cayman is just a little bit more nimble. It just rotates a little bit better. That's the Cayman 4-liter in Tennessee orange. So, Ralph, what are you seeing here?
Well, Sandridge definitely, we know, has a quick car here today. Merritt driving inspired out front. Seems a little bit smoother coming out of that carousel this time. He's just not able to shake Sandridge just yet.
Yeah.
Half a second between the two.
Look at Sandridge just going everywhere, trying to get in his mirrors. But knowing what I know now from Denise, that this is probably also his home track.
I would think, yeah, for Merritt.
Yeah, Mentor's just north of Cleveland on the way to Erie, Pennsylvania.
Ah, okay.
They look very equally yoked again.
Looks like the old Carl Edwards Fastenal car has exited the racetrack.
Mark Sandridge again behind Michael Merritt for this International GT Race 3. This is our SVRA Group 10 Race 2. Bob Weisen up to 5th.
There's that Kreider GTU car back there behind this Mark Martin car. Right there.
Yeah.
That's the car we were talking about that has raced the 24 Hours of Daytona some 14 times. And I'm just mesmerized by how many laps that car has probably turned.
Just to survive 14 24-hour races.
It was a GTU car.
What does the U stand for?
Under.
Okay.
GTO would have been over.
Huh.
Engine size.
Yeah.
Grand Touring over and Grand Touring under.
Mustafa Bakir, Jordan Sandridge going through madness together.
Didn't see Mustafa at breakfast today. Looked for him. And congratulate him on a good run.
There's Bob Weisen. Brian Hicks right behind him.
A lot going on in the livery on that car, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks good on TV, but it looks better in person. Mustafa Bakir is in a GT4R. There's Bob Gee. And this race is still heating up.
Yeah, it's a good one, too.
They're both going to get it deep there. I do miss Pontiac. Pontiac did some crazy things.
They had some good-looking race cars, too, especially in the stock car category.
Yeah, but they took a lot of risks.
They did.
Sometimes they really paid off. Sometimes the Pontiac Aztec, not so much.
Might have missed the mark a little bit.
But they take a risk. Merritt now with a big gap on Sandridge.
What's worse, the Aztec or the Cybertruck?
I don't know. I think I was never really that offended by the Aztec as other people were.
Wasn't offended by it, but you're kind of like, really?
Yeah. But, yeah, I just don't know about that Cybertruck.
I respect the technology, but don't understand the design work at all.
Uh-oh. Change.
Change of place here. Somebody in our truck just said, got to drive one, and I got to say, not a chance. No need to waste. Not going to convince me. I appreciate the performance of electric, but no interest in owning.
So Mark Martin there with Kurt Vogt behind the wheel over Miller Genuine Draft of Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, of course, Rusty won his championship in '89 in the Kodiak colors, and then eventually switched over to the Miller paint schemes. First with the Genuine Draft, and then the Miller Lite after that.
We were talking about good race car driver names like Will Power, but I'm not sure Rusty is the great race car driver. I mean, it definitely fits with the NASCAR culture, but you know, you don't want your things to be Rusty.
Yeah, no. Great racing family, though. Rusty's dad competed. Rusty, of course, and then his middle brother Mike, and then Paul Herman, Kenny Wallace, who's still out there racing, putting in laps and dirt tracks here, there, and everywhere. Kenny very much cut from the cloth of his hero, Kenny Schrader, of constantly racing at all levels.
So we have a great battle for 1-2 in both of the Cup races. This is the Porsche Cup race. You can see something of the wrap falling off of Merritt's car there on driver's left rear. Uh-oh.
Oh, here you go. Thinking about it. Nope.
I saw him go just a little off balance there, Michael Merritt, leaving 5. He just had a little bit of a shuffle. Might have cost him some momentum. There's Richard Grant, and they're going to meet some lap traffic here at a pretty good spot. They're going to hit him at that straightaway between 1 and 2 probably. Yeah, even earlier than that. Uh-oh.
Yeah, they're going to get him on the front stretch. That's the carousel right there. Whoa, got a little tight. Looked like Sanders got out of the throttle just a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to hurt some of the momentum.
Yeah. There he goes.
Man, they go deep into that, don't they?
They sure do. And of course, they've got more ground clearance than the open wheel cars that we saw earlier. And the open wheel cars all tend to kind of high side a little bit as they go over that curbing. There's not a huge curb like we've seen at some other places, but it's big enough.
Michael Merritt got a little bit better run out of the keyhole than Sandridge.
That turn 1 curbing at Indianapolis, the last race, was just, it's a monster.
Yeah.
It's a big hill.
Stop and look here. Sandridge able to close that gap.
Yeah, he sure has. Merritt has been one of our more consistent drivers this year across the board, hasn't he? Very smooth, very consistent.
Usually up front.
Yep. Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Well-prepared race car.
And that's what I've seen in International GT over the last 10 years. To win a championship, it's more about just consistency. Uh-oh.
Here we go, fight headed to the keyhole.
That was a little side-by-side. You can see the left rear of Merritt's car having a little bit of a scrape on the wrap. All Sanders is doing, he's not looking to make a dive bomb move. He's just hoping that Merritt looks in his mirror a 1/10 of a second longer than he should and go deep into turn 4.
And as we saw earlier today, it's not just how long you look in that mirror, but when you look in that mirror too. If you do it at a little bit too late a time, you can miss your braking and turning as well.
I was talking to Paula Menard, Paul's mom, who wrote the Menard's jingle.
Yep.
And I was talking about it. That's got to be on the Mount Rushmore of most catchy corporate jingles. But then the O'Reilly jingle is also pretty good.
Yeah.
So 0.6 of a second gap between the two leaders. Ryan Hicks.
Salzburg ring car, ring taxi.
There's Bob Wisen.
That would be fun to do. Go for a ride in a ring taxi at the Salzburg ring or the Nürburgring.
So he's in a 3.8. Like we said, Mustafa is in a 4R. Nobody's really pulling away with this thing, are they?
No. But there's plenty of good battles going on.
A of Thomas Kirk and the 5.27 Bob Gee. The 6.41 is Kurt Kropp.
Yeah, and Mustafa is under full attack here.
Jason Golan in that 9.1 right behind Mustafa. They have to make a decision where to pass this lap traffic. And we see the Rusty Wallace car now getting behind these Cup cars.
Cup car behind Cup cars?
Yeah.
Pet peeve time here. It's not a NASCAR.
What do you mean?
It's a NASCAR car.
Oh, is that what they say?
Well, you hear a lot of people say it's a NASCAR.
Yeah.
No, it's a NASCAR car.
Oh.
National Association of Stock Car Automobile Racing.
Yeah.
So it's a NASCAR car.
But I do find myself saying the JFC Championship a lot, which is redundant.
Yes. Just one of the
Extreme. But I'm wondering what happened to the Mark Martin car.
I must have had an issue somewhere.
Yeah. Of Kurt Vogt. The Felber twins have joined us in the booth. They're locals. Been talking about all the people in this race from Mentor, from Medina. I believe they're from Akron.
Home of the big tire.
Yeah. So Mustafa Bakir.
Oh, Sandridge.
Okay, so Sandridge off at the keyhole.
Maybe got out on those marbles. Thinking about an outside move and got a little too deep there.
I don't know. Yeah, it looked like kind of what happened to Stubber in today's earlier race, but I don't know how long he was gone. I would like to know the gap between he and Merritt now.
Vogt just crossed the line. So he is in 8th. Rocco in 13th.
Oh, so Vogt is moving.
There
There
he
he
is
is.
right
Yeah,
there.
he's moving up. Holy cow.
I think it was dealing with all that traffic. Because Rocco's kind of caught behind Kropp, Kirk, Golan, and Bakir right now.
So he's coming up on Jordan Sandridge in the 4.9 in the Cube 3 Madness section. There's Richard Grant in that 4-liter Cayman. White flag coming out. White flag is out.
It is, yep. Merritt with one more lap to go.
So Sandridge only lost 3 seconds.
Here's Merritt. Here's Sandridge behind him. feeling like we're going to get on a trend here in a run of bronze-ish,
yeah, maybe
copper-colored cars coming in the near future.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple, a little bit of copper or bronze, whichever way you want to go with that. Merritt, obviously, with this new livery. It's a good look. Stands out from the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, we got a little
This
offline
is
there.
a lot of pressure. When you have this big of a lead after fighting so hard to keep the lead, white flag is out. Now you're just trying to hit your marks, and you're kind of in your head here as a driver.
Yep.
Here he comes to take checkered.
Got to get through the carousel smooth. There it is, onto the straightaway, and the checker flag awaits. Merritt takes the win. Sandridge chases him across the line as he has all day. Finish in second.
Todd Sloan, Keith Grant.
He's going to get third overall, first in class. Grant gets fourth overall, first in class.
So Sandridge passed Merritt after the checker to just kind of give him a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Great race.
Hicks to the line. Vote. First of the Cup cars.
Steve Beck.
That's a class win for Vote. And here comes Rocco.
Hearing reports that Mustafa Bakir is somewhere in the gravel.
He just crossed the line, it looked like. No, he's following. I saw the green.
Bob Gee took the finish. There's the Rusty Wallace car.
There's a look at it. Merritt, Sandridge, Sloan, Grant, Wiesen, Hicks, Goodrich, Vogt, Golan, and Kirk. Top 10. In Group 10, International GT, the sprint race. Well, we're going to go open wheel racing again. Ben?
Yeah, we are. Looking out the window, looking to see what is next. So we've got F4 Americas, Formula Regional Americas United States Championship. We've got Kesh and Roman Felber in the booth to help you call that. And I'm going to run out there to get to winner's circle.
All right. Well, we will have that for you when we come back here to Mid-Ohio. Stay with us.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
good is this? Look at this view from Lostowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HT2 system.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Cars are out on the racetrack and rolling around here at Mid-Ohio as we get ready to go racing with Formula Regional Americas. Ralph Shaheen with you, and I'm joined by the Felber brothers, Cash and Roman. Gentlemen, great to have you with us.
Yeah, great to have you. Great to have you. You're good to be here. Yeah, for the F4 race. This will be exciting.
So, Cash, you come in with a win yesterday.
Yeah. I finished P2 on track yesterday, but after penalties, we ended up P1. So yeah, very
Take
excited.
the win any way you can get it, right?
Yep. Very excited to get the win at home. First win here in this series. So yeah, excited.
And Roman, a little bit of a rough day for you yesterday, but a much better one today.
Yeah. Yesterday we had some issues with the car, and yeah, today we started P11 and we made our way up to P6. So yeah, pretty strong race one, and looking forward to it.
So here's a look at our starting lineup. Bruno Ribeiro, Nicholas Ambiato, Jet Bowling, Titus Sherlock, and Nicholas Stoddy all in the top 5. And those 5 drivers, guys, have really been the story of this championship the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, Titus having a good opening to the season. I don't think Indy went his way, but Bruno Ribeiro taking, I think, a win yesterday. So yeah, he's been flying.
So you guys grew up racing here. What is the key to being quick around Mid-Ohio in an open-wheel car?
This is my second time at this track, actually. Yeah, just rolling speed, making sure you're hitting the curbs.
Well, you guys are Ohio natives, so how have you not spent a lot of time racing here?
We live about an hour away, and so yeah, we don't really come here that much.
Okay, so you guys are from Akron, right?
Yeah, we're from like Akron, Ohio.
So Bruno Ribeiro won the first race here this weekend in a pretty dominating performance. This will be a standing start. He secured his first career pole in the qualifying session. Held up Nicholas Ambiato for the win, and Sherlock, who finished third. Ambiato and Ribeiro both with Kiwi Motorsports. Here we go. Formula Regional Americas getting ready to go. Ambiato, the points leader, by 7 over Ribeiro as we get ready to go. Lights are out and we're rolling. Was that Brady Golan that rolled a little bit early, it looked like?
It looked like Ambiato to me as he clears Ribeiro into turn 1.
Yeah, there was one deeper behind them too. I think it might have been Golan.
Maybe Golan, yeah.
Here we go. Keep an eye on the 55. Ambiato trying to be the first one to the keyhole, and he's there. Ribeiro already right on his rear wing. Fight for the lead as they head down to turn 4, hard on the brakes and cold tires. How will this work out? Oh, maybe not so good for Titus Sherlock.
Yeah, he went a little deep there. Yeah, just went a little wide. It's easy to do on cold tires. And there was oil on track earlier, so the braking's a bit different there.
What do you use for your braking marker going into 4?
This race, it was the 3, and this weekend's been like the 250. But since there's oil on track, there was less grip when they're braking in the corners.
Do you agree with that, Cash?
Yeah, I agree with that. That's basically where I was braking too.
Obviously, there's a lot of dirty air coming off the rear wings of these bigger Formula Regional Americas cars. How tough is it with the airflow when you've got somebody tucked up behind you?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult in these cars. I've never drove one personally, but I've talked to people who have drove them, and they say the air wash in these cars are pretty bad. In our cars, it's not so bad, but these with bigger wings, it's a lot worse.
Barrow looking for a good run here down this back straightaway through turn 3, which is really just a bend in the straightaway. Peaks inside, but he's not ready to make a move. Golan getting pretty deep there.
Yeah, I got a little sideways mid-corner.
You'll fake a few attempted passes like that, won't you, just to get the guy thinking about it before you actually commit to the one later?
Yeah, you put a bunch of pressure on. It's pretty difficult to pass on this racetrack, so you just gotta stack the pressure on and then wait for him to make a mistake. You can pass in turn 2 and turn 4. Those are the easiest passing spots, but it's still pretty difficult to pass.
It's also possible right here in the carousel too if you hit it just right.
Yeah, you can. If you get the carousel right, you can and you get the draft on the turn 1. Yeah, you could probably pass him in 1.
Closing in on 28.5 minutes to go, so a lot of racing left. These teams get 2 sets of those hand-cooked slicks to use on the weekend. So you have to play your cards right with the tires, don't you?
Yeah, you do. They're pretty worn out at the end of the race since it's very hot here this weekend. So the tires get used very hot, and it's very slick on track. It was greasy yesterday. When they came in, everybody's rear tires were like draining and everything, just sliding a lot. So yeah.
Stoddy in the 15 really putting the pressure on Brady Golan. Golan was the pole winner at Indianapolis in the last round a week ago. Stoddy's been used to being up front fighting for the wins. It's been unusual to see him back here in 6th today. And there is the 55 of Nicolas Ambiato out of Santiago, Chile, in the Kiwi Motorsports entry. Ribeiro out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, also one of those Kiwi Motorsports drivers. And there's Jet Bowling. Boy, he's been on a roll lately. Another Kiwi car backed by Bullhorn out of Dallas, Texas. You get on a roll like Jet Bowling has, it's really tough for anybody to have something for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Bowling comes into the race 4th in the points. He's only 30 out of the lead, and he's been putting together some pretty good performances. If he can keep that going, he can tighten that points up on Ambiato.
Yeah, Jet Bowling have been pretty consistent this season. So that's what helps him stay in the fight for the championship.
But Ambiato's starting to pull a little gap here, guys.
Yeah, could be the air wash, front tires. You don't really know, but yeah.
Ambiato yesterday picked up his 6th podium of the season. Sherlock recorded his 5th of the year as well. 3 nations were represented on the podium yesterday: Brazil, Chile, and here in the U.S. with Titus Sherlock. You guys have an international flair in your division as well, the Ligier Junior Formula Series. How do you enjoy that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just another competitor on track. They
But you guys get to chat and share insight and experiences about what life is like in other parts of the world, or?
Yeah, my teammate is from Uruguay. Yeah, I don't think he speaks a whole lot of English, so it's kind of hard to talk to him. But when I have talked to him, yeah, he said something about it's different.
Golan under attack here by Stoddy, and Stoddy's got the run out of the keyhole. Well, that's tough to make a pass on the outside coming through there.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to pass around the outside at the keyhole. Normally the inside's better. Oh.
Here we go, Golan trying to attack back. Not going to be able to pull it off. Still Ambiato, Ribeiro, Bowling, and Sherlock and Golan. Stoddy just in front of Golan now, so that gives him 5th. There's Stoddy trying to pull away now to see if he can catch back up to the guys in front of him. He's going to be trying to catch Titus Sherlock and then Bowling after that and see if he can get on the podium here today. Stoddy all the way from Perth, Australia, running for Kiwi Motorsports. There you can see Sherlock just in front of him in the orange car. Sherlock running for Crosslink. And there's the 5 of Jake Pollock out of San Antonio, Texas. The PMCA Partners, NRP Group sponsored Crosslink Motorsports entry. And Titus Sherlock having big problems here. Looking like his day is coming to an end. And that's going to greatly impact his championship hopes.
Looks like maybe a motor issue for Titus Sherlock as his car is losing speed.
He was 3rd in the championship coming into the race today. He was about 22 points behind Ambiato, but the bigger problem for Sherlock is that Jet Bowling was only 8 points behind him from 4th, so there could be a change for 3rd here at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think there will, because Titus Sherlock looks like his motor failed. So
yeah, and Bowling here, it doesn't look like he's done. He's running in 3rd, but he's got his eyes now on Ribeiro and might have a shot at catching him with 21.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it looks like Jet Bowling's closing up the gap to Ribeiro ahead. So, and it looks like Ribeiro is closing up the gap to Ambiato a little bit. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Ambiato got his 3rd win of the year in race 2 here yesterday. Bowling was 3rd in that one with Ribeiro 2nd. Kiwi Motorsports swept that podium in race 2. It was the 5th time this year that Jet Bowling has finished on the podium with that 3rd place finish. So as we said, he's been on a pretty good roll here, but Ribeiro, and he's been tough. His 8th podium 2025, having picked up his first win earlier in the day.
Ribeiro closed the gap 4/10 last lap to Ambiato.
That's a significant pickup.
Yes, it could be tires falling off for Ambiato. He did push quite hard in the first stint so far, so yeah.
So where do you guys see Ribeiro catching Ambiato? Where's he making up the time?
It's hard to tell. It looks like in the back sector though, quite a bit. Looks like he caught him there a lot.
In the more technical part of the track.
Yes, yes. It looks like he caught him in 4 a little bit in 5. That could be tire wear, but yeah.
Well, he's definitely closed up now. Look at that. Like you said, right through this very technical section. He's within a car length now.
Yeah, they're closed now.
when you're closing on somebody like that, at first you're, might be 2-3 seconds behind him, and you start chipping away at it, and you're doing your work, and you get there. All of a sudden, you reach a point where you're like, I got him now. And you get that little bit of boost of adrenaline and energy and focus to complete the pass. How close do you have to be? When does that kick in where you're like, okay, it's on now?
I'd say probably about like half second away. When you're half second away, that's pretty close.
So you get that half a car length kind of thing.
So you draft, then you could draft up on him, and then that's how you'd go side by side, make the move inside or outside.
Here he goes, looking inside is Ribeiro. Nice block by Ambiato. You get one shot at that move, don't you, Roman?
Yes, you do.
Ribeiro staying with him. You would think with these two fighting for the lead, it would help Bowling out a little bit. Maybe give him a chance to gain a little ground.
Yeah, he gained like 2/10 last lap, so maybe this lap he'll gain a bit more because they defended it.
Let's see where they are when they cross the line. Bowling inside of 2 seconds, it looks like, behind.
Yeah, he did 20.3. They did 21.1 last lap, so he gained quite a bit.
Yeah. He's got to keep it up. He's got plenty of time. It's 17 and a half minutes to go.
Ribeiro isn't as close to Ambiato on this straightaway as last lap.
These guys have had a lot of races this weekend. It's their third one. Making up for one that they lost at Indianapolis last week due to the weather. They took a little bit of a wheel there. Bowling looks like he's closer still, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he closed up a lot this lap. We'll see what the gap is at the line, but it looks like around half second to a second he closed up this lap.
Yeah, it was what, 1.9 seconds last time?
Yes, it was.
Let's see what we have here now. Top two across the line. Here comes Bowling. Well,
still 1.9.
Not quite as much as we thought he had. Maybe a thousandth or two.
Maybe it looks like he closed up. Maybe he closed up a little bit, like 2/10 on Ribeiro, because Ribeiro is dropping off the back of Ambiato. So
there you go. That could be it.
Yeah, just a little closer. Looks like Staddy has had an issue. He's down 10th right now.
Yeah, something has gone wrong for Nicholas Staddy. Ribeiro still hasn't found a way around Ambiato. Do you see any openings in Ambiato that maybe Ribeiro could take advantage of? Is there a spot on the track? He looks weak.
Not right now. He was a bit closer earlier, so I feel like that was his time to pass him. But right now he's just dropped off the back of him a tad, so not close enough to send it into 4 yet.
Here we go, another one in the books. And Bowling.
Bowling improved on it.
Got 2/10 that time.
Ribeiro seems to be a little bit closer this lap, so maybe we'll see some defensive action into turn 4.
Bowling still too far behind to gain anything out of that draft at this point.
Going to the inside there, Ribeiro. He did get
and he came out with the lead. How about that? He'd been feigning that as an opportunity lap after lap, and he finally Stuck it right down in there.
Yeah, it was kind of a late dive bomb, but it seems like he has a little bit more pace than Ambiato at this time of the race. So, yeah, and then Jet Bowling's closing up to both of them right now. So we could see a 3 car back for the lead, race for the lead.
And Bowling is definitely closing.
Yes, looks like he is closing. We'll see the gap of the line.
There we go, 1-4.
Bowling gained 3/10 last lap on the leader, so he's closing up a little bit. Looks like Ambiato is dropping off the back of Ribeiro right now, so Bowling probably looking to try to close in on him.
Ambiato too far back here this time to retaliate. Looks like Bowling's pretty good through this technical part as well.
Yeah, Bowling seems to be closing up the technical section too. 5, 6, and 7 of the racetrack, so he seems pretty good through that section.
Twelve and a half minutes to go, so plenty of racing left for Jet Bowling to do something here. Won 6. They lost a little time.
Yes, it looks like Bowling lost a little bit of time that lap. Ribeiro out front.
Sure seems like he's closing. The clock doesn't lie. "12 minutes to go here. Ribeiro needs to buckle down and just focus, doesn't he?
Yes, he just needs to put his head down and put in the best clean laps he can do. Looks like he is stretching his legs a little bit here, as he looks like he's pulling a gap on Ambiato.
Again, coming into this race, Ambiato by 7 over Ribeiro. So Bruno looking to tighten things up here. Sherlock is going to fall out of 3rd, and Bowling is probably going to take over 3rd. So these last 11 minutes could have a huge impact on this championship.
Yeah, obviously, if Ribeiro wins, he could take the lead of the championship, depending where Ambiato finishes. So Ribeiro kind of needs to win this race if he wants to take the lead of the championship from Ambiato. And Jet Bowling, obviously, if he stays 3rd, he'll move up into 3rd in the championship. So.
Well, we've seen it happen numerous times today where get right down to the end of the race, final lap, penultimate lap, and guy out front just makes that one little bobble and hands over the lead. So we'll see if Ribeiro can keep things clean here. Bowling's doing now. Boy, he's slipped off a bit. He's back to 2.3. So I don't know, maybe those tires have been used up and he doesn't have the grip he needs to keep pushing.
Yeah, his left front looks pretty green to me.
There's a look at Chet Bowling. You can see Ribeiro 1.2 out in front of Ambiato as well. So he doesn't want to get too comfy, but he just needs to keep putting in consistent laps inside of 9 minutes. Barrow with a nice entry into the carousel. Just solid.
Barrow Wolfe going a bit off there in 4.
Mid-Ohio is the most visited track in the series in the history of Formula Regional Americas. It's the only track that, most races here. Ambiato might be slipping back to Bowling, though.
Yeah, Bowling looks to be closing in this lap a little bit. So we might see a battle for second in a minute.
So right near the halfway point of the season for this tour as well. So, boy, you don't want to make a mistake now because start running out of opportunities.
Bowling went about 2/10 faster last lap, so we might see a battle here at the end of the race for second.
Of course, Bowling got his first win just a week ago at Indianapolis, and he is right there on Ambiato now. So the fight for second, just a second apart. Ambiato also a winner in Indy.
Yeah, Bowling looks to be closing a lot this lap, so
Ambiato has definitely lost touch with Ribeiro. Now it's all about defending second place these final 5.5 minutes.
Gap looks to be about 6/10 now, so he took 4/10 out of him last lap.
Bowling right there. He was 4/10 of a second quicker on that last lap was Jet Bowling than Ambiato. But he seems to lose ground down this long straightaway. Ambiato made a little mistake there getting into 4. Went a little wider than I think he was hoping to.
Bowling seems to gain most of his time in this back technical section. This is where he seems to close up the most. That could be just Ambiato pushed his tires too hard at the start, and either they overheated or they're just completely dead. So that could be why Bowling is catching a lot now. Where Bowling more preserve his tires for the end of the race.
Yeah, you can see Ambiato's car really moving around on exit coming out of the carousel.
Yes, it looks like to be moving around a lot. The rears look dead from outside of the car. Or yeah, from third person. So.
No problems for Ribeiro. Bowling was a 10th quicker than Ambiato on that last lap.
Big slide for Ambiato coming out of the keyhole.
This is where Ambiato's had the advantage, though.
Down this long straight. He might be running less downforce, which allows him to be faster down the back straight. So, and that would make sense why Bowling would close in this tight technical section, because he has more grip because of the arrow.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely going to be running out of mechanical grip at this point.
Yes, the tires. Tires aren't very. They don't have a lot of grip anymore at the end of this weekend because it's very hot out there. It's their third race. These tires probably went through quali and maybe second race. So this is their third. This is their third heat cycle, and that does a lot to the tires. So
these drivers have to be a little tired themselves, a little worn out.
Yes, it's very hot out there. Very physical car.
Well, he's right there on him now.
Yeah, he's close.
Almost dead even across the line in speed. Bowling starting to fake to the inside. Bowling looking to be on the podium again here, but wants to be on the second step, not the third. 2.5 minutes to go, so probably white flag next time by.
Yeah, white flag next time. Might see a move on the last lap here from Bowling. So.
Well, it looks like we're gonna have a little traffic as well.
Yes, it does look like we're gonna have some traffic. I think that's Kevin Jansen, one of our Masters drivers. He's
He pulls over.
Great job of Kevin Jansen getting out the way.
There's the white flag for Ribeiro.
Yeah, it looks like Ambiato pulled a little bit. No, it looks like they're the same this time by.
Bowling is going to have to get a great run out of the keyhole here.
Ambiato went wide. Ambiato
yeah, he
wide.
did, and there goes Bowling.
Bowling takes over P2.
But Ambiato will be quicker down this long straightaway, so Bowling's going to have to be on the defensive side headed into 4.
Yeah, I think we'll see some side-by-side action into turn 4.
He got a good run off the corner, did Jet?
Yeah, he got a good run. Ambiato I don't think he's going to be close enough, Ambiato.
It's not looking like it, is it? And he's not going to be as quick through the tighter technical stuff.
No. Ambiato had a peak into 5, but that's hard to pass from there. Easier to go around the outside.
It's been the story of the day on the last lap and the penultimate lap. Guys in the front position just making that one little mistake that opens the door after a hard-fought battle. They end up giving up either the lead or, in this case, second place.
Yes. Ribeiro's been really consistent all race, so that definitely helped him. So that's good.
Bruno Ribeiro through the summit carousel for the final time, and he's going to the top step of the podium with the win here at Mid-Ohio in race 3. And Jet Bowling does a great job to fight through and take second away from Ambiato right at the end of this one. And the points are definitely going to get shaken up. Formula Regional Americas.
Yeah, I think Ribeiro might have gotten the lead in the championship now since Ambiato finished 3rd.
Yep, and with Sherlock having his problems.
Yes, Sherlock having his motor issue. I think Jet Bowling takes over 3rd now in the championship, so very close up front in this championship.
So Ribeiro won yesterday, gets another one here today. Ambiato with the win yesterday, but on the podium again here this afternoon. So strong run for both of them. There's a look at the results again. Ribeiro, Bowling, Ambiato, Brady Golan up to 4th. Connor Roberts will take 5th. And Kevin Jansen making a nice move to let the leaders by. He rounds out the top 10. see if we can take a look at that pass here and figure out what Ambiato did wrong.
Let's see. So he gets a little wide off the apex of 1. Just understeers wide, I feel like, yeah. Just understeers a little bit wide. Missed his apex, yeah. And then Bowling got a better exit down the straight, which allowed him to clear Ambiato. And I was basically...
Yep, just in time to get on the brakes down here. And Bowling takes over second place, and there you see Ribeiro out in front of him. Coming up just on the other side of the break, it's time for the Cube 3 Architecture T82 Championship presented by Pirelli. Switch on over to Speed Sport 1 now. Catch that race live on Speed Sport 1. We'll be right back.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with the company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty. Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty. Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best.
Welcome to the rolling hills of Lexington, Ohio, where the track winds like a serpent through the heart of the Midwest. This is the legendary Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. 13 turns, 2.4 miles, and one of the most technically demanding battlegrounds in American road racing. With perfect weather on tap and full fields in both the TA and TA2 classes, today's racing promises edge of your seat drama. Veterans and rising stars alike will trade paint and test their limits through the notorious carousel and the high-speed straights. Every corner offers a challenge. Every lap is a chance to rise or fall. And today, every driver aims to leave their mark in Ohio. This is the Trans Am Racing Series, presented by Pirelli. It's a live look here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. Ralph Shaheen and Mr. 100 Adam Andretti here with us after making his 100th start yesterday as we get ready for Trans Am presented by Pirelli with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series lined up on the grid and ready to go. Adam, this should be a really warm race for these drivers sitting inside these cars.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out there at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It's hot, though. It's hot. The breeze saves you, but inside these Q3 Architecture TA2 cars, you don't get much of a breeze. So, yeah, definitely making sure your cool shirt, any kind of cooling devices you're using, that you're well hydrated and that you were prepared for this weekend. So, I tell you, when I was a younger driver, the heat bothered me a lot more as I got older, more conditioned to it. So I think, honestly, it affects the younger drivers more. I know that seems counterintuitive, but it's just kind of the way it goes. The heat is so wretched inside these cars. There's just no movement in there. So it'll be interesting. It's going to make for some great racing today, and that surface temperature of the track is going to make the difference.
Well, let's take a look at qualifying from yesterday, the TA2 Championship machines.
And Barry Bowe's getting his best qualifying ever in his Q3 Architecture TA2 career, and Jared Aldrich, and I believe took the Pro-Am pole. But great highlight reel here. But yeah, Jared's come a long way. He and I had a nice conversation yesterday about what's, and then you got Sam Corey here, pole man in the SLR car.
Tom Sheehan there. But it was really all about Corey Day at the end of this one.
Yeah, sorry, it's not Sam Corey. My apologies. Corey Day, my apologies.
Corey setting the track record on his way to winning the pole here. And getting his first pole in Cube 3 TA2. So you get a little over 2 miles here and some 13 turns. And you hear everybody say it's so hard to pass here.
You do. It is difficult to pass, but it's not impossible. It's definitely not impossible to pass here. But you gotta understand the track and understand where those opportunities are, and you got to be opportunistic in the mistakes too, because this is Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It is as you alluded to on that intro, that wonderful intro, this is one of the most technical tracks anywhere that you'll ever find, and mistakes come quick, often, and in a hurry here from even the best drivers. So capitalizing on those mistakes, recognizing when they're there, and pouncing and completing the pass. Difficult, but definitely you can accomplish it here.
So Andy Lally, the president of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, is raced here a ton of times. In fact, he was an instructor here even at the driving school. So we jumped on board with Andy to get a lap of Mid-Ohio to find out how you get around here.
We are pulling on track to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, one of the longest running courses in the nation. Very smooth exit out of pit lane here, not too dangerous. You blend offline, which is really nice, unlike a lot of tracks that we run on in North America here. Nice and easy out of lane here, up to the keyhole. A very late braking, uphill, early turn in, double apex corner, where we typically in the TA2 cars are going to be braking about the 150 marker, a slight early turn in, and typically with a corner this tight, you're going to understeer a bit in these cars. So we're going to use some of that apex curb, let it out in the middle, pause just enough as we fall off like a 2-foot little cliff in the middle of the corner, let the car point as we launch down the long straightaway that we have here, which is coming down to turn 4. It's downhill the whole way, so your top speed is actually pretty decent here. TA2 cars are well over 150 miles an hour. TA cars are upwards of 175 miles an hour. Very, very friendly curbing at Mid-Ohio. Most of the curbs, except for turn 1 and turn 13, are extremely usable. You sacrifice a little bit of exit out of turn 5 to set yourself up back to the left side for the entrance to turn 6. Charging into Thunder Valley, all weights on the left side, and we're off camera, and we got to gently get on the brakes, turn it in a little bit early, use again a lot of that curbing coming up to turn 11 here. It's just a little bit of a brake, one downshift here. Our apex is right at the beginning of the curb, and we're looking to get right back on throttle, use up all the exit, and we're not going to get back over to the left for the carousel, which is our final corner coming just before the kink coming on in the straightaway here. We'll actually brake at the inside, kind of cover our inside from attack, let it out a little bit in the middle, just maybe 3/4 of a car width. Be patient here. Let the car get through that slow, tight corner point and pull the trigger one time to come onto a very easy, flat, last little bend / kink before the start-finish line to take that checker flag and finish our lap at Mid-Ohio.
And Ollie does a great job of explaining this wonderful Mid-Ohio sports car cars. It really, honestly, we're built out here in the country of Central Ohio and Lexington, Ohio, with this racetrack, and that's what it feels like. You're on an old country road that only the Mid-Ohio school where he and I have both taught here. It's a fabulous place to come learn how to drive a race car, but not only that, drive a car, period, but really to drive this racetrack is something special to learn some of those nuances. But yeah, he nailed every aspect of this track, Roush Shaheen, and some of the great things that we see here, like the keyhole and the whole downhill run to turn 4, and the madness that goes on from turn 4 to turn 9. And this is definitely one of my absolute favorite places in the country to be.
All right, well, we're getting ready to get this one underway. So we've got a little bit more pre-race for you when we come back here to Mid-Ohio. But the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series is ready to race live right here on Speed Sport 1. Stay with us.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics in every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsport experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here live at Mid-Ohio on Speed Sport 1. Hope you're ready for some great racing on this Sunday afternoon, because we're going to have a good one here. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. There's the grid all formed up on pit road, and down there amongst the fans is the third member of our crew, Here's Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you so much, Ralph. And let me tell you, I live in the South. We're here at Mid-Ohio, and it is hot. And I'll tell you something else. It's rained here a lot at Mid-Ohio. I get a lot more nervous about the safety of our drivers and our crew in races like this where it's super hot than I do with downpour rain. So we really need to watch out for that, and it's going to be kind of a war of attrition that Keith Prochuk and I were talking about today, because Keith Prochuk, one of our fastest drivers with HP tuners, but he's kind of the mid to the back, and I'm not used to seeing that. But your strategy is this is a war of attrition. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I feel pretty good. I kind of feel oversaturated or overhydrated right now. It's going to be hot. I try to stay in the trailer as long as possible this morning just to stay cool. But, yeah, we got a race next weekend, so quick turnaround time. We want to bring the cars back in one piece. Yeah, back third of the pack. My qualifying wasn't that great. My main competition's over there in P3, so we got some work to do. But, yeah, it's going to be keeping it clean, keeping it there at the end. It's over an hour-long race. It's going to be hot, so yeah, we're just going to run laps, pick up positions where we can. But I think it'll be more of a safer race, this race, than a bit more aggressive like some of our other races. Like Road America will probably be very aggressive. I think this is going to be a bit more conservative.
Nice. And he's got pressure on him, too, because a lot of his HP Tuner employees are going to be coming to Road America because he's just down the road in Chicago. So good luck to Keith Prochuk. Then we're coming over here. Look at this. Side by side are two professional athletes outside of the Trans Am series. So we spoke to Jared Odrick last year. So if I ever come to anybody that would be kind of what I'd consider a conditioning expert in this field, in this heat, it would be an ex-NFL player like Jared Odrick. So what's your preparation?
Preparation is a lot of liquids, a lot of fluid, a lot of sleep, and even not just on grid, but at all times leading up to this, keeping the body temperature down. A lot of good sugar right beforehand. So I had a bunch of dates and a bunch of electrolytes, and just trying to stay cool. And that's what we do here in these Cool Box Cool shirts.
See, there you go. He's wearing the Cool Box Cool shirt. He's going to be out there staying cool. Thank you, Jared Odrick, running in Pro-Am. Mia Lovell is over there. Sorry about that. Signing autographs. Oh, let's go talk to Eric Caton, running out here in this beautiful Ray Skillman Auto Group. How are you feeling right now? You're smart. You're under the umbrella. I know you've been watching. You've been watching Bill race today. How you feeling?
I'm actually feeling pretty good. This is my third time here. That's the first time I've been able to race at the track multiple times. So we had a little more left in qualifying, so I feel really, really good about that. So. Nice.
I love it. Well, good luck out there. Eric Caton running his Ford Mustang Ray Skillman Auto Group. They are an auto group, auto sales out of Central Indiana. So go check them out if you're in the area. Now, Ben Mayer, man, I'm so excited to have you back in the series. I miss you. I knew that you were coming in. The plan was to come to Mid-Ohio and the next week to Road America, but you've got a special announcement to make here live. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing my NASCAR truck debut at Lime Rock next weekend, and hopefully it goes well. We're just going to try and put my head down and do as well as I can. And also here, had a little trouble in practice figuring out the car, but hopefully we can get it a little better in the race and do well.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, what number will you be at Lime Rock?
02.
02 at Lime Rock in the Craftsman Truck Series. Now, Julian DaCosta, look at this. And I put some pressure on you earlier in the week, and I said, I think this might be my favorite liveried car in the TA2 Series. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Obviously, it's a very warm day today, but livery looks great. Track looks good, and I think it's going to be a good race. I'm looking forward to it. I think I'll see you at the end, so I'm excited. I'm excited.
I like the confidence. He says, I'm going to see you at the end. What he means by that is he'll see me at winner's circle. So I like that. Now, two-time Mid-Ohio winner, Thomas Merrill. And I was speaking to Thomas in the shade earlier. He doesn't wear any kind of cooling thing. He wears this cooling shirt, but he doesn't like the iceless or the ice systems. He doesn't like any of that because you think they don't work. It's mental. I don't know, but it's hot out here, Thomas. How you feeling about that strategy now?
Well, it's going to be hard either way, but I'm old school. I like what I got going. It works for me. And it's just going to be about playing the long game. So our HP Tuners Camaro has been a lot faster this weekend than it has been so far, so we're hoping to be there at the end.
Nice. I love it. Thomas Merrill. Gian Buffamonte over here. I was speaking to his dad, Tony, and Gian doing really well in the points. He had a second-place finish. Where are you in the points? Are you 8th?
I think I'm 8th or 7th in the points right now.
Nice. Now, you're from the Chicago area, so this is, you know, it gets like this in the summertime, hot and humid. What's your preparation today?
Just drank a lot of liquids, a lot of Gatorade water, got the cool shirt going, and it should be a good one. Should be fun.
And now I just want to point out, look at all this real estate here on this car for sponsorships. Gian Buffamonte running for a championship, doing really well in the top 10, 8th he thinks. So look out for Gian Buffamonte and give him a call if you want to be on this beautiful car. When we come over here, we'll talk to Noah, but I just want to point out something publicly and apologize. One of my trackside signs, my mission sign, did a little bit of damage to this car, and I feel terrible about that. I'm so sorry. But you're running out here under the umbrella. There's clouds now, finally. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Just been trying to stay hydrated this morning, and it's going to be a hot race. Definitely the hottest I've had in TA2. So just been talking to Rafa and trying to help me try to stay hydrated for this race.
Nice. And how are you going to get the Street Side Classic silver hair car up to the front?
It's gonna be a long, hot race. So just try to pick off cars one at a time, and we have the pace in the silver hair car thanks to Q3 and Street Side Classics. So looking forward to moving forward through the field.
And you're side by side with a teammate going into what is that, turn 4 down there at the start. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it'll be good. We had a conversation. We're gonna give each other room and be safe. Just try to make it through the first few corners there.
Hold on a second. We got some kids wanting to be on TV. Hey, you can't jump in the back of the screen like that and not get me to talk to you. So I like the Trans Am shirts. Are you having fun here?
Yes. Fun is not enough. We're having way more than fun. This is Trans Am, baby!
Well, there's our promo for our next event right there. Nice job. I love it. So I'm seeing a lot of Cube 3 and some Trans Am shirts walking through here. Another one of, yeah, we need to pay that kid, exactly. Another one of these cars that has a lot of real estate on it. A really good driver, Sam Corey. It's a hot one out there, but you just were here just a couple weeks ago right after Lime Rock and in testing, and you like Mid-Ohio, don't you?
I do. It's not that bad outside. It feels pretty good working on my tan a little bit. But, yeah, should be a good day, and we got a fast race car, so we'll get after it.
Yeah. So some of these Mooresville, North Carolina guys, this is just a regular spring day to them. So they're probably pretty used to it. Adrian Lostovsky over here with the CMI car. I see some of his group, but I don't see Adrian out here. So, Billy, how you guys feeling about this car today and this heat and everything?
Pretty good. We're ready. We're ready. He's ready, so nice. We're going to go after it and do what we can. Go to the front.
Be up front, yeah, just man a few words. I'm going to come up here. I want to talk to the M1 drivers because we've got Thomas Annunziata here in the GR90 starting 4th. But 1, 2, 3, a big storyline is our M1 drivers. If we could get Barry to come up here real quick, I want to talk to all 3 of them because they somehow figured it out. Lagacy Jr., get in here. I was very impressed with the qualifying, but Barry in Pro-Am finishing 3rd. Corey, you're on the pole. Tristan McKee is right there next to him. Lagacy, you guys figured out Mid-Ohio, one of our most complicated tracks on the season.
I don't know that, obviously our guys have been working hard, right? We've got a great group and the M1 cars are great, but I'm going to put this one on the drivers this time. The amount of prep work they did here, Scott Speed and Josh Wise, they're executing, and they executed all weekend. Better every session, better every corner. We mentioned something, so they used each other, worked together. It's a team, and it's been fun to see.
I don't know if we've ever had a driver only do 3 events and then be on the pole. That's amazing. Corey, how you feeling?
Yeah, good, of course. We'll try and go repeat, that lap and my laps in practice for 45 laps today. I'm curious how I'm going to be up front. I haven't got to be up front in one of these races, and frankly, I haven't had a lot of green flag laps yet. The 2 races I've ran have been under caution, and it rained in Sonoma. So, I'm excited to get a long run here, see how the tires fall off, and see how it goes.
Tristan, quickly, this is maybe your 2nd time here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course?
Yeah, I've just tested here before, but first race.
Qualified P2, very good. But the one I probably am most proud of in the Pro-Am, Barry Bowes, ASIO data in M1, and your Pro-Am competitors are pretty far back there. You've got a good cushion, Barry.
I feel fantastic. The cushion's great, but I'm here to race, and I'm here to race hard and clean. So I'm going to do the best. I'm going to finish the best I possibly can. Not interfere with the national race, but race as hard as I can. This team is absolutely incredible. We work together, and we do well together. Right? Tristan will come in and say, hey, I was looking at some stuff, and maybe you should think about doing this, right? Or, you know, maybe my coach is looking at some of my stuff and says, hey, Tristan, come over here, right? You know, and we're doing the same thing with Corey, and working together to do better together is incredible.
I love it. Teamwork makes a dream work. I'm going to send it back up to you guys in the booth, and we're going to get going with the invocation.
All right, so we've heard all of the insight there, Adam. I know you paid close attention to everything you heard. Anybody or anything sticking out to you as you get ready for this one?
You know, what we just ended there on these SLR cars, M1 chassis dominating here at Mid-Ohio this weekend thus far, with the top 3 positions being locked out. Barry Bowes, by far, 3rd overall, his best ever qualifying position is pretty impressive to see. And then these 2 youngsters on the front row is super, super impressive. Now, M1 and SLR have always brought their game to Mid-Ohio, but nothing like this.
Well, Ben's not done yet. He has a little bit more for us. Take it away, Ben.
Well, I'm down here with Bill Knox, he's kind of like our road pastor out here, but also works in the Trans Am series with Road Race Ministries to deliver the invocation. Bill, take it away.
Thank you, Ben. If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we come to you today, we give you all the praise and glory for this glorious day you've provided for us. Father, we ask that you wrap your almighty hands around this facility. Father, that you keep the drivers smart, patient, and most of all, Father, that you keep them safe. And Father, we ask that you step in and protect the world, Father, from each other. Bring our military, first responders, police, and EMS home safe. In your Son's most precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Bill Knox, thank you so much. He's going to be in the pits all day now with this Trans Am race. And then Nikki Dunford delivered a fantastic national anthem yesterday. We've invited her to come back today. Nikki, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see my dawn's early light? What so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallant, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Nikki. Well done.
Yeah, beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful job. And I can't help but notice while we're looking at Old Glory there that we got a pretty stiff breeze. That's a good tailwind going down that back straightaway, Ralph Shaheen, into turn 4.
It sure is. And the guy who's going to be starting on the outside of the front row there in that yellow, black, and white machine, Tristan McKee is the points leader coming from Kannapolis, North Carolina to race with us here today. We had a chance to catch up with the points leader to see how he's feeling about things.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I would like to think that I'm ahead of a lot of kids, some of them that are my age. You know, I'm definitely learning a lot, just taking it in like a sponge. I have so many great mentors, you know, Scott Legacy, Scott Speed, everyone around here, Josh Wise, all the people from Chevy, you know. So I have so many people, great people around me that teach me so many things. I just have to soak it up. A lot of people say something about my age. They think it's really, really cool, obviously, that I'm so young doing what I have done, but it's all hard work. You know, I've put in a lot into this. My whole life since I started racing has been racing, nothing else. You know, that's all I focused on. So, like I said, I have a lot of great mentors and other people around me that teach me a lot, but it's all hard work at the end of the day. So the driver development deal that I'm in is with Josh Wise and Scott Speed mainly. So they started up a driver development program through Chevy that mainly all the Chevy drivers, not all of them, but a lot of them go through there, and it's driver training really. So we have a gym and all, and we go karting and do all kinds of different things that prepares us for everything that each of us are doing.
Well, Adam, your thoughts on Tristan McKee? I mean, you've taught a lot of racers. What do you think of this young man?
Oh, he's an impressive young man, and right there you just see how laser focused he is, even as a 14-year-old. You can't teach that. that's born in, and he's born to do what he's doing right here, and this is his calling. And it's fun to watch. It's fun to watch him do his thing, and this Gainbridge Spire Motorsports, Chevrolet Camaro, prepared by obviously Scott Lagacy Racing and M1 Race Cars. So they do a great job over there. This is someone that Scott Lagacy said in Sebring, goes, you keep an eye on this kid, and he was a kid. We've seen it, and he's going to be eager for his first win. He's a points leader, which is great, but racers are. We're all about the wins, and leading points is great, but if you got to rack up those wins.
And he's attracting a lot of attention. You can already see Gainbridge already jumping on board. HendrickCars.com. Mr. H and the folks keeping an eye on Spire Motorsports, hugely involved in a wide variety of things in racing. Obviously a strong connection into the NASCAR world through Spire. So he's definitely got the right representation, the right eyeballs on him, everybody paying attention to this young 14-year-old.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen by accident, right?
No,
like he said, he earned it. He worked hard, and we're excited to see this point of their careers. That's what I love about this Q3.
All right, let's take a look at this racetrack from a little different perspective here, Adam. We went around it with Andy Lally. Actually, we're going to go to Ben first and fire up the engine. Sorry about that, Ben.
Yeah, I'm down here actually with Nick Middleton with Q3 Architecture, the title sponsor of the TA2 series. And Nick, can you introduce everybody here?
Well, welcome to the family here. They're going to be doing this very shortly. They're having a phenomenal day, seeing all the drivers in the cars here in the paddock, and they're delivering one of the biggest commands in motor racing very shortly. So we're looking forward to that in a few minutes.
And I know that the Make-A-Wish came with us with Bob Accardo Jr.
and
Coda. And we kind of, as a series, said we'll do anything that we can for Make-A-Wish. And then you came in and said, so will Nick Middleton and so will Cube 3. It's something dear to your heart as well.
This is very much. It's a great organization on a national basis, and we're so happy that we're able to bring this to so many communities around the United States in all these locations we're going. These kids have a phenomenal opportunity here to be engaged with a sport that they really love. They get to sit in the cars. Some have even got to see in pace laps. But today, again, very hot day, sitting out here on the hot top, but we're going to be going to the Start Your Engine shortly.
Nice, and we're going to hear from Gio here shortly, but tell me a little bit about Gio, because we love meeting these kids, and I can tell in his eyes he's a fighter.
He is. So Gideon was diagnosed with Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which is a life-threatening type of epilepsy. And so we just live our lives day by day. We never know what's going to happen from one day to the next. And he is so strong and resilient, and he is excited to be here. So.
Nice. I love it. I love it. So now you're here. Are you Gio's brother? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It is pretty hot, but despite that, Gio's been doing really well, and I hope he likes the gifts the racers such as Bob have given him.
Nice. I love that. Nice. Very good. Gio, are you having fun here with the TA2 series in Cube 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry it's so hot, but we're going to get going here. Thank you guys so much for coming out. We're here at the Middle Ohio Sports Course. Make-A-Wish Foundation is here, but now I'm going to throw the mic down here for the most famous words in motorsports. I need everybody to be super loud. Here we go. To deliver the most famous words in motorsports is the Make-A-Wish kid this weekend, Gio. Take it away.
Drivers, start your engine.
We'll bring them this way.
There you go, Gio. Job well done as the engines come to life here. And Adam, we say it all the time when we see these young fighters like that. We think of these race car drivers like yourself as heroes, but it's those young kids like Gio that are really the true heroes.
Without question. It's such a blessing to be around these individuals, these youngsters that are putting in the fight like they are, and we always wish them and are praying for them and their families, because it's a challenge all around. It's a challenge definitely for that child But as you just heard it out of that mother's mouth, that they don't know what their day is going to be, and that's just hard on everybody, on the big brother and everybody. So, but what a blessing that they're doing that.
Glad to have you here, Gio, you and your family. We're coming right back on Speed Sport 1 for the start after this.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Back here in Mid-Ohio, cars are rolling, Adam.
Yeah, they're looking great too. A lot of these beautiful Q3 architecture TA2 cars making their way through 4, 5, 6 complex. You can see the fans are there on the hill trying to grab up as much shade as they can. That is naturally put there by the trees, but also we got some plenty of tents up there. But you get, it's a unique little course here where we get like a lap and a half of pace lap. So turn 1 is Mission Foods. Turn 1, this is a medium to high speed corner, light brake on entry, hard power through it and out to climb the hill all the way up to the famed keyhole, turn number 2. This straightaway is it's so important to get the exit of 1 right because, like I said, carrying uphill to Q3 architecture turn 2, or the keyhole as we know it as here. The exit of the keyhole, again, just as critical, if not, definitely more critical even than the exit of turn 1, because you're down this long back straightaway through turn 3, the kink, down into turn 4. Your best opportunity for passing is down into turn 4. 5, 6, 7, as you can see on the map, kind of referred to as the S's or madness, through 8, 9, and then you come on to a little short shoot. 10, 11, the carousel, and you're back home where we see everyone in turn 1 here, and the front row is formed up here. And this is a unique place, like I said, where we don't take the green flag in the same place as we do the restarts. We get another half a lap here. So it's up to these drivers, these young drivers on the front row, to be disciplined enough, Ralph, to bring the field to the green.
And that's a safety thing because it's a lot longer on that backstretch, easier to set up for 4 as your first corner coming to the green than it is going into 1.
Yes, for sure. Like I think years past, they tried to make the start-finish at right in front of us here,
yeah,
and it just didn't work. Like turn 1 was always just an absolute mayhem. So turn 4 is not much easier. As we'll see, this is super, super critical. And as I learned yesterday, cold tires, low tire pressure, heavy fuel load, the inside's really dirty. It can catch you off guard.
All right, so we got Day on the inside of the HendrickCars.com machine, McKee on the outside in the Gamebridge car. Green flag is waving. We're racing in Mid-Ohio live on Speed Sport 1.
It looked like that start might have been a little organized by the team. You got Thomas Annunziata who's going to try and rail the outside. Oh, wow, he blew the corner here. I told you it's slick. Boy, that I hate to be right about stuff like that, but it is super, super slick down there.
He did a
track
great job
temp,
of corralling it, getting it back up on the racetrack, didn't he?
He certainly did. He certainly did. And I tell you, that's what you got to do, because if you don't get on the throttle and you're stuck out there in China Beach, your day is pretty much over. So
look at everything coming up from underneath the car, though, as he continued on.
yeah, and that makes a mess of the track for those behind, but and for the next couple laps. But at the same time, he may have to do what Paul Bernard had to do yesterday, come into pits and get that grill swept out, or else his race ain't going to last long.
Wow, what a shame for Corey. Puts the car on the pole. An impressive run, his first one, and now first corner.
And we didn't mention anything about Adrian Vlastowski there in P5. He's the top Howe car, doing a real good job right up the back bumper of Thomas Annunziata right now.
Yeah, Adrian right there in the white and red, number 3.
Yes, yeah, and Sam Corey right behind him. He gets a good run, Now this is gives him a disadvantage on the outside here coming up to the keyhole. If he can pinch Thomas down a little bit and keep him tight there, he can rail that outside and hopefully maybe get a run out of the Q3 architecture keyhole down that back straightaway.
You can see how far back Corey Day fell.
And this is the strength. This has been the strength of these M1 cars. Look at the gap that they have pulled out already on Thomas Annunziata in P3. Got a whole bunch of mayhem coming in.
Going into 4. It was getting
like this
tight
drone
there.
to go back another couple cars right now. That was looking pretty spicy behind them as we take a look at that lead up in the front. As it gets spicy as we get further down the field here. Got Bob Accardo there in the number 39 with the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Bo's doing a great job of hanging on to McKee right now. They
like
started to pull away a little bit here from Annunziata, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But Rafa Matos is coming. Rafa Matos is coming. He was the one that made it 4 wide down there into turn 4, and he came out the victor on that as he's now right there in P4 behind Thomas Annunziata. So this is going to be it's shaping up to be some very good racing right here.
Comes Annunziata. Matos right behind him.
And you got Thomas Merrill there. A little bit of damage on the nose, but that's the least of his concerns. He was wiped out on pit in the paddock this weekend by a scooter from another team. And
that
boy,
was yesterday?
Yeah, that was yesterday. And
Matos swinging wide here.
Matos is on a mission. And I spoke with him this morning, and I reminded him, you know, no one races Mid-Ohio like Rafa Matos. He is the master of this place, and he's showing it. Look at him. He's already there just hounding in P4, hounding Thomas Annunziata.
Which credit to Annunziata for keeping him behind him at this point.
Yeah, no kidding, right? So we're gonna see some. Right here's the move.
There he goes on the outside.
And you can make that work. You can make that work. Now he got tapped a little bit by Thomas, and it doesn't take much with these track temperatures to slide these cars around. Great drone shot right there, giving us great up close aerial of the action. And you got again Thomas Merrill right there sneaking in.
Yeah, finish your story on Thomas and his accident in the paddock.
He is bruised from head to toe, the poor guy, and you know the nose is a little bit damaged, but I don't think it's going to do anything that bad for him. His biggest concern, like I said, is he's got cuts and bruises and things going on all over his body right now. So what a brave run for him this early on. It's a hot day, and you saw him. He's like one of the only guys out there Ironman in it with no cool shirt or anything like that. So. You know, keep your eye out on Thomas Merrill. One heck of an athlete right there.
Annunziata, again, credit to him for keeping Matos behind him. Adrian Vostovsky right there still. We all just keep waiting for Adrian to break through, don't we?
We do, and he's right
coming.
there.
Here's Matos again. Oh, and now it's Boris Said Jr.
Boris Said Jr. in the HendrickCars.com Toyota Camry. I think it's kind of cool to see it on something else other than a Chevrolet, honestly. And the livery came out beautiful on that car. And I hate to see that their day is over already, and that's a shame. Hopefully he's in a spot that is inconspicuous, and we can keep going racing here. As Rafa's got another run down.
There he is right there, headed to 4.
He's going to make it stick, I think, on the outside this time. I believe he looked like he had good position. It looked like Thomas went down for a serious defense.
And there's the full course caution.
Yeah, and this might have been a local yellow too, and that might not be a move that Rafa's going to be able to keep anyway. That you're going to have to give that one back. But full course caution here to get rid of that 60 car. But I don't think this one's going to take us too long. I think this should be a pretty quick caution here.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Boris Jr., he's had some rough luck this year.
Yeah, right.
Been quick.
I can empathize, but he's had some. His speed is getting better. He's gelling quite well over there at Nitro, and you know, he's back. He's in a Camry now. You know, almost the whole Nitro compound there, the whole Nitro paddock. I think other than just 2 cars are all Toyota Camrys now. So, so he's in the Camry hunt now, and it's just a shame that their day's over early like that. You got right now Thomas Annunziata, you know, carrying the flag for Nitro Motorsports.
So while they're still under yellow, we'll go ahead and take a quick break while they get Borised Jr. off the racetrack. We'll be back live here from Mid-Ohio on Speed Sport 1. Stay with us.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Full loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will get your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car. It's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's at the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts of top names in performance. Priced to make your product affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
We're back here at Mid-Ohio, and you can see Borised Jr.'s car getting pulled back around.
Yeah, it should be a quick cleanup. Obviously, no oil or anything looked like got dropped on the track, and just get the car off away from a dangerous area, because it was not in a good area, and get that car off. And hopefully it's not something that kills their day, that they can get Boris Jr. back out there, and he can fly that HendrickCars.com colors, you know, for the rest of the day out there. But we got, you know, the points leader overall is Tristan McKee, and he's leading this race. And then the points leader in Pro-Am is Barry Bowes, and he's leading this race in Pro-Am. So this is, you know, this is really chalking out to be an exciting race, and really a race between these SLR M1 cars up at the front, as they were able to just absolutely check out. And we'll see now that Rafa's got position. He was able to keep that position on Thomas Annunziata, which was interesting. I didn't know when that flag came out, but the stewards are on top of stuff, and we'll see if during the rest of this yellow how it plays out. You can see Adrian Vlastowski with his hand out the window. Some of these drivers, when you see that and their hands just tucked out the window, they're trying to scoop some air into the car, some fresh air into the car, just kind of keep themselves a little bit cool. And because a race car is just designed to keep the air away from the inside, because air inside the car is just drag. So and then you saw right before the break that beautiful orange Vixen Ford Mustang of Thomas Sheehan going through the picture before we went to break. And he's been enjoying some time with his excavator, land moving, and doing all those fun things. And I was like, does it help your driving at all? Because I don't know if it does. But you know, it might help with the connection and multitasking. But he's having an absolute blast at home with his new excavator. But these are some of the fun stories about knowing this paddock and knowing some of these cast of characters that are inside this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series.
Anybody I know who's gotten themselves an excavator or some piece of heavy equipment like that to move trees around and knock stuff down and clear out forests and everything, just has the best time. You can't stop raving about how much fun it is to get out there and just chew stuff up.
I tell you, the best person I've ever seen on an excavator is two-time TA2 champion Gar Robinson.
Really?
Oh my goodness, he can move land like nobody's business. I took him to his first Supercross race, and the most exciting part of him was the break, watching the Dirtworks crew rework the track.
And those guys are pretty impressive.
They're an amazing amount of talent. But speaking of amazing amount of talent, we're getting ready to go green here again.
Yes, we are.
Inside this wonderful, wonderful hot day here at Mid-Ohio. But hot days make for great racing, and we're seeing just that.
That yellow helped Corey Day get back up a little bit to the guys in front, so maybe he can get a couple of spots here.
It did. He's now up to P14. He's made a few spots back after running off.
There he is.
Hopefully, again, he's got his grill cleaned up, and sometimes caution to do that. As we're
green flag. Here we go. Tristan McKee in front of Bose and Matos and Annunziata and Vostovsky.
Now, see what Rafa Matos can do here. Nobody's had anything for these M1 cars. And now Rafa Matos, I said earlier that it was Adrian carrying the colors for Hal, but now you got Rafa Matos in the first Hal chassis out there. And then Thomas Annunziata's inside a Cope chassis, and Thomas Merrill, of course, in a Cope car there, doing a great job right up the tail end. Mike looks like he's got a good run going down the back straightaway out of the Cube 3 architecture keyhole.
Talking to Mike Cope earlier this weekend, he was just happy to see all the body panels in all the cars.
Yeah, they've had a run.
Matos inside of Bose going into 4, got him.
Mr. Mid-Ohio, Rafa Matos. This is the last thing Tristan McKee wanted to see in his mirror was that Brazilian right there, that Brazilian fire behind him.
Adam, I've never made a competitive pass here in Mid-Ohio in anger like that, but that to me just looked like it was absolute textbook.
It was textbook. I mean, he couldn't not a wheel lock up, not a wheel hop, and you're talking on the limit in the braking zone to get up next to Barry Bowes like that with the straightaway speed that those cars have exhibited this weekend. Hats off to Rafa. Like I said, Mr. Mid-Ohio. Nobody does Mid-Ohio better than Rafa Matos, and I stand by that statement.
Incredible seat of the pants field. Hang on.
Gian
Around goes a 95, Buffamonte.
I tell you, offline here with this heat, it is so slick. It is like ice. So, Gian learned a lesson there as far as we saw it yesterday with Paul Menard when he went and tried to do the outside pass there yesterday.
He got it going, so we'll stay green.
This is good. This is good for us as race fans and broadcasters. Not good for Gian. He's going to have a lot of making up to do.
There's Merrill.
Merrill getting underneath the 3 of Adrian Vlastowski. Good run. Gets a good bite off of the keyhole down that long back straightaway. And you can see Rafa's on the hunt. Rafa's on the hunt to Tristan McKee, and Rafa just turned the fastest lap of the race. And, I mean, he is like 0.3 of a second faster than Tristan McKee. So you're looking at the master at work here, and I don't think he's going to be too long.
Does it look like Merrill has a little damage to the hood of his car?
Yeah, he took on a little bit of nose damage.
A little pushed in there, right?
Yeah, during that, I think that off-road excursion that we had at the beginning. It was chaos today as well, no different than yesterday. And I kind of was looking for that just right there. Oh,
nice move by Day.
Yeah, that was a brave move.
It was, but he made it work, and that's not a spot you normally pass here in Mid-Ohio.
No, it is not. That's why I said it was a brave move, because the car is very unsettled in that moment. The car is not in a happy place. You have to be very confident in your car control and very confident in that you're not going to ruin someone else's race as well.
That
did an awesome job.
Put him around Robinson, which puts him up to 11th. So he's still driving forward.
He is, and I like you brought up Will Robinson. Will Robinson this weekend is here again, back racing with Mike Cope, but also is going to announce a new sponsor in Collision Right in not too long. A pretty cool initiative where they buy up mom and pa collision shops all around the country. They got 150. It started with one. They have 150, and that's what they're managing. So Collision Right coming on board and being a part of this wonderful series. So it'll be great partner for him moving forward. And this battle is kind of like hit a stalemate. So I really was expecting with the pace that Rafa was showing to really make sure working Tristan, but Tristan has responded and actually ran a lap not that much faster than Rafa Matos the last time. 1/1000th of a second was all that separated their lap times on that last lap between Rafa Matos and that youngster Tristan McKee. But this is the most valuable lesson a 14-year-old to get is, and he may not recognize it now to be.
One off the 30 car of DaCosta.
And we were talking about the livery of that car. Beautiful livery.
Boy, look out.
There's got to be oil in the track.
Costa?
There's got to be oil something on the track the way they're all flying off. That's Bob Accardo.
Yeah.
That's Bob
Look what it did to the door there.
Yeah, it just pulled the door right off. We're going to have a full course caution. I'm pretty
Yeah.
positive. And I think that the way those two just went off like that, it makes me believe or want to believe there might be fluid on the track.
I would agree with you.
Just odd
A little
to see.
suspect that they would both make just a driver error.
Right.
There's the double yellow. So we are under a full course caution. Yeah, it just didn't seem like the kind of thing guys would just make two mistakes like that at the same time.
No, and that
was a hard hit for Bob.
That's a hard hit for Bob. It's the window net's down, so that is always our signal. And for those at home, when you put the window net down, that's a signal that the driver is okay. You know, in open wheel racing, it's a pop-up of the visor. And in stock car or full-body car racing, we drop the window net. Julian DaCosta is just waiting to hopefully not be stuck. Love talking about that livery. Love that livery. You know, it's got that play on some historic.
Yeah, Ironman Stewart,
Yep.
and then the Gurney Celicas.
Yeah, very, very cool.
Good looking stuff.
I love that Toyota does that with their racing, right? They bring
Yeah.
a lot of their nostalgia into their racing, and I love what TRD and what now Gazoo Racing is doing with that brand. Sitting up here in the drone shots. Again, beautiful grounds here at Mid-Ohio. Green Savory Group does an amazing job. Oh, Bob got going again. Bob's ripping around, going to come in and check out, get the car checked out. The group that he's working with right now is a group that I used to drive TA2 cars with. So I have a lot of confidence in that group of men down there, and Dave and Norm, Jimmy, Roscoe. They're all going to do it. If that car could get back on the track, they're going to get it back on the track.
I got to tell you, I'm a little surprised to see Bob drive away from that.
I am too.
I just thought the car would have suffered more damage than what it did.
I'm rather impressed. I mean,
Yeah.
it shows how tough these Cube 3 architecture TA2 cars really are.
And how much the tire barrier works.
That's right. That's right. And
well, we're going to take a quick break, take care of some more business so we can show you more live green flag racing when we come back to Mid-Ohio on Speed Sport 1.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication, trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour, tree speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2s.
Back here in Mid-Ohio. Sure is pretty around here, isn't it?
oh, these are great grounds. I mean, there's a beautiful reservoir just over the way there, and my favorite place, Apple Hill Orchards. If you think in life you need an apple cider donut, never had an apple cider donut, go to Apple
And
Hill
honestly, tell you, I
Orchard.
never thought I've had the right apple cider donut.
Oh,
Apparently I'm now.
They're amazing. They're absolutely amazing.
All right. Well, this was amazing too. Watch this here. First, you're going to get the 30 car come flying into your screen. And he's going to stay off the tires, but Bob Accardo, not so lucky as he's next.
Yeah,
Here he comes.
And then Bob, I think, does a full rotation and
Yeah.
slap here from the rear to the front. And But I think, like that, no worse for the wear.
No,
and, I mean, it didn't.
he drove away.
Didn't seem to bend anything. Didn't look like it was crabbing, getting there, and it also showed how the gravel traps work, because that certainly kept DaCosta even out of the tire wall. And that wall used to be right up on the track.
Yeah.
It didn't used to have any space. So in years past, it would have killed him.
Let's hear from the Nitro crew with Ben.
Yeah, I was going to talk to Kyle, but they didn't think they were going to be able to dig this out of the rocks. But Julian DaCosta was able to get this out, able to get it refired. They're going back out there. And then talking to Kyle, who was talking to Julian on the radio, he was saying that he thought, Julian said that he might have gotten assisted going off of there. What's your driver saying right now, Kyle?
That Julian says he thought he was clear going down the straightaway, had a clear by one from the spotter, and then all of a sudden he got hit in the right rear. Not sure if the guy behind him lost brakes or exactly what happened, but he definitely took a hard impact to the rear, which sent him off into the gravel.
Nice. Well, that happens here, but at least he was able to refire, get back up there. We know he's really fast. It's got that off-road livery of Toyota from the day. He went a little bit off-road, but we're going green this time by, guys. Back to you in the booth.
Yeah, and just like Ivan Stewart, the Ironman, he's continuing on.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Well played for sure. But yeah, no, and like what I was saying is years past, that wall was right up there. Those races would have been over for those two, and we would have been cleaning up a mess of a race car. So, they made that decision quite some years ago to open that up, and it's just done wonders as far as the racing for the track, because that's a really tough point, and that's the trouble spot. That's if you see it there, and then China Beach into turn 4 is our two trouble spots here.
Yeah, the closeness of the walls has always been a challenge here at Mid-Ohio. I know it has certainly been that way for the motorcycle community, coming here with the super bikes and super sports and the speeds that they run, and especially in the rain. Before the track was repaved, the loss of grip, especially going up through here, guys just would not want to race in the rain because it was just, they didn't feel it was safe.
No, and quite honestly, it really isn't for that aspect.
Yeah.
But we're going green, and we're coming to the green right here after the carousel, and the green is out.
Here we go.
And now I tell you, the last thing Tristan wanted was that caution, because Rafa's restarts have been just absolutely magical here. But he got a great restart, Tristan McKee did. Great jump on Rafa Matos.
To that point, with all the cards stacked against him, if you will, with Matos in rearview mirror, McKee did a tremendous job.
Oh,
couple of cards dipping a wheel. Sheehan back there, was it?
Sheehan had 2 off back there, and that's fine. You can run it out there. You just got to make sure you get back on, and he got a little jump there, and that's the challenge that you have.
And here's McKee now, all the way through 3. Matos, full attack mode.
Yeah, he is, and he got a great race here between Thomas Annunziata and Thomas Merrill. It's the battle of the Thomases here, just really going at it. And the Franklin Road Apparel HB Tuners, 26 Coke car.
Annunziata, a winner already this year.
2-time winner, an early point leader, and really was like absolutely taken off, and had a couple of rough races there, but he's back, he's focused, he's ready for this weekend, and then next weekend he's off to Lime Rock as well with Ben Mayer, and he's going to be driving a Topliner truck, and proud to say that he's in the Topliner family with myself, and so he'll be driving a Topliner truck, and I have a lot of confidence in what Thomas Annunziata. And then he's going to hop on an airplane with Boris Said on Boris's new plane, and him and his dad are going to fly from Lime Rock to Road America. He's going to start from the tail at Road America. As we see racing deeper in the field, you can see Corey Day trying to make his way back through here. He's all the way up to 10th behind Adrian Vlastowski, who unfortunately has just had nothing but trouble with pace here past the 10-lap point of this race. He's just been struggling to keep the pace up with this front pack, and Tristan McKee is just absolutely checking out on a cloud of his own here.
So Corey Day starts on the pole, goes all the way to the tail after having his off, and then he has worked his way back inside the top 10, and he's not done yet. And he's been bouncing back quite a bit lately because he had a huge crash at Eagle Raceway in a winged sprint car here just recently.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Oh, yeah. No, he really took one for a ride.
Wow. And you're on board here with Barry Bowes with the ASIO data, M1 race car, Chevrolet in-car camera here. Again, this is a career day for Barry Bowes. He's running P3, and for him, not only to be up in this fight, looking through the windshield of that guy right there, Rafa Matos, you spend your windshield, you spend 100 miles looking at that windshield, you're going to learn something. So, you know, and that's what he's there. He's there just soaking it in. Now, Barry has come leaps and bounds as far as his racecraft and his speed, and it's really starting to come together for him, and really, really happy for him and how this race is going for him so far. But Thomas Merrill, two-time Mid-Ohio winner, has been mentioned earlier in the broadcast. He is not far behind and is on the hunt. So I know Barry is also keeping not only a sharp eye and learning what's ahead of him from Rafa Matos, but he's also got that crafty former champion of Thomas Merrill behind him.
Well, and if you can hang with Rafa, that gives you a better shot at keeping Merrill behind you.
That's right. That's right. There's a lot of truth in that statement.
Yeah.
And then we never really got word on what happened with Boris Said Jr., so that'll be interesting to find out what actually parked that car and put them. It seems to be out of the race right now. So.
Yeah.
But Ben Mayer and his return back to the Q3 Architecture TA2 series, he's running P8, so nice return for him as well. And then another back to Thomas Nuziatovic, just keep posted on him because that career is going places. Just like all these young careers that we see here in this Q3 Architecture TA2 series, these young careers are going places.
What's really interesting when you come and you meet a lot of these young drivers, the guys and the gals, you see the level of confidence that I'm going to get to where I'm dreaming of going. There's no doubt in my mind I will be doing this. I just saw one of the HendrickCars.com machines go down pit lane. I'm wondering if that was Day.
Oh, let's stop. No, he's still doing good on timing and scoring. I think that might have been Boris Jr.
So Boris Jr. finally getting all the way around then.
Yeah, still trying to figure out what's going on with that car. Looks like still continuing to have issues there.
All right, there's Bose. We got 47 and a half minutes left to go. But yeah, that commitment, that confidence that they're going to achieve their dreams is really fun to see.
Absolutely, and it's also quiet humility, because when you sit there and when I'm the one sitting there boosting them up, and they're going to go places, like, I hope so. You know, I'm working at it. I'm putting in the work. I hope so. You know, I'm praying for it. You know, no matter what it is, and you know, but we know these talents are going places, especially Ralph. You know, yourself and myself, our eyeballs have been on the sport for such a long and genuine part of our life that we could spot it now. Like, you can spot when there's something special.
Problem here is there's so much of it.
Right.
So they all look fast, you know, and it's like you look at any of the top sports out there. Let's take basketball, for example. You look at the NBA, and they all make a three-point shot look like it's simple.
Right.
It's not.
Exactly.
You know? So you see all these guys and gals out here racing these cars in TA2 and the other support divisions that we have that run along with us on a weekend, and you go, that guy's good. Well, that guy's good. And she's great. Right. You know, you're like, holy cow.
And I tell you, I think there's two key elements that have really brought that kind of level. Number one is data, how good data has gotten, and data and video matching and the coaching that could go along with that. And number two, simulators. The simulators are so good, and these youngsters, I mean, if they got a simulator when they were 6 years old, they spent probably more time on the simulator, and even if they started karting not long after that, they still spent more time on a sim than they did karting even. And so then when they show up at these big tracks, which you're not going to get the experience on a go-karting necessarily, they're ready for them.
They've already done Road America 1,000 times.
They've done it. The only difference is they don't have a reset button when it goes wrong.
Right.
So, but they come in with that confidence, and you have been around this sport so long. I've been around this sport my whole life. Confidence is 90% of this game. It's what's going on between the ears.
And just like Rafa here, it's not just in general, but sometimes at a specific racetrack. You just feel like, I've got this place wired. I've got a rhythm here. I'm strong here. And you can see that in Rafa here. And Adrian Vostovsky, hopefully he's feeling that way as well. He's got the number 3 running pretty good. He's right up in the fight.
Yeah, and that CMI racing, he does that sponsor very, very proud. And I tell you what, we're looking at lap times just getting better and better and better. Like, the track is just coming in, and everyone's turning their fastest lap of the race. Like, literally right now on lap 16 is everyone's fastest lap of the race. Rafa was the fastest out there by 1/10 of a second, so starting to reel some time back in, and you can physically see that. Reel some time back in on that youngster Tristan.
Okay, so that again tells us about Tristan McKee. Rafa puts down the quickest lap, and it's a blazing turn. And then McKee is just 1/10 slower, but staying in front of him. So that, again, going back to that conversation about the talent, you go, man, Tristan McKee is 14 years of age, and he's just wheeling it here.
He is. He's absolutely wheeling it here. But this is a physical track, too. It's a very physical track. You know, Rafa's in peak physical conditioning. He's a grown adult. You know, Tristan's still developing. You know, there's the muscle and hydration and all those things. It's a lot different than a 14-year-old. So that's why I said when I got older, it almost got easier with the heat. So Rafa, believe it or not, probably feeling a little bit more fresh than that youngster up front there because
well, he knows what his body needs to prep for it too, right?
Right. You know, the best thing I could tell, you know, this heat wave that's going through the country right now for the fans, put on a jacket, go out in your car, turn up the heat, and go to the store. And that's what these drivers are experiencing right now.
There's a lot of racers that used to do that to train getting ready for
Bobby Allison, I believe.
Bobby Allison, very well known. Don Garlitz would do that, even though his runs were a lot shorter.
Know that, but still.
But
they were in those 6-layer suits in drag racing for so long.
And you have to stay mentally sharp at the lights, right?
So that's you know, getting in the car here, looking on board with Barry Bose. Right now, for him, unfortunately, it's kind of like a lapping day, right? The distance is a little bit too far to get a sniff, to get any kind of a tow. So he's just really kind of probably making sure that he's keeping the mirror clear, running his own race, running his own pace is really what I would be going through the radio headset with him if I were on the radio.
So as we watch this, and you see Bose is sliding that car through the corner there, but it looked like a very controlled slide. Yeah. These cars, like 550 horsepower,
right around
roughly.
There. Yeah.
So, and it's all driver, no computer aids. It's your right foot and your rear end telling you how much gas you can give it.
The only aid you have is power steering.
That's it.
You got. But other than that, yeah, it's absolutely all.
You're on your own.
Yeah, and
which is why it's such a great training ground.
Absolutely. No, this is to me, this is pure motorsport. You know, when we start to get into GT cars that have traction control, that have stability control, that have analog brakes, to me, you can hang a license plate on it and take it to the grocery store. It's not a race car to me. But these are purebred. This is, as my dad would say, these are thoroughbreds. This was built to do one thing, and that's perform on a racetrack. And that's what makes them so fun to drive. Absolutely so fun to drive.
McKee continuing to hold off Rafa just 0.2 of a second slower than him on that one. They're the only two cars to dip into that 125 range. As you were talking about these younger drivers, I was thinking about, and we brought up Big Daddy there, and you know, Big was the type of guy no different than an A.J. Foyt, right? Or Dale Earnhardt Sr., that gritty, you know, real tough exterior, tough interior, tough everything that make them who they were. Who do you see in the young drivers that maybe someday will be looked at like that? I mean, obviously, in the modern era, a lot of people point to a Tony Stewart, for example, as somebody cut of that cloth. But who do you see out of this younger group that might be that way?
I see Thomas Annunziata. Oh, Adrian Blue turned 4 down there.
Vostovsky trying to gather it up.
He's in trouble. He's got problems. He's way deep in the field because that was Keith Prochuk and Mia Lovell going around.
Yeah, Mia got by him. I was going to say that. They're running 14th and 15th.
Unfortunate for that group. You know, there's the 51 of Will Robertson going through. We spoke about him earlier. Back to your question, who's got that kind of grit? I think it's Thomas Annunziata, honestly. I think, first of all, he's got the rock star looks, you know, the runway model looks, if you will, the male model looks. But he's also he's a gritty driver. Like I've tested him. He won't lift. I was on the bad end of that because I just tested it. And he was supposed to lift in my mind, but he didn't.
He wasn't on the same page as you.
That shows his grit. That shows that he's not just going to give things over and lay over. You know, and he's very confident in who he is and what his ability is and what he can do. And so, yeah, I see him being that gritty.
Oh, problems here for Prochuk, and Mia Lovell's going to take advantage of that as she gets inside. And that Nitro Motorsports entry makes the pass. And the young lady out of Phoenix, Arizona moves herself up now to 13th.
That was interesting what happened to Keith there. That was really, really interesting as far as it looked like there was dust on the track. You know, I didn't know if that was coming from him, but it looked like he went through some oil dry you know, up there through the kink on the back straight. But it looks like he's got problems as well as he's.
Oh, another one off here.
That's Will Robinson.
Yeah, in that same spot.
Oh, I hate to see that. That's going to bring out a full course caution. We have one
stuck there.
And Rafa didn't want to see that because Rafa is right now on the hunt. He's consistently been quicker than our leader, and but this full course caution comes out. Get this thing cooled down, and they'll get that restart. I bet you we'll see Rafa come back to life here.
They got just over 38 minutes yet to go in this one.
And Rafa, you know, is second in points, so this is also big in points for him to get that. You know, he is laser focused always, not only on race wins but championships. He's a true champion, Rafa Matos.
Full course caution is out.
So right now, for the fans familiar at home, the field will go under a code 60. It comes up on our Flagtronics up on the screen there. It'll be flash purple, and so all these cars are going to slow down to 60 miles an hour. It comes with penalty if you don't, so you better slow down to 60 miles an hour. And
Adrian Vostovsky on pit road, looking under the hood there.
And you got Billy, the leader, team leader there, was just talking on the radio to Adrian. They're putting the pins back in. Maybe firing them up and getting them back out there. I saw Billy motioning somebody off in the back. I don't quite understand what that is from this shot, but looks like we're going to go to break here.
Yep, take a quick one. Well, we'll be right back here to Mid-Ohio. We'll have the field lined up, ready to go racing, and we'll be back with you live on SpeedTour 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Mid-Ohio, Lexington, Ohio, about an hour or so outside of Columbus, and about the same from Cleveland, too, right?
Yeah,
it's like dead center.
It's like an even split between the two. Yeah, it's a great place to be. You're out here in nature. You're out here in the country, and flowing hills, fun roads to drive, that's for sure, and this great sports car course just planted right in the middle of it.
The Ray Hall family backyard, right?
Yeah, it is the Ray Hall family backyard. This was Jim Truman's home. You know, you got the
hence the reason for all the red roofs around here.
That's right.
If you don't know the story of Jim Truman, he was the founder of Red Roof Inns.
Yep.
Owner of this facility, and so of course all the roofs had to be red.
That, and Michelle Truman owned it up until his daughter had it, still in the family up until I think 2010, 2011 when the Green Savory group took over, and it's been great, smooth sailing for that group ever since, doing a great job at the racetrack and keeping a lot of the traditions alive in the area. They're known as giving these kids a lot of times their first job here at the racetrack. That's why when you drive in here, almost all of them that are directing traffic, you see their high school kids. And and they just get a great group of kids. I mean, if you want to find some awesome work ethic, you come to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course and you'll see it.
Yeah.
It's a hot day, and these kids are standing out here in the heat. You don't find that everywhere in the United States of America, where they stand out here in the heat and work traffic around. So it's a wonderful place to be. It's good old-fashioned America, and the fans show up and support every event that goes on here. And there's more than just, like we said, more than just coming here to watch races. There's the Mid-Ohio School. There's, as you mentioned, there's a bunch of track days for bikes, and the bikes love to come here because it is a great bike track as long as the weather permits.
Yeah, well, and it's a huge regionally important thing for bikes because right down the road you have Honda.
Right.
Back towards Columbus.
Yep.
And you also have the American Motorcycle Association Hall of Fame.
That's right.
Is right in Columbus as well. Their Hall of Fame and Museum.
But yeah, this so right now, you know, in a hot day like this is honestly the cautions make it worse. You're just kind of baking in the cars and not getting much air or anything like that. So the lights are off on the pace car. We're going green this time, and that's why we're seeing everyone get the tires cleaned up, getting the heat back in them. You'd be amazed at how quick tire pressures will drop.
How important is it for Tristan to do something different on this restart than when he did the last time? Because now Rafa's thinking, I know what you did.
Super important. You know, you got to keep him guessing, and Tristan knows that. You know, Tristan knows that. Even as young as he is, he's studied this his whole life, and restarts is something you study in a critical way because you know that is the time that is easiest to pass, and it's also the most vulnerable time for you to be passed. Look at Rafa hanging back a little bit, trying to get a little bit of a run there. So Rafa's being pretty crafty too, and not showing his hand. But we got green.
Here we go. Green is out, and Tristan is gone.
Yeah, he opened up a good early gap, and he just kind of took off.
He hammered it as soon as they came down through the kink there, and, man, he was on it.
Yeah, no wheel spin, no nothing. Perfect restart for Tristan McKee. Actually, Rafa's going to have to go a little bit on the defense with Barry Bowes, it looks like here, as Barry's got a pretty decent run up there at keyhole, but he stays in line. Someone tucked underneath the Jared Audrick there. I did not catch who that was.
Yeah, Mia Lovell's right there with Jared. That's 11th and 12th in that area back there. Had a great conversation with Jared earlier in the weekend. I said, obviously, as a former pro football player, you're a great athlete. I said, but is there something about your position that you played, which was on the defensive line, that transfers over to racing, specific to that position, as we're on board with Jared now? And he said, you know what? Yeah, there is. He said, in football, plays are short, obviously 7 to 10 seconds. He said, but then you come to the sidelines, coach is right in your face, telling you what you did right, what you did wrong. Then they set a tablet in front of you, you watch the play, see what you did right or wrong, and then you got to go right back out and do it again. He said that transfers over great to racing because even though the sessions are longer, as soon as you come in, you're out of the car, debriefing, looking at video, figuring this all out, and then right back in the car. He said, so that ability to digest the information, do something with it, and then go out and execute, he said, transfers over from football.
And it shows. It shows in his progress that he continues to make. I've seen a lot of drivers come through here, and you see drivers that come in and they just get stuck, and they're done making progress. We have not seen that with Jared Audrick. He has continually gotten better and better and better and improved his game. And I've been recruiting him to come up to TA because I think he'd also do well in those. And he's so physically fit, he could do double duty, no problem.
Oh, no doubt.
No problem. And
he's the only guy right now not thinking it's hot out there.
Exactly. You know, I mean, he's doing a heck of a job, you know, driving that 00 Chevrolet Camaro. Doing a heck of a job. Really, really proud of him and the effort that he's put in. It's showing, wow, Anunciata is sliding that thing around. He has got his hands full.
Of course, Jared played for the Miami Dolphins, so that South Florida heat.
Yeah. First round draft pick. Cool.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah, you're pretty good at that game if they're going to pick you in that round. You know, I think that got a lot of controversy this year, if I'm not mistaken, the first round.
Oh, it always does, yeah.
Yeah, so, but you also see Thomas Merrill is really on the hunt for Barry Bowes right now. Thomas is really working over Barry Bowes to try and get on that podium for the overall podium. Barry, he doesn't have anything to worry about in the Pro-Am realm of things. You know, Jared is quite a distance back from where Barry is, and I don't see Barry, you know, unless he has an unfortunate mechanical, Barry will stick right where he's at.
Looking at turn one here, we've seen it suck a lot of drivers in and spit them out up and over these curbs. and off into the grass and caused a lot of problems this weekend. What are you looking at as you're setting yourself up for turn 1?
So, being I taught at the school here, we used to have, there used to be a wonderful little spot in the pavement, the sealer, that you could
Prior
put the
to
car
the paving.
on. Yeah, you could put the car on right on entry, and as long as you tag that point, it's just like a rail all the way through the corner.
Huh.
We used to teach that point in the school apps, obviously, and some of the track days that we would do. Since the repave, it kind of changed that whole view.
Everything goes away.
Now, yeah, that's no longer. And honestly, it caused me to lift my eyes and see the rest of the corner better. So, so I think some of us kind of get lost if you're not really carrying your eyes to the corner because it's rather blind. You're going to get yourself sucked in. Plus, I can't say it enough. Offline here, for whatever reason, offline this weekend has been like ice. Has been absolutely like ice, and that's usually not been the case in years past here in Mid-Ohio. But if you just got like a car length off or car width off line, it can certainly mess with
I don't
your
think
exit
my
and
eyes
your
are
process.
deceiving me here, Adam, but it looks to me like Tristan McKee is actually opening up a slight gap on Matos up to 0.7 of a second. And he ran a quicker lap than Matos by 0.2.
And he did that in the last restart. And then as everything got kind of hot and gooey and started to move around more, Rafa closed that gap back up. And right before that caution came out, Rafa had brought that gap back to within, a half of a second. So he was within a tack point as well. So, but Tristan's car is certainly firing off much, much better than we see in Rafa's.
Tristan, originally out of Virginia, now makes his home in Kannapolis, North Carolina. Speaking of backyards, that one belongs to the Earnhardts.
Yeah, right. And I was going to say a good place to be if you want to be a stock car driver.
Man.
So he's and that's where his goal is. That's his goal ultimately. And
something good in the water there, huh?
Yeah, no kidding, right? So yeah, Rafa's car looks really good. He's been struggling this weekend with the balance of the car, and it seems like whatever they got to that thing for the race, Holly and the group there, and Gil Martin, and that whole gang underneath the silver hair tent really looked like they got that 57 car dialed in quite nicely. The Concord American flagpole.
Speaking of the guys at Silver Hair, Harmon also running with Silver Hair in the 7, who's a couple of spots back in 7th place. Yeah. Imagine that. Talking to Maurice, team owner over there at Silver Hair, I noticed a sticker on the back side of the car. See it right there on the seat pillar there, right?
Yeah.
The rockers.
Yeah.
I was like, what are the rockers all about? I did not realize Maurice is part owner of a minor league baseball team.
Oh, I did not know that
and
either.
That's what the rockers are.
Oh,
and they're
wow.
in High Point, North
funny.
Carolina. And the reason why they're called the rockers is because, as you would know, High Point is well known for being one of the top producers of furniture in the world.
That's right.
So like a rocking chair, they've got the Rockers as their baseball club. And it's a AAA team, but not AAA affiliated to an MLB team. It's a AAA independent league. So you could play for the Giants, for example. You get cut from the Giants, but instead of them sending you to their AAA team in Sacramento, they just kind of cut you. But you're not done yet, so you could go play for this team and earn your way back up. And I think I just gave him the
is that the good
commentator
old-fashioned
curse.
commentator curse?
Sorry, Harmon.
I tell people all the time, I said, commentators have that much power.
Yeah, right. You just hate to see that.
No, you do. You do.
But we get a better shot of the rocker sticker that way.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And again, it's got Rafa still carrying the banner for Silver Hair and Maurice and Laura Hall, and they have so much passion.
They are great
for the
people,
team.
aren't they?
They're amazing people. I say they're great examples, and they love series. They love helping. Barry Bowes. You want to talk about a commentator curse? Now, I'm the one that did that to Barry because I was just talking about it only take a mechanical that would take him down.
And Barry Bowes slipping back a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like, his last lap time was a 1:29, so he lost 3 seconds from the previous lap, and now we're under full course caution. Hate to see that for
So
Barry.
next time you're in town, we'll have to go see a Rockers game.
I would love that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we know someone that could help us out.
Yeah,
there.
well, he said, he goes, I'd love to have you out. I mean, man, I'd be all over that.
Yeah,
the
that
kids
would,
and
that
go.
would be great. Absolutely, and maybe after VIR.
Yeah,
that'd be a good time. That'd be good timing. But yeah, no, they're back to the Hulls. They're great people and great ambassadors for the sport, and they do a lot to support a lot of young talent out there, and I just have a ton of respect for them.
Yeah,
too.
absolutely. Solid family.
For sure, for sure. So it also Chevrolet is leading the manufacturer points. 3 Chevrolets are first and second, and Toyota is third. They're second in those manufacturer points. So manufacturer points can mean something.
Let me ask you about this when we have a little bit of downtime here. All right, before I do that, I had to check with our producer. I figured he was probably going to want to take a break, take care of some more business, and he does. So get ready on the backside of this commercial. I got a question for you. All right. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back, hopefully, for Green Flag Racing to the conclusion of our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race on Speed Sport 1.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor lines, no drill mud flapped, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road court, trail, or road with confidence. Being built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Looks like there is a bit of a breeze based on the wind turbine spinning around in the distance. And there's a good look at the tower here at Mid-Ohio. Now, we are in that building to the far left over here on the left side of the racetrack. Ben Sissel, however, is in that big building on the far right because you're in race control, Ben?
Yeah, I am, and I'd like to say that it's because I want to show you this great shot, or maybe because it's air-conditioned in here. But we have the president of the Trans Am Series right here, Andy Lally, then Tim Richter, who's our race director, making vigorous notes. Dan is here talking to all of the teams. Then we have safety here with Mid-Ohio with Carrie and Helga, and she's talking to corner workers. She's with all the EMTs, the safety crews, everything like that. Then I'll show you before we come up here, Lucas, if you can get a shot of our TV screen, that's the whole production that's happening so that race control can see everything. This is kind of a little behind the scenes, like Inception-like. Then River here is in charge of all of our flagtronics, so he can show digital yellows. He can show anything to the drivers. We also have like a running snake here of everything that's happening, where all the cars are, where all the safety vehicles are. That comes in very handy in moments like this.
I'll be honest, I can.
And then
Yeah, I can say
Yaz is over
know
here
what car we
monitoring
should grab?
all of our in-car signals for the in-car. So that's just a quick peek behind the scenes here in race control with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. But Ralph and Adam, back to you.
And as you would obviously have to say, we can't highlight enough how none of this happens without those people.
Absolutely not. Those and also our brave men and women that are out there in the heat, corner workers. Our corner workers. It's definitely a thankless job. part is you don't get to see him all weekend long unless you've had a problem.
Right.
And then
They
you're
get a good
usually
view of
not
the box
happy,
lunch.
and they don't really get a great conversation out of a driver. So
No.
It's a pretty thankless job, but they sit out there in the white and they sit out there in the heat, and they do an amazing job for this racetrack, and they do it all the time. They're the same ones out there for the driving school.
Yep.
And where he was up there, that's actually the classroom for the driving school.
Yeah,
is what he
and
was
just
at.
above that is the press level.
That's
where
right.
media usually hangs out here at Mid-Ohio.
But yeah, this place has got a lot of wonderful history, and they've been able to hold on to it.
They've been dressing it back up too. I mean, the buildings all look nice.
Yeah, they do. They do. The bathrooms got redone, and we got new pavement out here. We got new pavement in the paddock, some of the paddock areas.
Grass nice and cut.
Yep. This is a beautiful, beautiful place. My hat's off to the Green Savory group and everyone that works for them too.
Looks better than my yard.
Well, my yard is their yard because we live in the motorhome, so it is their yard. So I'm very appreciative of it. I believe we're going green right now.
Yeah, here we go. Can
Rafa get a better jump this time?
Or has Tristan got his number?
Green's out.
Here we go. Tristan with a pretty good start.
And now you got Thomas Merrill, too, that Rafa has to work out. And those two have some history racing with each other.
Annunziata there in fourth. He's been hanging right there in the top 5 all day, but Thomas hasn't been able to move up.
He's been struggling with car all weekend long. He's been struggling with sessions in the car and the balance of the car all weekend long. And I think they hit on something closer for the race, but he obviously is not satisfied because you would see more performance out of him. And Sam Corey doing a great job right behind him.
Yeah, good looking at. I was just going to say, good looking him in the 70 right there. Sam is running in 5th, and he's had some good success here lately, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Lime Rock being
the win.
One of those. I mean, making the pass in the uphill like he did was honestly something that.
In very tricky conditions that day too. Rain and heat and dry and more rain.
That's right. And he looks like he's just a very creative driver. I see in the ways that he wants to make a move, and I like that. I think you need that this day and age, and because that's what we see like in some of the tops. Like Max Verstappen was when he came on the scene. That's what we were all in awe of because of his creativity to get around. And Lewis Hamilton was no different. And I'm not saying Sam Corey's there, but he's on that track. Like he's very creative, and I like that. It's kind of the thing that opens my eyes on that. And then Ben Mayer right behind him. Like that kid drove through this field right now, and he's got the nose and the body work to show it.
And Jared Odrick has taken over the class lead.
And I mean, that's what I said. You can't a commentator curse because you were just talking about Jared, and Jared is up there. So
and maybe this is the day he puts it all together, right?
Right. But you got Rafa, even though he's not close, showing a nose just to keep him in the mirror of just keep himself in the mirror of Tristan McKee. When you're a young driver, sometimes the old crafty veterans will like to move around in your mirror to try and get you to come off your game a little bit.
That fight with Annunziata and Corey right there headed to 4. This is a good one.
Yeah, this is like remnants of our last outing with at Lime Rock.
It's 4th. Oh, Mia level off.
No, that looks like at the top of the keyhole too, which is another beach place, and looks like we're double yellow.
And you sure are. She didn't get to race with us it's right before the carousel.
It's right before the carousel.
She didn't get to race with Lime Rock because she was graduating from high school, and she's getting ready to go to Davidson College.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's a great place to go to school.
Great school, pretty good basketball program there.
Yeah.
Some guy named Steph Curry came through there.
Right, yeah.
They're pretty solid.
Yeah, just
so
him.
She's going to have a lot of fun.
So, yeah, that's a shame for her. Yep, that's right where she is. It's right before the carousel. Boy, that's a shame. Hate to see that for her. They'll get her out of that mess, and she'll rejoin, but she was running the top 15 at the point. So yeah, you hate to see that. But back to Jared Aldrich again. He's 8th overall, which is a great accomplishment as well. And he's sitting there leading the Pro-Am, and right in front of Keith Prochek. I mean, that's a good Pro-Am fight there. 8th through 12th overall is all Pro-Am. And I want to give a shout out to Doug Winston too. He's right there behind Tom Sheehan. Doug Winston, again, a tradesman. He has been very successful, and he promotes being a tradesman. So but he's having a great run. We spoke earlier this morning, and I reminded him, and he knew it. Like less is more here at Mid-Ohio, and he's an attack guy, right? He used to be a bodybuilder, and so he's really but he's calmed down a lot. I've seen his driving take a much calmer approach, and underneath that group and underneath some of the tutelage too of Adrian Vlastowski, I think has really brought Doug Winston a long way in his game. So it's good to watch him also kind of creeping into that top 10. He could sneak in that top 10.
Well, with Mia being beached over there and going to need a little helping hand to get out of the kitty litter, we're going to come back and see if Tristan McKee here in the 28 Gamebridge car, EndrickCars.com entry, can hang on in front of Rafa Matos. And we come back live on Speed Sport 1.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lost City.
It brings all my fans, it brings audience into the car with me.
You turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds. The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HT2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look
Back here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We're still under caution here. They're circulating their way around. Looks like they're cleaning up the tires. So to me, that would say that we got one to go.
Okay, so this is my time to ask you the question I was going to ask you. We have all these great young kids out there right now. We also have all these great driver development programs. You have Hendrick doing their deal. Chip Ganassi's doing his deal. Manufacturers are doing their deal. Chevy and Toyota and so forth and so on. Then you have agencies like Spire, who are involved with Tristan McKee, doing their deal, taking racers and putting them in different spots. So if you were a father of a youngster who was looking to go professionally racing, what would you be looking for in the direction that you placed your kid with the driver development program?
That's a really good question, because there are so many. And I don't think you can really go wrong with any of them.
Probably not.
They're all great programs. And I think really Red Bull was the one that rewrote how that all went down. Like, we're gonna focus on off-track as much as we're focusing on on-track stuff. But I think that's where my head would be if I was gonna, do this. If I had a child and they were wanting to go in, I'd be looking at that more than anything. What's the off-track stuff look like? What are they doing in teaching on the nutrition side? What are they doing on the physical side? What are they doing in media training? Because that is of the utmost importance, is to get these youngsters super comfortable in front of a camera, super comfortable in front of the public. Because that's who pays our bills. We're doing this as an entertainment, and the fans are really great to us. So we need to show that respect and make sure that we're telling the right story and doing it in the right manner. And so I would look at that, because I think they all do a great on-track product. I think what would separate it would be the off-track stuff, in my personal opinion.
That's interesting, and I can see that.
So looks like we're going green this time by.
Yep.
I was right. They were scrubbing tires, so it means that the crews were on the radio that we're going green next time by, and it's true. The lights are off. The Ginetta pace car is in, and I believe Rafa's a little bit tighter up on Tristan's bumper this time.
Yeah, he's got to be thinking, how many more shots of this kid am I going to get? There's the green flag. Here we go.
Got a much better restart that time, I'll tell you that. This is going to be a look into turn one.
Tristan was a little more to the inside, wasn't he, coming down the front straightaway that time?
He was. But I tell you, Tristan got through turn one like textbook.
He sure did.
Who didn't was Rafa, and he's under attack right now. As you can see, Thomas Merrill We had a little bit of an off there in the back, it looks like, from one of the, maybe Barry Bowes, I believe, who had his troubles earlier, but is still circulating out there, getting at least going to collect the points. But, boy, Tristan just fires off.
He sure does.
And then you got the two teammates back here that were in their battle beforehand. A little bit of lockup by Nunziata, but Sam going around the outside, and it
Rafa
just
went a
didn't
little
make it
deep
work.
there, didn't he?
He did. He did. And
it almost cost him.
And Thomas gave him a little bit of a nudge there, moved him to the side. Not getting position here. Not really going to make that one jive, but these two are going to go at it. Like I said, these two have had their history before, have raced hard against each other in the past. Two rivals here, I'm not afraid to say.
Yeah, Merrill's, you can see, really driving aggressively as he dips the wheels up again. He's using up all the racetrack. He's already damaged the hood a little bit, so what's a little more, right?
Right, yeah, 5-star doesn't mind.
Yeah, they got to fix the hood anyway.
Yeah,
Get a new one.
5-star loves those phone calls after Cube 3 TA2 architecture race. Their phones ring off the hook and a lot of times. And Mid-Ohio is kind of one of our short tracks. We get, like Lime Rock and Mid-Ohio are kind of like short track mentality, if you will. Really difficult to pass. Bumpers get used up quite a bit. And Tristan, in this late race stage, we got 9 laps to go, has just absolutely, the car is just fired off for him and is doing everything he needs it to do.
He was 2 seconds quicker than Matos on that last lap.
And that's no joke. Yeah, he that's opening up quite a gap.
Wow.
In a 1-lap span, and it's almost like we just watched Tristan come out to the world right here today, in the sense that if what I'm saying is true, then he managed this race perfectly, that he just was keeping a pace that he knew he could run comfortably, but was stressing everyone else's pace, because the cars behind him don't have his pace anymore. And he's been able to maintain. And the only thing that tells me as a driver is that that's a young man who was just perfectly managing this entire race. Where we thought Rafa was catching him, he was managing.
Yeah.
And that's actually pretty impressive from my point of view.
Corey still pushing on a Nunziata right there. Corey in the 70. Nunziata in the 90. That's for 4th.
Where's it going to come, you think, Ralph? Because I tell you, Sam, he surprises you, and he's got speed on Thomas.
I can see turn 4. I know that's the simple call, but boy, it's really been the place, isn't it?
I see there, and where Thomas has struggled a little bit off of the carousel. So it could be a run into turn 1. There he did not. There he had a really good drive, and it was actually Sam behind him that struggled to get the forward bite down. And because if you don't have forward bite out of the carousel, then you can't make that left.
Whoa.
And Sam, again, just so he might
Sam
just open the door
off
for
there,
Ben.
1.
He might have just opened the door for Ben Mayer, because your tires are dirty now coming into the keyhole here, the Cube 3 architecture turn 2.
Some damage to the front of Mayer's car as well on the hood of the 80.
Yeah, I'm guessing that, both him and Thomas Merrill, the damage on the hoods, I'm guessing, and I'm not 100% on this, but I would guess that mayhem during the first start that we had, accordioned some things up and probably caused some of that bodywork damage. Now you can see that Rafa's been able to clear himself of Thomas Merrill. We kind of got this field spread out here, but Sam Corey, even though he's lost that time, has gained it right back.
And you see Nunziata really slide through 4 under pressure there from Corey, so that's why I'm kind of thinking maybe 4 is kind of the spot where that door might open up for Sam.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Like, it would be an obvious choice.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like Thomas has turned up the wick as well. He's not gonna be a pushover. Thomas and Nunziata, you're gonna have to work to pass him.
No, he really needs to get around Merrill is what he needs, so he can get back up on the podium and start maximizing these points in the championship, because obviously dealing with McKee and these others, you can't afford to give up many.
No, you cannot. And just to get back on point here, too, is to get a little deeper in the field and talk about some more stories. Gian Buffamante, who we saw had his troubles earlier in the race, has cracked himself almost into the top 10. He's sitting 11th position, just ahead of Doug Winston, who is currently P4, as he's gotten around Tom Sheehan. So he's currently P4 inside of that Pro-Am class, where Jared Audrick, Keith Prochuk, and Cale Phillips are currently your 1, 2, 3 in the Pro-Am class. But our top 5 continues to be Tristan McKee, the youngster up front, has a nice gap on Rafa Matos, as now Rafa is able to match his lap times. But you got to do more than match lap times when you lost 2.5 seconds in those first few laps after this restart with only 7 to go. And then you have Thomas Merrill in 3rd place there, in a solid 3rd place. And then you got the battle here, 4th, 5th, and 6th between all the Nitro teammates here, 3 of the Nitro teammates, you got Sam Corey, Thomas Annunziata, Sam Corey, and Ben Mayer there. And then you got Eric Caton. Eric was Ben spoke with Eric earlier in the broadcast on the fan walk, and Eric was feeling really good about this weekend and really good about this race, as well he should. He's sitting in P7. I believe that's a career run for him. In the Ray Skillman Automotive Group Ford Mustang, which being an Indiana boy, I love to see Ray Skillman on the side of the car. You know, the Hendrick cars are beautiful, but it's great to spread the love and see Ray Skillman out here and supporting a great human being and a great little driver there like Eric. And then we get into the Pro-Am trio there that round out the top 10 with Jared Audrick, Keith Prochuk, and Cale Phillips. But it's some great racing throughout the field here today at Mid-Ohio.
And Audrick won here at Mid-Ohio in an SCCA Super Tour race just a month ago.
So he likes it here.
He's feeling good about it.
He's got some good confidence. And now you see Thomas has got a little breathing room here, too, from Sam Corey. You know, Sam was driving so hard and working so hard to try and get around Thomas. He might have overheated stuff a little bit. But it also looks like Sam's got a lot of straightaway speed. And I know that for a fact because he's got like 5 miles an hour on that straightaway from on Annunziata, because Annunziata was telling me that he is the closest one he's to in the Nitro tent is Sam, and he's 5 mile an hour down on Sam. So his straightaway speed is hurting, but he's doing a great job of defending. We're back there looking at you know, Barry Bowes and what he's doing back here to the top front of the group and back to this fight for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Ben Mayer has dropped off and kind of separated himself from that group. He's got that damage on the front nose, so don't know if that's having an adverse effect of the handling of his car too.
Thomas Merrill, by the way, has recently won the pole here at Mid-Ohio in an IMSA Pilot Challenge event.
I believe that.
Yeah,
I absolutely believe that. But it's like we said, the talent is so deep inside this series, and it's just it's
and the
fun to watch.
Crazy thing is, there's more coming.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna stop.
This series is getting phone calls. You talked to Andy Lally about it. People calling about, how do I get into TA2 all the time, or how do I get my kid into TA2?
Yeah, and for rightfully so. This is then we got a white flag coming next time because of time. I think we're on a time constrained race. We actually have 5 laps to go on the 45 lap count, but with time being a constraint, it sounds like we're going to get a white flag this time by for young Tristan McKee, and you're going to see a young man that's going to get to celebrate, not spray the champagne. It's going to be his first win.
It's going to be his first win. Can you believe it?
He's not going to spray the champagne, though. He's too young for that. They got Perrier down there.
He's the points leader. He's on his way to his first win. He leads the Rookie of the Year and the Young Gun Award standings. What a season young Tristan McKee is having behind the wheel of this race car.
Well, Scott Lagacy Jr. told me at Sebring during the test to keep an eye out on this kid, and he wasn't wrong. And he's flying those Gainbridge colors proud. I'm sure Dan Taurus and the whole group there with Gainbridge is super proud of this young man and what he's doing, and they're super excited about the future, right? Because that's who they're working with is this kid. The white flag is indeed out for Tristan McKee and Rafa Matos, and the surrender flag. This is whether you're going to give it up or you're going to take it, one or the other.
Our good buddy Jeff Dickerson over there at Spire.
Yep.
Those guys have really come on strong, and they've got a young one here that is very, very good.
Absolutely. This is he will be the second youngest Trans Am winner behind Brent Cruz if he pulls this off.
Yeah, I have that here for you. 14 years, 10 months, and 19 days for Tristan. 14 years, 3 months, and 4 days for Brent Cruz.
Unreal.
Difference of 7 months.
Unreal. I can't believe it. That's really cool stuff. Really cool stuff.
Great run here by Tristan McKee, and it's just beginning, Adam.
It is. You know, I mean, obviously his career is just. I mean, I've got 30 years on him, so his career is just getting started. You know, and I'm super happy for this young man. He's a wonderful. You know, I don't want to call him a kid. He's a young man because that's what they are. When you hear this kid's interview out of the car, as I say it, when you hear his interview out of the car, you'll understand what I'm saying. But great job to SLR, great job to M1. You brought home one and you dominated this one.
No doubt. On his way to becoming the second youngest winner in the history of Trans Am, Tristan McKee at 14 years, 10 months, and 19 days is a winner here at Mid-Ohio and extends his points lead as well in the 2025 championship.
And you get Thomas Merrill will round out that podium. That's a good bounce back for them. I know that, speaking to Mike Cope this morning, they don't test. So the race weekends are their test session. I know that they were trying some pretty crazy stuff, and it seemed like it worked out on that 26 car. They had a really good run today. Thomas Annunziato was able to hold off Sam Corey.
And you know that Rafa was throwing everything at him.
Whoa, no doubt. No, Rafa's got one pace, and that's forward. And John Buffamante, let's give a hat off to him. He went ahead and climbed all the way up to 8th place from having his issues. So what an awesome job. He just finished his junior year in high school. He starts his senior year here in a few months, and he's going to get to start that as a professional driver in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, and that's a pretty cool thing to do. So great job, John. Really, really fantastic work. And then to the whole Pro-Am group there, Audric, Prochuk, and Phillips, that's your podium. And Doug Winston just barely misses it, but brings home a great finish in P12.
I'm starting his senior season, too. Mine's a little different, though. Here's a look at your results. McKee, Matos, Merrill, Annunziata, and Corey. Great fighting all the way through that top 5. Ben Mayer, Caton, Buffamante, Odrick, and Prochuk, with Jared Odrick taking the class honors.
Really cool. And he's done that a couple times now with Cale Phillips rounding out that podium. You got Doug Winston there in P12. Tom Sheehan, another great race for him. Matt Gray, I think that's a good day for him as well. I don't believe I've ever seen him that far up in that group. So really, really well done. Then you got Barry Bowes, who had his issues. We saw Will Robinson stuck in the kitty litter over there, and same with Mia Lavelle. And then you got Julian DaCosta. These are all folks that had their issues with some sand trap stuff. And then Noah Harmon and Adrian Vlastowski, we never really quite found out what had happened to them. Borsted Jr. As well. Corey Day had trouble early on. Don't know. I will speculate here that he scooped stuff up, and that probably was what would have ended his day. But this young man, it's all his day. Tristan McKee, you've made it. I mean, you're here. You've shown yourself to the world right now, and congratulations.
He's going to open that door up and crawl out.
Oh, he's so little, he don't need a door.
Yeah, probably right.
Those doors are only for, the drivers like me in their 40s and too much belly. But there's Misty showing her love to all the drivers and directing them where they need to be. They'll send the rest of the podium back up to Tech. So it'll be a little bit, before the others get a ride down from Tech, because otherwise it kind of crowds the paddock here. You got Ernie Becker here, the driver development. So Tristan and Ernie have gotten to know each other quite good over this time. Got Jared coming in behind him, the winner of Pro-Am. Look, young man's fresh.
Yeah.
Everything I said about being young in this heat, he doesn't bother this one at all.
Hasn't even broken into a sweat.
No, that young man is fresh. He could have done another 100 miles.
Had the hat ready inside the car and everything.
Yeah, that's pro.
Not his first rodeo.
No. I'd say maybe that group there is doing a good job with that off-track training, because that's some off-track training there to say you have your hat with you.
PR.
You got Nick Middleton from Cube 3 Architecture there.
Lads Dennis.
Yeah.
PR side of things right there. The gray hat.
So, really happy for this group. It's been a while since they've got to celebrate like this.
Let's go ahead and go downstairs to Ben Sissel so we can hear from the winner.
Congratulations. So we got to take care of some family business. Right now, Tristan McKee, very close, but the second youngest driver to win a Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race. How was your race out there, Tristan?
I mean, it was phenomenal. We led every lap, pretty much dominated the whole race, so it was a really good race. I just really got to thank all my guys, all these SLR M1 race cars crew. They bought all three of us drivers a really good car. We qualified 1, 2, 3 and ran there a lot. So they did a great job preparing these cars, and I just got to thank all of them.
Nice. Well, congratulations. Yeah, he's out of breath. I heard Adam saying, they were worried about some of the younger drivers, but obviously he's looking good. He's a little bit out of breath. I saw Alan grab him some water right away, but nice race out there. Are you proud of your big brother?
Yeah.
She had to think about it a little bit, though, Tristan. Then we come over here to our winner in Pro-Am. Unbelievable race. Where is he? Jared Odrick in the black underwear, cool box car. Out. How was your race?
It's good. Look at this hat, right? bulging out of this hat. Racing isn't really made for my optics or my size, but I think that's what we fight through every week, and this is what Troy and Evan, the whole team brings, right? It's really helping my driver's shoes and become a real driver, become a real driver. And I'm slowly doing that here in the TA2 series, and I'm so thankful to my fiance Crystal and everybody who came to support, like my boy Mike from OSU. We got Buckeyes here, bro. We're bringing Buckeyes.
Penn State's bringing Buckeyes here. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it's all love afterwards. It's all love. You know, I'll send him a dirty text or two when game day comes up, but I don't drink anymore, so my game day wordsmith goes down.
Nice. Well, Jared Odrick first in Pro-Am, Tristan McKee first in TA2 National. We're about to have a great winner's circle celebration here. I'll send it back up to you guys in the booth.
Oh, thank you, Ben Sissel, and as what a great interview with both those drivers. And like I said, Tristan is not showing his age at all with that interview and with the preparation, and looks like a hot one. Both of those drivers looked absolutely tired and cooked and just trying to catch their breath, adrenaline taking over, because that was a tough, long day. This is a physical racetrack here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, but great job by both these drivers and this whole Cube 3 Architecture TA2 group.
But we're not done here, even though the race is over. We got a little bit more coverage for you live from here at Mid-Ohio, so stay with us. We're going to just take a short break, come right back to the victory podium area here at the winner's circle on SpeedTour 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, we just had a fantastic finish of our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race here. We have three different chassis manufacturers that took over this podium. You got Tristan McKee in the M1, you have Rafa Matos that was in the Howe, and you have Thomas Merrill in the Cope. We're going to go down to Ben Sissel, and we're going to hear this podium celebration. We're going to hear from all the top three in Pro-Am and in National Championship points.
All right. Come on now, let's get loud. Winner's circle here with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. We're actually going to start with the National in the TA2 Series. So, in third place, he has 2 wins here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Running each 2 on his Nick Middleton handing him the trophy. Thomas, come on over here. Can't wait to talk to you. Then, with 3 wins at Mid-Ohio, our most winning driver ever in the Trans Am Series, Concord American Flagpole, Silver Hair Racing. Let's hear it for Rafa Matos. There we go, Mid-Ohio. That's the energy we're looking for. Let's hear the Buckeyes, too. There we go. Steve's got me. I like that. And then, ladies and gentlemen, talk about the seasoned veterans, the most winning drivers in TA2. This one might be here pretty soon, but he's coming up to the top, our youngest extra TA2 series, driving this beautiful Gainbridge Franklin Road Spire Motorsports. Let's hear it for Tristan McKee, driving with Team SLR M1 race cars. Wakeman off the hot seat here yet. What a race. This may have been the best TA2 race of the season. You feeling good?
Very much so, but the heat, I feel glad all the drivers have made it out safely here. The temperature here today is so hot. Those cars got to be 120, 130 degrees in the car. But congratulations to all the drivers, all the crew, and all the fans that have come out here today. Thank you very much for coming out for the race today, and we look forward to the next one in Road America in a week's time.
Nice, yeah, a week's time at Road America. Merrill, crazy one out there. How you feeling? Tell me about your race.
I'm pretty spent, man. It was hot out there. I was doing great until I ran out of water in my drink bottle about halfway through, but it was fun coming up through the field. The crew put together a heck of an HP Tuners Camaro for us. I couldn't believe how good it was, particularly on the short run, which worked in our favor with all the yellows. But these two, class of the field, they were awesome. Full credit to them. Congrats to the M1 guys and Tristan on a great win. Well deserved.
Nice. How about that? Come on now, get loud for Thomas Merrill, Mike Cope Race Cars, then our most TA2 driver. You were up there. You almost had it a few times. Tell me about your race.
Yeah, I was trying very hard to keep Tristan under pressure, and I was hoping he would make a mistake, but the kid threw it well. In the beginning, but the SHR boys did a fantastic job prepping the car and making sure we had a competitive piece for today. And I kept the pressure on Tristan, hoping that I was going to make a mistake, but he was definitely the class of the field, but we keep chipping away. The Concord American flag pole car is in great shape. I think we will have a great car for Road American, looking for another win and jump wins.
Nice. How about that? Rafa Matos, ladies and gentlemen, he has won 3 times here. Tristan, you are in a TA2 champion sandwich. And with the way your season is going, I think you're going to be crowned a champion here pretty soon. Take the mic, tell us about your race.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for, to be the champion when it comes to the last race. But I just got to give thanks to all the SLR guys. They brought a really good car. It's prepared. We unloaded off the trailer really fast and stayed fast all weekend. So all props to them. I did a lot of studying and preparation for this race, and it really paid off. So just thanks to Josh Wise, Scott Speed, Spire Motorsports, Chevrolet, Gainbridge, and once again, all the SLR crew.
Nice. All right, now Mid-Ohio. Come on now. Thomas Merrill, 3rd place. Rafa Mato, 2nd. Tristan McKee, 1st place. Got Cope Race Cars represented, Silver Hair Race Cars, and then Team SLR M1. Oh, here wants a hat. There we go. There you go. Nice. A perfect pass. Thomas Merrill. How about that? Come on, Mid-Ohio. Keep up this energy. It's a little bit hot out here. Rafa, who wants a Rafa hat? Come on now. Oh, they do. Right there, Rafa. Oh, who wants a stress cube? I like that. I like that. All right, now hold up the cubes. Hold up your trophies. Put the orange hats on. Now, come on, Mid-Ohio. You got to get a lot louder than that. Thomas Merrill, Rafa Mato, 2 of our most seasoned veterans in TA2. And then possibly the future of motorsports in North America, and Tristan McKee. Oh, Tristan's sister wasn't sure about catching it from a competitor. So this is the Cool Box. These are the certificates for Cool Box, keeping everybody cool on such a hot day. How about a round of applause for Cool Box? Rafa Matos, Thomas McKee, and then we have the Pirelli hats. 2 of these drivers are going to be able to get champagne, and I don't know if you guys can guess which one won't. Ooh, he's going. He almost dove for it. There you go. Oh, almost to Steve. There we go. Come on now. All right, let's get loud. One more time, Mid-Ohio. Hold up those trophies. Thomas Merrill in 3rd. How's that? All right, now here we go with champagne. Now just a reminder, we're racing at Road America next weekend. All right, come on now, get loud, Mid-Ohio. Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos, Tristan McKee. But I want to hurry because I want to get these drivers up here. So we some Pro-Am, where is Cale Phillips? There we go. We've got some Cale Phillips fans up here. Second place in Pro-Am, running the HP Tuners car. Let's hear it for Keith Prochuk. Where's Keith Prochuk? Cale, nice job. Keith, nice job. And then in first place, gentlemen, let's hear it. Jared Odrick running the black underwear cool box. TRB Autosports car. All right, guys. Talking to Nick Middleton. Jared Odrick up here. Jared, take the top step, and what we're going to do, we're going to go backwards. Jared, I want to hear from you first. That was such a hard-fought battle. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, no, it was tough. Obviously, it's hot. We're all trying to keep our composure and catch our breath here. But no, it was awesome. You know, Prochuk and I were close all race. He was in my mirrors all race. And then at the end there, he actually overtook me going into 8-9 because I had let some national guys go through to keep a clean race. And then he passed me. It looked like he got a little wide in 9, and he had to wait to get on throttle, and I was able to get on throttle a little bit earlier. And I was able to take it with 2 corners left, and it was so dramatic. I can't wait to watch the tape. And just having the support of ex-teammates coming means a lot. It means a lot to have the support of teammates that are kind of circling the wagon, maybe joining TRB. Hopefully we have some new faces before the end of the season. We'd like to see that, and the support of my fiance is unmatched. Elbows in my back before I fall asleep is second to none, so thank you, Crystal. And my opponents, they're the best, and they're great competitors.
Nice. I love it. Now, our comments are blowing up for the Pee Wee Herman dance. I spoke to Jared. Now, he wants to reinvent himself as a race car driver. Crystal, Jared promised me by next race he's going to have a new dance invented for Victory Lane. I'm going to talk to Keith. I'm going to talk to Cale. But right now, Ralph, I need to send it back up to you in the booth.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to have to close things out here at Mid-Ohio. Our Speed Sport 1 coverage. We've reached that time of the day. Sure hope you've enjoyed it live from here at Mid-Ohio. Don't forget, we will be back next week live here on Speed Sport 1 on Saturday and Sunday from beautiful Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli and the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Cube 3 Architecture 2 TA2 Championship as well. Both those races live for you on Speed Sport 1 next Saturday and Sunday. Lots of action here today. Gian Buffamonte having his problems. Adrian Vostovsky had his as well. But boy, nobody could run with Tristan McKee here today. Even the great Rafa Matos chased him and pressured him, but couldn't get it done. That'll take care of it from here today. We'll see you next week from Road America. For Adam Andretti and Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio. Congratulations, Tristan McKee, on becoming the second youngest winner in the history of Trans Am. So long, everybody.
Well, this is the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. So here I am in the Pirelli tent. And what we want to do right now is kind of walk you through the process. So Amy Ruman has been nice enough to drop off 4 used sets of tires or beautiful Forge Line wheels. And then the Pirelli guys, they just all hopped up like they know what they're doing. He's X'd them out. And he basically is the one that's going to mark this and tell them they just turned in 4 tires. They're going to get 4 new tires, and he invoices them. No money is exchanged here at the track. See, he's writing her number here, the number 23 on that beautiful red McNichols Corvette. He's basically, all they're doing is stacking it up with the fronts and the rears. They move down through here. You can see that this is the left front. This is the right front. And now they're coming in here to the dismount. Now these are the Forge Line wheels. They put them on here. This thing comes in, takes the bead. You can see it. It's about to take the bead and basically squish the tire down. And then they run it through. And you can tell the muscle memory of these Pirelli technicians is unbelievable. This is a lot harder and more difficult than they make it look, as now they're basically coming through to dismount the tires. You can hear everything is through their air compressor. Now they're taking it off the bead. And they've got it fully dismounted. So there is the old tire, and now they put the new tire on. This is the lubing. They just kind of lube the bead, and I did hear that they have to put more lube on the bead for the TA2 tires than on these TA Forge Line wheels tires. And now they're mounting the tire. Obviously, with the muscle memory that's happening right now with these Pirelli technicians, they've done this thousands of times, I would say. So now they come up here to inflation. And the first thing that the inflator will probably, one of the first things, so they've got these little innards that go inside the valve stem. You can see that. That's what you're pushing when you have to put air into the tires or out of the tires. That goes in. He's airing it up. And you can see this part, I guess, gets kind of dangerous. You don't want your fingers in there when the bead pops that we just heard. And then just in case, they've put a cage around this. And then how many pounds, the first time you inflate, how many pounds are you putting in this?
We're going to find out. It's about 50.
50 pounds, okay. So basically, you put it up to 50 just to get the beads to pop, and now you bring it down to whatever, 30. Okay, so they're going to do 30 pounds, and then it comes down here to balance. And balance is kind of, not that this isn't a science anywhere, but the balancing is really one of the most critical aspects of this, because then the car won't shake or vibrate, and the drivers will feel a lot better. If a tire goes out of balance or a wheel goes out of balance, that can really mess them up. This is the balancer, and this is a computer generated, and it rotates itself, and then it'll tell them where to put the weights. It'll tell them where to rotate and then what weights they need where. So there's the green mark on the tire. And what is it telling you which weights to put where?
Each one of these is a quarter ounce. It's asking for 2 ounces, so you're going to have 8 total. That arrow right there indicates top dead center, which is right here. Okay.
So the green arrow tells the top dead center, and he's putting the weights in there. Then he's going to do it again and see if it passes. Have you ever had a perfectly balanced wheel and tire without weights?
Yeah, it happens from time to time.
That's kind of like a lucky strike. 3 cherries at the slot machine. So that looks good. That passes, balanced. And now it comes out here, the number 23, and they'll keep the tires together, but then they'll stack them out here. So let's watch this balancing process one more time, because it is pretty neat to watch. So they've got these, looks like these are quarter ounce. So I'm holding right here then 1 ounce of wheel weights. Then they've got this very sticky double-sided underneath, and then they have to be flexible, obviously, because they go inside the rim, and then they do everything they can to make sure all the weights are on the inside and not the outside. You know, on your street car, you might have weights that are clipped or adhered to the outside, like meaning what you can see, but the Pirelli, they try to do everything to the inside. So now it's just going around, and I guess the computer device is feeling where it's out of balance.
Exactly, yeah. It's got a sensor inside that can feel the heavy side of the tire.
Well, look at that. I can sense it. I just gave you 1 full ounce right there. And now you're looking for the green arrow for top dead center.
So we'll line that up.
That's pretty amazing. So then after balancing, they line them back up here, and then it's at the team's leisure to come and pick them up whenever. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Unless they are having to wait for them if it's like a race set or something like that, and we're holding them to be released for the time of a race.
So that is the Pirelli. That's the whole process. I've heard that there's been weekends a few years ago at Sebring. They went through 1,300 tires total with IGT and with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. This weekend they're going to go through about just over 600 tires, and they've got the assembly line working. We're kind of early on. This is just kind of test and practice sessions. But as the weekend progresses, we might see more and more tires rocking through here. But that's how Pirelli does the Pirelli tires for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. A great marketing partner to have in the series. They're doing so much R&D for us, and hopefully we're doing the same for them. It's kind of a mutually beneficial relationship, but that's kind of the assembly line here at Pirelli.
I don't really think about what other guys are doing, but I've got more laps in a race car than anybody else in the field. Just through the NASCAR stuff, I've been in so many different situations and thousands of miles driven. So, you know, it's very rare that I see something that I haven't seen before. But our whole field is very experienced too. Chris, Adam, Tommy, Amy, they've been around a long time. They've been doing this a long time. They know. They know when to push, when not to push, and I'm much newer to this style of racing than they are, but overall I just have thousands more laps and miles than they do, and it kind of equals itself out. We can't be dumb. In order to race competitively, you can't let off the throttle. So obviously you have to do it in the right pick and choose your battles, right circumstances, be smart, but yeah, we're fully here to not run second, not run third. We want to win the race, and no reason why we can't.
so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off. When you're running out of luck, need to get unstuck, so go off. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off. Go off, go off, go off, go off. Go off, so go off, go off, go off.
Well, we're live here on the grid for the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Gaston Irasu, who won the race today, I believe, was it 3 races, 4 races? How many races on the season? 3 races on the season. You can see they've got the blower blowing right at him, driving this beautiful Alia Group ANCAP car all the way from Uruguay. Then Beckham. Now, Beckham, you had a great race the last race and moved up through. I love this very, very bright car, but I know that he wants me to talk about this, so this is his logo here. But then he's got OMP Bell, P1Docs.com. Is it Stonica? And then I got to talk to Beckham because, man, you moved through the field in that race today. How you feeling about Mid-Ohio?
Yeah, I really like the track. It's been very good. You know, car setup has been good. Yeah, haven't been able to get the results we wanted yet, but we still got one more to do it.
Nice. Still got one more to do it, he says, on a hot track with some hot tires. These hand-cooked tires can get hot. Then they've changed now. So now as friends here at the grid, we've got Daniel Carra here with Tenuta, Fopo, and let me say this again, Tenuta, Fopa, and Ambrosi Wines. Their wine company out of Napa Valley, the number 10 from Brazil. Like I said, my dog when I was growing up was Pele, soccer player from Brazil, that he wore the number 10. So I have a special connection with this car here with Daniel. Benitez with the Scuderia Buell, just very, very good driver. Pablo Benitez, you had such a great race, such a close race last time. How was it for you out there?
It was really fun, really exciting also to fight with them, really good drivers. We didn't quite have the right setup, but we worked in it for this race, and hopefully we'll be quick and be able to look for the win.
Nice. How about that, Pablo Benitez? Which flag are you wearing here? Is that Argentina? Yes. Argentina there, who also had a very famous number 10 in Maradona, but he's running the number 44 with Scuderia Buell with Sport West and Bruno Maquinarius. I want to make sure I'm getting everybody's sponsors in. Roman is ahead of Cash. Like seeing that, Roman. Roman, you had a great race last time out. When the lights go out, what's your strategy?
We're on pretty good tires since we had mechanical in race 1. So our tires are pretty new. Just pass them and get to the top 2 or top 3. And maybe pull away because I know Beckham has same tires, so
nice.
We're good.
Okay, so he's saying it's a tire thing. So let's look at this. Yeah, he had a mechanical in one of the races, so these tires are not as worn as some of the other ones. So he and Beckham, look for them to move up through because they're only allowed 2 sets of tires through the weekend. Then we've got Cash up here running the Town Hall Phantom Fireworks Rebol and the Bio Longevity with Champagne Racing. We've got these Mountoon K20 motors in there. Ava, I'm so happy for you running that purple. Look at this. She always matches, but the livery is looking great. So Ava Hansen out here rocking the American and German. We've got Berg Racing here. Harbir Das had a great outing in the last one, so look for him to move up through, but I'm seeing some pretty worn out. Look at some of these tires. You know, it's been really hot here. Mid-Ohio's not great. Maximo Karam, we saw him in the last race find some speed in the middle of the race. So look for this car, the BFS car, to move its way up through with Mo Karam and Art Studio, the number 46. And you can see Zach over here. Even from South Africa, he's trying to fan himself because this gets really hot in here. Zach Forey, beautiful car, the number 15. Then Drew Such, look at that. Drew Such looks like he's ready to go. And I like this on this rear wing, a little cursive of Drew there. Also with Berg Racing doing really, really well in the points. I've got 1 minute on grid. I'm not going to be able to make it down there to these other drivers. I'm going to send it back to Connor Roberts in the booth and Ralph Shaheen.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. Getting ready to go, Ligier JFC. So, Connor, welcome aboard.
Thank you for having me.
You ready to go?
We are.
Had a pretty good run earlier today, right? Fifth?
Yeah, it was a good race. Struggled a little bit off the start, made the positions back up, and then just held on to fifth by the end.
And that was the Formula Regional Americas event.
It was, yep.
And while these cars roll off false grid, tuck in behind the Janetta safety car, and we'll get them out on the track. But you keep rubbing your eye. What happened to you?
I had my visor up a little bit to try to get some air on my face, and I got a piece of grass stuck in my eye. So it's a little bit of a struggle midway through the race trying to get it out. And then, yeah, just need to go and wash my eye out after this, I'm guessing. It was a hot race, though.
I guess it was. Yeah. I'm going to do every little thing you can to try to stay cool, right?
Yep. Sometimes you end up paying for it, and sometimes it pays off.
So coming into the day, Harazu was the points leader by 11 over Such. Kara, top 3. Now, after the last race, Harazu is a points leader by 30 over Such. And a few more markers back is Kara. So that win for Gaston earlier today was huge following the problems for Such. So if they're not careful, Gaston's going to blow this thing open. Harazu, Jasir, Kara, Benitez, Roman Felber, Cash Felber, Ava Hansen, Harbir Das, Maximo Karam, Zach Fourier, that's your top 10. Drew Such, Josh Griffith, Michael Fatuta, Kelsey Pinkowski, and Luca Day, who had a terrible run in the first race today, rounds out the field of 15. So the track, as you said earlier, has been extremely hot. And that sun has been beating on this racetrack all afternoon long. We're not quite into the early part of the evening or late enough in the afternoon where you're really going to see temperatures start to slide the other way yet, are we?
No, and all the Pirelli rubber that got laid down by the TA2 race earlier is going to really change how the track surface reacts under you when you're trying to hit your markers that you've set through your experience through the weekend. And so, look for some early mistakes, really, just while the drivers kind of get a feel for the track and how it's changed since their last race.
So this should be a standing start as the Janetta safety car leaves the track and heads down pit lane. So this start for Arazu could be critical because Beckham Jasir was incredibly quick in that first race today. So Arazu needs a great run down to Mission Foods turn 1.
Look how dirty it is on the right side of the grid as well. You can see all the grit and stuff left by the TA2 cars. It's going to be slippery on the left.
And that's right where Arazu is. Here's the lights. They're going to all light up red on the bottom and then go out, and we're going to go racing. Here we go. Now! Arazu not going to get to the corner first. In fact, he's got to fight to hang on to second. Kara trying to get him on the outside. He'll settle for third. Beckham Jasir's going to lead him down to the keyhole. Kara back to the inside for second. And Arazu's going to maybe slip to fourth because Benitez is on him.
A little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there. Nothing major, just a little touch as they go side by side out of the keyhole.
Behind Benitez is Felber, and he's going to get past too. That should be Roman. Roman gets cut just as he gets to turn 4 with his brother closing in on him. One car off through the dirt at the bottom coming out of 4.
Looks like he rejoined safely.
Boy, Jasir off to a great start here.
Leading the field, he just needs to get his head down, not look too much in his mirrors on the back section where you can't pass, and just try to make a gap so that he can maintain his advantage into turn 2 this lap.
So Arazu, who did everything he could earlier today to hang on to the points lead and extend it, doesn't want to hand any of those points back here this afternoon in that blue 42.
Benitez, nice move up the inside. It looks like he's going to get it done on exit.
Yep, absolutely. Arazu trying to get more back.
It's going to be 3 wide into turn 4.
It's going to be 2 wide for sure. And Benitez might come out with the position, yes. But look at Daniel fighting back. Trying to, at least.
Nice move for Benitez. It went on a little bit longer than he would have wanted, but he got it done clean, and now he can just get his head down and try to catch the leader.
Somebody off, forcing the Felbers to quickly try to avoid it. Drew Such has closed up here behind Arbir Das. So that's a fight for 7th. But look at the gap Beckham Jasir has got here. He's the quickest one on that last lap. And he's opened up an almost full second gap now between him and Benitez in second.
Yeah, he's almost far enough to have the draft broken, but a good run out of the keyhole, and Benitez could be right there on him into turn 4.
Gaston Arazu looking inside, which becomes the outside at the next corner. Gets pushed a little bit. He's back to the inside here. Boy, that's really technical through there too, Connor.
It's very tight as well. That's a typical like one-line set of corners right there. It's really impressive to go side by side.
Roman takes advantage of it and makes a nice pass around Kara. So put Roman Felber up to 4th.
cash as well. Both the Felbers made it by.
Roman's had all kinds of mechanical problems this year. He was happy just to get all the laps in earlier today. Now he's thinking, hey, let's just get this thing on the podium. It's one spot off.
Yeah, and they're right there, very close to Arazu in third. They can really start to make something happen.
It looks like Benitez has closed up a little bit on Jasir now. He's got it to within a car length. This is somewhere around full second a little bit ago.
Yeah, Benitez put in a nice quick lap last lap and using the draft down into turn 4 and out of turn 1 to really help him close up.
It's at 0.6 seconds last time by. See what it is now. Transfer through Thunder Valley. Over here into the carousel. There's a little kink and onto the front straightaway. That time it's Benitez. A little quicker than Jasir. And the gap stays basically the same.
At this point, Jasir is just going to start thinking, you know, Benitez is going to be getting in his head that he caught up that gap that he built up, and he's going to start looking in his mirrors more into the braking zones. And you know, it's easy to fall into a mistake when you're thrown off your game. If somebody shows to the inside that looks like they're going to make a pass, it can really be distracting and can easily cause mistakes.
Inside of 13 minutes to go here. To the completion of round 9 for the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. You can see Beckham Jasir checking his mirrors, seeing if he's got to worry about anybody attacking heading into the keyhole.
Yep, he stretched that gap out a little bit last lap as Benitez had to worry about Arazu behind. So if they get into a battle, it's going to be Jasir's dream right in this situation. It'll just let them slow each other down and he can build his gap so he can run his fast lap times and he can just concentrate on hitting all his marks.
Arazu's got to find a way around Benitez here. It's such a nice points lead. Boy, you wouldn't want to start handing points back to anybody, especially sitting here at the halfway point in the season.
Yeah, you also got to think that, you know, to score points you have to finish, right? So you want to make those high percentage moves, but in the frame of a championship battle, a third place is better than making a risky move for second and ending up 10th or 9th or out of the points.
And if he's not careful, Felber is going to push him back another spot. Maybe both Felbers, and he loses 2 more.
He's got a little bit of breathing space this lap between them. He's all over the back of Benitez, just trying to find a way by.
There's Felber's changing.
Yep.
And they should have fresher tires, right?
Yeah, I think.
If I remember correctly,
was on had the fresher tires because he had a problem in race 1, correct?
Pablo Benitez, and then number 44 Scuderia Buell Ligier Junior Formula Championship machine. Returns here to JFC the first time since 2024 at the season opener in NOLA. And part-time in F4 U.S. last year, including the round here. 17-year-old from Argentina has a podium in the class with the best result of 3rd during that weekend.
Yeah, I raced against him last year in F4 during the partial season that he did, and he was very, very quick lots of the time, and sometimes in the US F4 car with it being a little bit heavier and more. Oh, we got a spinner.
Sure do. Is that Arazu? It is. Boy, things are going bad for him here in the final race of the weekend.
Just a slight misjudgment on how much track he had to the left of him and just dropped a wheel in the grass and lost it on turn-in.
How far will Arazu fall? Showing in 9th now, 10th, 11th. Holy cow. Oh, what a turn of events for Gaston Arazu.
That's those mistakes that you can really not afford to make in a championship battle. It's good that he's got the points lead that he does, but it's going to be cut very, very close. After
he's going to need
event.
all of it here today after this one. Oh, Cara dipping a wheel, and he goes through one of the Q3 architecture signs, comes back right alongside of Such. Drew gets by, and Cara now is going to fall. He's going to go back to 6th.
Such has made good progress from his grid slot. He started 11th.
Yeah, and he needed to because he had a horrible race last time out today. It's interesting how the accordion works in these championships. Some rising, some falling. And then they rise again and fall again. The up and down is amazing.
Yeah, the way to win championships in these junior categories, whether it be in sports racers or any open wheel, is just to make your dips higher than everybody else's.
Yeah.
You know, just try to keep that consistency up as much as you can, and if you're having an off weekend, if you can still achieve a 4th, 5th, or 6th to get those points, it's much better than being at the bottom reaches of the points or out.
Where Arazu is right now in 11th.
Exactly. Ooh, such a little bit of a mistake in turn 4.
Yeah.
Caution.
And the full course caution is out. Didn't see where or why. This comes out with about 5 minutes left to go.
If they can get it cleaned up quickly and
Might
pack
have
them
one
up,
lap, right?
It's a great opportunity for Arazu to make some
Yes.
last minute bold attempts.
Great point. And every position he gets is better than where he's at, right?
Yep, and since will be doing the restart out of the points, you can afford to take those higher risks
You got nothing
because
to
you're
risk.
not losing.
Yeah.
You don't really have any downside.
He's got to get inside the top 10, right?
Yes. Yeah, so even 1 or 2 points, if they get a restart, could be critical to the championship battle.
Yeah, sure could. Oh, boy.
That's not going to be a quick cleanup.
Is that? .34 car, that's Griffith. Not sure. You know, that's interesting to have it happen in that spot, in that we had a handful of cars go off there during the TA2 race as well. Not sure what is going on in that corner. When we saw the first, look at this sign stuck here on, is that Kara?
It is.
He went through the sign there at 5, we're coming out of 4 where Ben puts him out. If you can angle that sign just right, it might be an arrow help. But at first we thought the way the cars went off that maybe there was something on the track. Then we saw another incident or two in that same spot. So I don't know what's going on over there, if there's something about the corner before.
Yeah, you come down that hill flat out, and you got a braking zone here that you're still steering for. And so if your rear tires overheat, you can easily lock the rears up and spin that way, or coming up over the crest right after the apex, how it comes up and then drops down. The car gets light there, and you can have a little bit of wheel spin, and it can easily spin sideways on you.
Which could be what happened to Griffith, because that's right about where he was.
Yep, how far down he was along the barrier.
It's like something sitting in the middle of the racetrack there. Might be something off of Griffith's car. Well, I don't know if we're going to get this one restarted, Connor. We're down to inside of 2.5 minutes.
It doesn't look likely. That was a pretty big incident, all things considered, with parts scattered. You know, there's still a possibility of one lap, but it's very unlikely at this point.
And exactly not what Arazu wanted.
For sure. He's going to be
pointless
praying for a restart, and I just don't think that it's going to possibly happen for him. And
again, coming into this race, Arazu had a 30-point lead over Such. Such is going to finish in second. Kara, who was third in points, was at 102.5, and he's going to finish 8th, so he's not going to gain too much.
Eighth is 4 points, and Such will finish 5th. That's 10 points.
So Such is going to claw up a little bit, and he's going to cut that lead to 20.
Yes, which is it's still
That's
a pretty
catchable
large
from
margin.
there.
But yeah, 25 for a win, so he would be in the lead with another DNF or outside the points finish from Arazu if he won a race, or even if Arazu was 9th or 10th, he would still gain the lead with a win.
So it's definitely going to move things around. And Arazu started the weekend in the points lead, started this race in the points lead, and he's going to leave Mid-Ohio in the points lead, but he's going to have seen it get whittled away.
Yep, and with 34 seconds left, there's no hope of a restart
Yeah,
now.
probably going to get the checker coming by.
Yeah.
Well, Connor, your next race, New Jersey?
It is, yeah.
Okay, how you feel about that?
Pretty good. I had a win there last year in F4. You know, it's just another racetrack to try and figure out in the FR car with it being my first season, but I have high hopes. I liked the track last year, got pretty comfortable with it, so I'm looking forward to it.
Let's keep the visor down this time, huh?
Yeah, I'll have to tape it down or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the last trip through Thunder Valley this weekend, not going to be exactly very thundering.
Nice race by JFC, though. Got a great start off the line and just
did a nice job all weekend.
Kept his head, you know, head in the right spot, kept cool through the pressure that Benitez put on him, and just really held his ground.
There it
Very
is, checkered
solid job.
flag. Beckham JFC taking the win over Benitez, and Cash Felber gets around his brother Roman to get the last spot on the podium near the end of this one. Such will finish in 5th, and the points leader, Gaston Arazu, scores no points, finishing in 11th. Well, that's the thing about these junior formula championships, boy. You got to earn every point. Nothing gets handed over.
Yeah,
you either put it all together or you don't.
Every point is a battle, and it's a very important battle to choose wisely how you fight it.
Well, New Jersey Motorsports Park will be the next stop for the tour. That comes in July, is it?
I believe so. It's,
yeah.
I think it's 5 weeks from this weekend.
Now, middle of July?
Yeah.
We've got more racing with the Trans Am Series a week from now at Road America. Is your class part of the race in Portland as well? No.
Nope, our remaining schedule is New Jersey, CTMP, VIR,
Canada,
and
yep.
Barber.
PIR and Barber. Those are going to be two great tracks to finish off your year.
Yes, I love Barber. We've been there. It's close to home. I've done some club racing there. It's a wonderful track.
Field making its way through the carousel for the final time. And Beckham JFC is pulled into the victory circle area. The young Brazilian will crawl out to celebrate. What a good weekend it's been for Beckham JFC. And Ben, I know you're down there. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ralph. I'm down here with Beckham Jasir. First time running the Stonica car, first win here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Benitez comes over, gives him the congratulations. Beckham, take off your helmet, take off the Hans device. We got to get a shot of Dad up here filming Beckham. First win now. I spoke to his dad at Road America. He said he's going to be winning soon. You were not wrong.
Well, yeah, it takes a lot of work and practice and the dedication, and especially our team has put a lot of effort for us to be here at this race. So very thankful.
I love it. Well, Beckham, celebrate, man, your first race here in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship at one of our most difficult circuits. How's it feel?
Yeah, coming in here, we definitely had the pace. I think we were the fastest car all week, but just got a bit unlucky the first two races, but yeah, glad we could do it in the race 3.
Now, I'm sure there's people you want to thank.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, the team, they stayed up yesterday till 12 a.m., so big props to them. And then my sponsors, P1 Docs, OMP, Stonica, and Bell.
Nice. Well, how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Beckham Jasir. Ralph, I'm going to send it back to you, and we're going to reset for John Phippen to do a very exciting winner's circle here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
All right, Ben. Thank you. There's one last look down on top of Mid-Ohio. Been a warm, warm weekend here, and I know everybody's a little worn out after this one, physically, mentally, emotionally, and certainly drained hydration-wise. So, Connor, how do you feel about Mid-Ohio compared to the other tracks that we've been to this year?
I've grown to like it a lot. I had a pretty large accident here last year in a turn 4, and so it was a little bit reminiscent of, you know, when I do the track walk. It's kind of brings back bad memories, but I've grown to really like it. It's an awesome track, very physical, very technical, and very quick. It's a racer's paradise, really.
Got a lot of great flow to it. Legendary. So many reasons. Here in Central Ohio. Let's go back down to the podium celebration now. Here's John Phippen.
Thanks, Ralph. We're down here for the final podium of the weekend, letting up our third place finisher. Second time on the podium this weekend, Cash Felber, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Cash, congratulations. Your brother started in front of you, but you finally found a way around him.
Yeah, I just set on him going into 4. That's really it. I mean, the race was just about keeping up with the front runners. I mean, they were very quick. They had a lot of pace today, so happy to finish third. But yeah,
You got to be pleased with the weekend. A win and a third place finish sounds pretty good.
yeah, it was pretty good.
Anybody to thank?
I'd like to thank the whole team, Victor, my mechanic, Joni, all the team. I'd like to thank my mom, my dad. I'd like to thank all my sponsors, Bio Longevity Labs, Phantom Fireworks, Town Hall, Rebel, and Mind, Body, and Matrix.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Second time on the podium this weekend for Cash Felber from Champaign Racing. He's got a win and a podium, both scored here this weekend. Let's bring up our second place finisher, also second time on the podium this weekend. In his first race meeting with us this year, Pablo Benitez Jr. Pablo, great job. Unfortunately, this one had to end under the safety car. Do you think you had anything for the leader?
I don't know. We were the same pace the whole race. I was trying to catch up. I would catch through turn 1, and then he would pull away in turn 2, and it was the same thing every lap. So we fixed the car at least. The setup was way better. I'm glad for him. He worked really hard the whole weekend under the tent, LC tent. Thanks for everything, all the help, and of course my mechanics. And yeah, it was a good race, fun race.
Indeed. Will we see you in New Jersey?
Yep, hopefully.
Okay, looking forward to it. Pablo Benitez Jr., second place finisher, ladies and gentlemen. His second podium on the season here this weekend. Ben had a chance to talk to the winner, but we'll get a chance to him. First time winner, Beckham Jasir, ladies and gentlemen. Beckham, congratulations. Great start for one, as you were able to jump into the lead right away, and then it was just a matter of controlling the pace.
Yeah, it was a pretty good start. I think the dirty air here was kind of bad here with these hot conditions, so Pablo would catch me in one sector, and then I'd pull away a bit on the second sector. So, you know,
Get your eye taken
kind of
care
stayed the
of.
same throughout the whole race, but yeah.
Got to
All
feel
right,
good
we'll
for
see
your
you
first
soon.
win in the season. Anybody you'd like to thank for that?
Yeah, my mom, my
Yep.
dad, the team, and then all my sponsors.
Congratulations to Beckham Jasir, first-time winner here this weekend for LC Racing. We'll do the Ligier hats on our drivers. We have one more award to make after the hat dance before we spray the champagne. As we'll put the Mountoon hats on our drivers. Thanks to Mountoon for all the great work, not only in this Ligier JFC car, but as well as our Formula Regional Americas cars, keeping these engines healthy and providing the motive power behind our drivers and providing support for all of our teams in the paddock at each and every race meeting. And, of course, Hankook. We've talked about it all weekend long. These hot temperatures, the tires really earn their money. And they did a great job here this weekend. Thanks to Hankook for all they do for all three of our championships. Okay, one more award to make. If we can get the watch open. It's hermetically sealed, apparently. Michelle is working her way through the... there we go. Hang on. Okay, this is called the Omologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race. This is an award voted on by the folks up in race control, the race director and all the stewards, for the driver that they feel has done the best job over the course of the weekend. And I'm happy to present this to Pablo Benitez Jr. Congratulations, Pablo. Now it's time for... if I were spraying that champagne, I would drink it first. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Cash Felber from Champagne Racing. A win and a podium this weekend. Pablo Benitez Jr., 2 podiums on his debut this series. Beckham Jasir, his first win with 2 other podiums. And Pablo Benitez Jr. winning the Omologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race. Thank you so much for being with us. That's the end of the day here for the Permco Vintage Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. Ralph, we'll send it back to you to wrap it up.
Thank you, John. Nice job. And that will close out our weekend here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course with our Speed Tour. Been a great weekend. We hope you've enjoyed it. All the coverage. Big thanks to our live race services crew for the production of our broadcast this weekend. Nice job, everybody. It's been a tough one for all of our folks out in the elements, standing in the heat, getting all the shots for you. We will be back next weekend, live once again, from over in Wisconsin at Road America. Racing live on Saturday and Sunday. You can catch Trans Am and TA2 on Speed Sport 1 and a plethora of other racing events throughout the course of the weekend, all being carried live for your viewing pleasure. For Ben Sissel, Adam Andretti, Andy Lally, and the host of folks that came through to help call the different formula races this weekend, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long for now from Mid-Ohio.